Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Had the Power to Stop Time? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Space, the last frontier, the place where humans look up and see their destiny. Time, the bound and limitation of our own mortality, the final enemy of, say, destiny, uncaring and unfazed of our suffering. Reality, the almighty that holds our lives to the ethereal, something that cannot be altered or changed at will by humans, or so it said. In one universe plagued in conflict, endless wars and destruction, one man named Louis T. Chun was one of such cases where reality bent over. The year 2036 after the Exodus, the planet Alpha was populated by descendants of Earth, and on this day was being invaded by an outer universe threat. Louis was a war veteran just as his young age, and even if he was royalty of this planet, a prince, he stood against the leader of the invaders. Against all odds, the fight lasted long enough for the evacuation effort to be successful, but at a high price, the life of a hero, Louis died by a blow that went through his stomach. Although the wound was lethal, and his reality and time has come to an end, space hasn't yet to have a word on the matter yet. The Haltron 890 experimental power armor, the pride of Alpha's I+D department, was more than a power enhancer. The suit has a lot of complex accessibility features, such as life support with surgery capabilities, AI support with holographic feature, full body enhancer for chosen powered users, 3 different power sources, 3 different sentient power crystals, and finally the experimental warp jump technology. The armor is set to keep the user alive at all cost, so once the life support notices the critical blow, as a last resource the warp jump goes off, sending Louis into the multiverse, in search of a universe where death as a concept does not exist, saving his life in the process. However, this was nothing but a serious problem for the now alive Louis, also known as Tormenta, was stranded on a strange reality, with no way back to his own universe. The warp feature, as it's a prototype, had a fatal flaw in its design: time distortion. Traveling back through the multiverse wasn't as simple to go back and forth, it was traveling through space, time and reality. If Louis attempted to return from here to his universe, what would feel like a single second to him could mean thousands of years back or forward to his home universe. As a result, he has to use clever jumps through the sea of realities, searching for a universe that exists at a similar timeline with his own. Yet with a great idea came a greater problem: paradoxes. Each time Louis jumped through space, time, and reality, he unintentionally created alternate versions of himself. These variants end up trapped, stranded in universes where they had fallen. Some end up in hellish spaces, an instant death, or stranded in strange worlds where they only have to blend in. Because it was dangerously unstable for multiple versions of the same person to exist in the same plane of existence, the suit has a fail-safe system built in its code. To prevent a risk of a space-time continuum singularity, the power armor erases the warp jump code and sends a signal. It flags the universe to be avoided. This allowed the original Louis to continue his search for home, but at the cost of leaving hundreds of copies of himself marooned across the multiverse. This is the story of one variant that finds himself stranded on a familiar yet strange world, a world that hasn't even reached for the stars, a world that holds themselves to hate and discrimination, a world where people aren't born equal. Japan, Shizuoka Prefecture, 30,000 feet up the ground. Miles above the ground, a strange dimensional gateway opens up from thin air, and something, or to be more specific, someone, emerges from it. The man suits up, in full metallic armor, begins to fall, due to the weight of it, but soon enough stabilizes midair, using the electromagnetic currents of the troposphere to hover. A sparkling bluish aura of electricity surrounds his armor as he dizzily looks down. He let out a sigh of relief. Moments ago, he had been fleeing from a horde of Tyranids in the previous universe, or more accurately, his original had been, as he unknowingly is, a variant. Analysis, Louis said as he looked below at the long stretch of land surrounded by sea. Then a small hologram of his AI companion appears before him, projecting a holographic panel filled with data and geography of the planet they're currently on. If the database is correct, this may be Earth again, our 50th time we jumped here, as this planet may be a nexus in the multiverse. Right now we're in Japan's flight path, so I'd say you should watch out. She then points towards an incoming plane. Lewis let out a sudden, huh? As he turns around and sees the plane just before it slams into him, with the brutal force only a 600 MPS metal giant could deliver. His armor absorbs most of the impact, but it still hurts like hell. Knocked unconscious, and with no way to use his powers, he begins to fall. The armor automatically activates its countermeasures, healing his open wounds and internal damage, as it can no longer use the warp jump to reach another universe to save him. Morphine gets injected into his spine as the armor begins to perform surgery mid-fall. The nanomachines work double time, way faster than any human, stopping the hemorrhage within seconds, and repairs his broken bones as he keeps falling. But one section of the armor, still under auto repair, lets a power crystal slip free, and oddly enough, falls even faster than Lewis. The emerald power crystal, known as alpha-darnomium, is a physical gateway that connects with a sentient being of immense energy, capable of choosing individuals to carry a fraction of its power at will. At this moment, say crystal soars toward a certain rooftop in Mustafa City, where a boy has just received a cruel reminder of how reckless and hopeless his dreams were. It's not a wrong dream, however. You need to be realistic, kid, said the skeletal man he has as an idol, leaving the boy alone on the rooftop. To Midoriya Izuku, those words from his idol felt like sandpaper scraping an old wound. The earlier mocking and cruel words of his childhood friend echoed even louder in his head. It may not be the best place to think on the suicide bait he had been told by his bully, but he couldn't help himself as the self-pity made his skin crawl. Don't cry. You already knew this reality. I just tried so dim and hard to hope, to believe I could dash. His muttering was cut short when something struck his head. From above. Izuku fell to the floor, clutching his head in pain. Oh, what now? He groaned, rubbing the sore spot on his skull. Then he noticed the glowing crystal on the ground. Huh? What is this? Some kind of loose projectile? Maybe there's a fight nearby. The boy stood up and stuffed the crystal into his pocket. I should bring this up. It can be of value to the owner. I need to give it to an officer, he said as he walked down the building searching for a lost object cabinet. Unknowingly to the boy, his hair began to glow little by little, shifting to a lighter shade of green. Back on the air, Lewis, that just woke up, opens his eyes and realizes he's scarily close to the ground. Ah! He turned on his powers and quickly started to hover. Once stable and safe from harm, that was close. Lewis glares at the AI that just spawned before him. Stell, next time I don't know. Try to warn me sooner if I'm in danger. The AI just giggles as if it were a harmless prank. Enough wasting time. Prepare the energy output for the next jump. Stell, why is the warp option blocked and erasing itself? The AI stops giggling and gets serious. Sorry, but we're not the originals. This is the end of the line for us. Also, I have more bad news. She sounds sorry as she acted a bit embarrassed. Lewis looks at her, clear fear on his face of what's next, but simply nods for her to continue. The alpha-darnomium crystal in the suit has fallen when the armor was repairing itself. It seems to have found someone to choose, since it didn't fall at our same speed. Lewis loses color and panics. He ignores the variant dilemma, as he had accepted from the start that this was always a possibility. At least he's thankful to be stranded on a normal planet. He knows some other variants end up in far worse places. Still, the thought of a pure power crystal choosing a vessel is deeply unsettling. And now you tell me? Search for its power signature. A chosen one here, on a primitive Earth, could change the dynamics of the entire world. Even though this planet hasn't reached the space scale, unknowingly to him this planet is far from normal, as 80% of the population already possessed superpowers. Back to the running Midoriya Izuku, a metamorphosis had begun. Inside the chosen boy, cosmic energy began to take root, spreading and growing. Deep inside his mind, an alien presence started to rewrite his quirkless DNA and fortifying his consciousness, making him able to handle a new kind of power. The crystal in the teenager's pocket glows brighter as its strange incorporeal sentience linked with his memories and personality, merging them with the supernatural force that had awakened within him. In mere minutes the job is done, the crystal glow fades and returns to a quiet state, but the damage to the boy was already done. And to his luck, it could not have come at a more perfect time. Izuku was shocked by the scene unfolding before him. The green-haired teen started to panic as he recognized the same villain from earlier, the sludge villain that attacked him before All Might's rescue. It had escaped, and now the villain was wrapping his slimy body around a new victim, forcing its way into the teenager's mouth. A crowd of civilians and heroes had gathered around. While explosions came out from the victim, they must have a fire-related quirk and, in their panic, accidentally set things on fire. Worst of all, none of the heroes do anything. They stood there, waiting for someone with the perfect counter to the villain's quirk. Midoriya's mind races with guilt. Oh God, it's my fault. All Might must have dropped the bottle when I grabbed him before, and now that he wasted his time dealing with me, he can't do anything. The teen panicked and trembled as he realized he doomed an innocent person. I'm sorry. Please hang in there. For my fault you have to wait for someone else to save you. Then he saw better who the victim was, his childhood friend and bully Kaken. The terror on the other boy's face was unbearable. Without thinking, Izuku dashed forward, his hair now glowing completely. If no one else will save him, I will. As Midoriya runs through the crowd, he realizes something. No one tries to stop him. Something feels off as background sound has stopped, and when he reaches the villain, nothing, no attempt to attack him, and more importantly nothing around him moves, everything is frozen in time. Is this a quirk? From who? When? His voice is the only sound around. As he looks around he glances at a window from a nearby shop. I can't see my reflection? He sees everyone's reflection except his. Then after a few seconds he spots it, still at the back of the crowd. What? Did I just do this on my own? Is this my quirk? He freaked out, but forced himself to stay calm. He needs to save Kaken first. I can nerd out later. For Izuku, saving Bakugo it's as simple as grabbing his bully's wrist and pulling. The villain's body put no resistance, moving like syrup in slow motion. Since Izuku doesn't know the side effects of his power, he carefully drags the explosive teen away from the danger, walking towards the heroes. Now what? He mutters, realizing he must have stopped time out of pure panic. It's not like he knows how to control it. He breathes in and out, but it does little to calm his mind as it starts to overthink. How can I even breathe right now? Does my body speed up air consumption? Does air around me combust when I resume time? Is this super speed or actual time manipulation? Does it drain energy? Will I pass out from quirk exhaustion? He mumbles at a high pace. As he stays lost in thought, his ability shuts off on its own, and time begins to move again, slowly at first, until the sounds of the world return and he finally notices. For All Might, who was lamenting being short on time among the crowd, everything happened in a single instant. One moment, a boy was being held hostage. The next, the sludge villain's body was suddenly pulled apart. Then Yagi noticed the fan he saved before. His hair was glowing faintly as he helped the victim cough the sludge out of his lungs beside the other pro-heroes. Gasp and chatter filled the air as everyone tried to make sense of what had just happened. Even the villain, now reforming, stared at his former victim a few feet away. What? How? Who did that? The villain screeched, trying to flee. That was enough for the #1 hero. His hesitation had already put too many lives at risk. That boy put his future at risk by using his quirk without it. License, but did more than any of them. Being a hero is about sacrifice. Clenching his fists, All Might powered up and stroked the villain with a powerful Detroit smash. The shockwave fly through the street to the sky, changing the air pressure, shifting the weather as it began to rain. From a nearby rooftop, Louis watched down with a serious glare. Is that the Chosen? He muttered, staring at All Might. It was the first time he encountered a Chosen one so powerful right from the start. For him had taken years to master his own chosen power. What annoyed him the most was what he saw among the crowd. Nearly everyone he could see had some kind of mutation or power. The complete lack of space travel on the planet suggested that all inhabitants of this planet were human. So, a metahuman world, he murmured. That seems to be the case, Stell replied. Her eyes flashed as she downloaded the world's network. I already accessed the global database. People with powers, or quirks, make up around 80% of the global population. And no, the buff blonde isn't our guy. The Alpha Darnomium's energy signature is coming from that boy there, the one that is being scolded for illegal use of a powerful quirk. The hologram points at the green-haired teen below. Lewis focused on the scene. Oddly, people in ridiculous costumes surrounded a scrawny, shy kid with familiar glowing hair, reprimanding him, while praising the ash-blonde teen that was looking at the other with a noticeable hostility. I smell drama, and that's exactly the kind of vessel the crystal loves to choose. We need to follow the kid out of here. Too many witnesses, Lewis muttered, letting Helmet merge back into his suit. He took a deep breath, feeling the rain hit his face, and slid down his sky-blue glowing hair. This looks like a good place to live. Stell, upload to my gyrus chip the local language. I'd rather not sound like an alien while we are here. The AI began to transfer the written, visual, auditory, and speech patterns of Japanese directly to the chip in his gyrus. It hurts a little, but being able to blend in worth the sting. Lewis followed the green-haired boy from above, floating silently from rooftop to rooftop. Then he saw the ash blonde from before storming down the street, shouting, DKU. You diamen liar BSTD. Small explosions burst from the angry teen's hands. The hostile teen closed the distance to the nervous, yet newly chosen boy. I never asked you to help me. Yet you show up out of nowhere with a quirk? Were you waiting for the perfect moment to humiliate me in front of pro-heroes? That's not true, Kakin. I didn't have this until today. I would never jeopardize your career like that, the green-haired boy said. The roof of a nearby house, Lewis could hear everything. The nervous boy took a defensive stance as the ash blonde approached, but then Bakugo stopped and let out a frustrated groan. You better stay away, or I'll blow that glowing head off, stupid nerd, the angry teen shouted before storming away, kicking the ground. Stell's voice came softly sitting in her hologram from on his shoulder. Oh, this brings back so many memories of when we were at the M9 Academy. Lewis sighed and frowned at the hologram. What? You were an even worse bully than the explosive kid. God, you were so difficult back then. No wonder your father preferred your brother. The AI made a smug smile, clearly enjoying his reaction. Are you done? He muttered. Those aren't exactly good memories, and you have a body back then, so maybe not the best thing to talk about. With that, he turned his attention to the buff blonde speaking with the green-haired boy below. All Might coughed as he reverted back to his weak form. Kid, you were great back there, using your late-bloom quirk without hesitation, even though you clearly didn't know how to control it. Yagi had met some late-bloom quirk people before. Most of them were already or too old to become heroes by the time their powers appeared. But this boy, quirkless just moments ago from the incident, yet acted when no one else did. You're not mad? The teen asks with shyness and insecurity. I just committed a vigilante act. If the other heroes hadn't reviewed my files, they wouldn't have found out my quirkless status, and I'd be on my way to juvie. The teen was trembling and holding his shoulder straps tightly, and it was my fault in the first place. If I hadn't grabbed you, none of that would have happened. I just got in your way dash. But, Yagi interrupted, his skeletal face breaking into a proud smile. Out of everyone back there, even pros, me included, only you acted. Someone who just awakened a quirk, a timid kid surrounded by passive bystanders. You were the only one who helped when it was needed. The young boy's eyes widened, tears forming as Yagi continued. Most top heroes say that even as children, something deep inside them, an instinct, compelled them to move to help someone in need before they could even think. Lewis, who was still listening, nodded to himself. Helping others was always a sacrifice, and sometimes it could be called reckless or even idiotic, but people like him and obviously these two called it bravery, he murmured to the air, remembering how he ended up stranded in this universe. He had stayed behind to fight someone much powerful than him, just to give his people enough time to evacuate his home planet. It was reckless, suicidal, idiotic. But he would done it all over again to keep his loved ones, his subjects and friends safe so they can fight another day. Is that what happens to you back there, yes? The skeletal man said to the boy, heavy tears dripping down to the ground as the teen nodded and said yes. Then you can be a hero. Louis smiled at the scene. It reminded of his uncle and his brother, of his youth as a war hero, of the friends he has lost along the way. But that was a long time ago, and this boy has no idea that the power inside him wasn't a quirk. Louis decided it was time to make himself known. He's right, boy. You have the heart of a hero. Louis floated down to the street beside them. The skeletal-looking man coughed and glared at Louis, who had come out of nowhere. The blond man looked clearly panicking. No need to worry, sir. Your secret is safe with me. The boy also looks up confused about who was Louis. As for the power you have, child, is not from this world. Teen and hero stared at Louis as if he had grown a second head. Louis raised his hand, and the armor projected a small recovery beam towards the boy's pocket. Izuku yelped as the crystal slid out on its own, hovering in front of him. The man wearing shiny silver armor said, "This is the source of your power, boy. Feel proud. This crystal has chosen you to carry a power as unique as you," he said with a smile, his tone carrying the same reassuring presence as All Might's. After the pause, he concluded his monologue. "You are still as quirkless as before, but your body has been changed and charged by the cosmic energy of this crystal." The gem pulsed faintly as he spoke, then drifted into a small compartment in Louis' armor. "And I'm sure you will be an amazing hero, as I'm going to train you." Then All Might cut the man off. "Wait a minute, buddy. Who are you? What are you even talking about?" Yagi's voice sounded a bit shaken and confused, just like Izuku felt right now. "Is this some kind of joke? Are you with a TV prank show or something?" The number one hero added, glancing around nervously. No, did I say something wrong?" Louis asked, suddenly looking embarrassed. "Sorry, I'm not really good at reading the mood." He scratched the back of his head and bowed awkwardly, clearly flustered. Then before Izuku or All Might could respond, a hologram flickered to life in front of Louis. Both Earthlings froze in place. "Forgive him," said the hologram in a synthetic yet oddly casual voice. "He's socially awkward and doesn't understand social cues." But he is right. The teen and the hero both widened their eyes as the projection continued. "We are not really from this world, or universe to be exact. I know this is a lot to take in, but it's true. And again, sorry if this idiot just ruined your emotional moment." The hologram, which Izuku can only assume is an AI, turned toward the armored man and started scolding him like an annoyed teacher or more like an angry girlfriend. Yagi could now honestly say he'd seen it all. This went beyond anything he had ever encountered in his career as a hero. The appearance of a man from another world, accompanied by a fully functional AI, not even his old friend and sidekick, David Shield, had managed to create a true artificial intelligence, let alone one capable of scolding and teasing its owner. Wait, can an AI like that even be owned? But as he thought more about what the AI had said, the implication sank in. That would mean that the kid was still quirkless. Yagi had felt a bit disappointed earlier, thinking someone with so much potential was just a late bloomer, but now he realized he wasn't. The boy could inherit his power. He could be his successor after all. Yagi glanced at the green-haired teen, who was mumbling to himself again, and a determined smile crossed his face. "Hey, I have a proposition for you." 2 days later, Takoba Municipal Beach Park, 6 a.m. Louis walked through piles of garbage, searching for resources and materials to craft a pair of power gauntlets for the kid, currently training with Yagi. They had decided to share the boy's training, and right now, the number one hero was making him clear the beach of trash. "Sincerely, Earthlings are so filthy," Louis muttered, using the HUD of his helmet to scan for useful materials from the trash. "Why throw so many usable resources?" The nanomachines of his armor are working on a car hood, while integrating the materials he collected. Within it, they are a pair of gauntlets that will help the boy control his chosen power. They would act as an enhancer of his powers, and also give an analysis of the true reach of his powers. "Same here," Stell replied. "You'd think they will at least recycle this stuff before it rusts away." She was on her holographic form next to the nanomachines, sitting on the car hood. You really think that American Dream Plan will actually work? The AI has been hearing the chatting of the two Earthlings, seems kind of irresponsible to me, but well, maybe the human body is tougher in this universe. Perhaps. Oh hey Midoriya boy. Tashinori. Have you already finished? Louis stopped scavenging and jumped down from the mountain of trash. Not really, Chun-san. Young Midoriya here wants to hear what your training looks like, the buffed form of Yagi said in a loud heroic voice. Louis smiled at that. It was a bit corny, but he liked it. Alright. Is it functional, Stell? He asked, glancing at the rusty car hood where the prototype scrap gauntlets were resting. Functional enough, came her response. Louis picked up the scrap-made gauntlets, turned them on, and handed them to Izuku. These will evaluate your chosen power and help you control it. Put them on. Ah sure, Midoriya said, taking them and sliding onto each hand. The gauntlets lit up briefly with a faint glow, then went still again. What was that? The scanner, Stell answered as she analyzed his chosen power, and shouted, wait. Ethereal time manipulation? Well, this is bullshit. Stell please. There's a minor here, language. Louis muttered. But the AI ignores him, reading rapidly the data she had recollected from the gauntlets. Your time-stop power operates at a universal scale. You can move without combusting the air around you. Anything you touch is protected from whiplash effects, which basically makes you even more powerful than a speedster. And I forgot. The AI sound frustrated and livid. You don't age while time is frozen. Louis, Yagi and Izuku stared at the AI in complete shock. Something must be wrong, it can't be. That's too overpowered. Louis said, his voice filled with awe and disbelief. What about power consumption? None, Stell replied flatly. He can even bring anything he touches into his own time-freeze dimension. His power level registers as Omega. This is the only chosen from the Alphadarnomium crystal to ever reach that classification. The boy in question stood frozen, his muttering now reaching dangerous levels of panic. Meanwhile Yagi, from the shock, coughed so hard he goes back to his weak form. This was, without question, a bullshit power. Louis patted Midoriya's back awkwardly. Well, we can train in a literal time chamber and take as much as we want, so, jackpot? It didn't feel right, though. It was too easy. If the kid could freeze time whenever he wanted, no one would ever even know it was him. It felt like cheating. Louis shook his head and rested both hands on the teen's shoulder. Don't worry. I'll teach you how to fight and use these. He grabs from his back holders two futuristic-looking pistols. Time stop can be your last resort. These aren't lethal, and I'll train you with all my soldier knowledge and experience while we're inside your time-freeze dimension. Midoriya stopped mumbling, his eyes lighting up as he nodded eagerly. Then, from that day and for the next 10 months, the training of Midoriya continued. Each day he did his best to complete his 2 trainings. In normal time he endured the training of All Might, and in the time-freeze dimension he sparred and learned how to use and build his own weapons and tactics from the military skills of the war hero, Tormenta. Inside the frozen time, he didn't age. His body and mind remained those of a 14, soon-to-be 15-year-old boy, so he and Louis could spend as much time as they wanted inside to polish his skills to perfection. Midoriya learned how to use CQC and ways to disarm any combatant, as Louis trained him harshly there, since the kid didn't get tired and couldn't be harmed as his muscle fibers were also stopped. That way, they discovered that he couldn't get stronger within the time freeze, so he had to keep training each normal day, following the phases of All Might's plan. Louis wasn't only teaching Midoriya how to fight quirkless, but also strategy and war games. The blue-eyed war hero had been a veteran by the age of 18, fighting in an intergalactic war, and winning, and so Louis showed holograms of each battle on the intergalactic map. The forces of the evildoer Servik against the M9 forces and his own squad, the Alpha 9N. He taught the boy how to salvage a hopeless situation, how to supply an army, how to do all the things needed in an evacuation, how to comfort the troops, and how to raise morale, being the hope in the darkness. Midoriya spent so much time with Louis that he started to see him as an older brother, and the feeling was mutual. Through countless months inside the frozen dimension, they bonded and helped each other. Louis helped Izuku with his stuttering problem and his mumbling. His confidence also grew, as Louis reminded him that even if he fought without his chosen power, he was as good as a pro-hero or, in Louis' universe, a soldier of the Special Forces, a place that only the top 10 graduates of the military academy of M9 could join. As for All Might, Izuku looked up to his idol and also bonded with the man who tutored him in all his strength training. The desire of the young one to be just like All Might made him put in more effort each day, filling the boy with determination for what was to come. Day of the exam. Louis was enjoying the view of the now clean beach. It had been 10 months here, 10 months stranded, living off odd jobs and dealing with refugee paperwork to gain citizenship in Japan, but it had all been worth it. The sight of the teen's progress after all his hard work made him smile. Looking good, Izuku, Louis said in genuine praise, as All Might also admired how far the boy had come, his body now perfectly built for his age. But then Yagi had to ruin the wholesome moment. Now eat this. Louis, Izuku and Stell stared at the buff man, in absolute awe and horror as he handed the teenager a strand of his own hair. No, no, no. EW. Bad All Might bad, the AI yelled, hitting Yagi's chest with a frown. Have you lost your mind or something? That's the worst DNA transfer method I've ever seen. I know there are worse types, but give me that. A nanobot emerged from Louis' armor, drew a small sample of Yagi's blood, and then the nanobot flew over Midoriya, injecting the hero's blood into the vein of the teen. Done. Was that so hard to do? Amen. Stell sighed before retreating back into Louis' armor, resting her systems as if they were exhausted. Ah, see what you did, Yagi? Poor Stell, she was so relaxed this morning, Louis teased, easing the tension. The boy let out a small laugh, smiling at his two mentors. Thanks. I'll do my best, Izuku said, his grin bright and determined, grateful to the two men who believed in him and in the hero he could become. This chapter text. Takoba Municipal Beach. Louis watched Izuku heading home to change. Today is the big day for the little guy, and he couldn't feel prouder of the teen. Yagi also left in the pickup truck full of trash. Stell, what time is it? The blue-haired man asked as he looked at the morning sun on the horizon. 6:26 a.m. You have 4 minutes before your morning shift begins. Stell said, enjoying the way Louis' face paled. The people of Mizudafu, workers and students that were walking or driving to their jobs or schools, could see a streak of lightning flying across the sky at high speed. Louis had been working in the Teruin shopping district as a security guard, and at 6:30 a.m. he replaces the night guard. Okada-san, the director of the entire district, glanced at her watch. Okada Yukimura was a gentle-looking woman with a heteromorphic quirk that made her look like a tanuki. She then looked down at the ground, where Louis had just landed, breathing heavily. You arrive on time, but please, try not to bring a bad name to the district with that illegal quirk usage, boy, the older woman said, walked toward her bakery. Also, change into your uniform, dearie. Yes, ma'am, Louis replied, flustered and sweating a bit. Men, that was close. Stell, retract the armor, he gave the order while brushing the dust off his armor from his rough landing. The armor began to retract into a collar around Louis' neck. He had been wearing his security guard uniform underneath the suit ever since he started working here, and the nanomachines always made sure to keep his clothes clean. You know, Stell started talking from her seat on his shoulder, just because the armor keeps you clean doesn't mean you shouldn't take a bath. Some of the early costumers and workers waved to Louis and Stell. Ever since they started working there, no criminal, not even the dangerous ones, had dared to approach the district. About a month ago, a couple of troublemakers tried to rob an ATM, and they ended up getting shocked by the Louis' pistols. Since he hadn't used his powers, it didn't count as an illegal quirk use violation. From that day on, he became quite popular around the area. Some pro-heroes had even recommended that he take the hero exam, and honestly, Louis had been thinking about it. Still, the whole system seemed a bit less heroic than he liked. The great majority of heroes he'd met were in it for fame or easy sponsor money. And to think M9 was already devious enough, I miss when conspiracies were at least subtle. Spot a red flag just by being a security guard. Lewis muttered. He may be socially awkward and a bit slow on reading the mood, but he can see an enemy in disguise from a mile away, and the Hero Public Safety Commission was nothing short of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Yeah, you'd think they'd at least hide the bodies better. Zero protection for AI oversight. Stell said, equally annoyed. She was surprised how deeply the Hero Society was manipulated from the ground up. Still, they both knew there were true heroes among them. All Might and Izuku were living proof that on this world still had good-hearted people. True. Can you enter the UA's security cameras? Lewis asked, glancing around. The day seemed calm, just like any other workday. At the very least, he wanted to watch his little brother ace the exam. Stell nodded and began the task. Earth's network protection is so easy to break through it's not even funny. The advanced AI waited as her backdoor to UA's servers began to install, though she quickly noticed this one wasn't as easy as usual. Well, look at that, a challenge. Finally, she snapped her holographic fingers and got serious. Whoever coded a system this complex is on the same level as your uncle? Lewis' eyes widened. Really? Do you think you can still get through? He watched as the small hologram of Stell opened multiple floating panels, a manic smile spreading across her digital face. No earthling will beat me, no matter how smart they are, she declared with enough confidence that was borderline arrogance. Lewis sighed. She was getting competitive again, and that usually meant it was best to let her be. Otherwise, she'd probably disable the armor's auto-cleaning system, and he'd actually have to take a shower this time. UA High School, entrance, 8:14 a.m. Izuku smiled as he looked with confidence the entrance and the other examinees walking in. He felt ready for whatever the exam might throw at him. Earlier, he had stopped time before arriving home and tested the power that All Might had given him. A single punch had vaporized a stone. The strength of One for All was terrifying enough to make him stay on the freeze dimension and keep training his power output. He didn't know how long he had stayed there, but at last he had learned to control his new quirk. He no longer shattered things into atoms at 5% of power. He had also discovered that he could control it better when focusing OFA throughout his entire body. From there he resumed time, sprinted back home, took a shower, changed clothes and rode the subway here. Izuku's focus was broken by the familiar shouting. F off Deku! The explosive teen approached with his hands on his pockets. Don't stand in my way, or I'll blast your shitty glowing head off. Izuku smiled and nods. Sure thing, Kaken, good morning to you too. The time he spent with Lewis had taught him how to deal with people like his bully and had given him confidence to stand up for himself. Whatever the nerd, just back off and don't make me look like a fool again. Bakugo had been calmer since that day with the sludge villain and stopped bothering his childhood friend. Izuku let a sigh, smiling and shaking his head. He never changes, does he? Well, I'm not going to stay behind, not when I owe so much to my mentors. This will be the first step towards becoming a hero. But even he, the kid with the power of time in his hands, couldn't stop a canon event. As he began to fall, having stumbled over a broken part of the brick floor, he thought, so, this is it? He mentally cites about how pathetic it was not to pay attention to his surroundings. He was about to stop time when he suddenly feels weightless, stopping mid-fall. You all right? Came a gentle voice. He felt the girl's hands steadying him and placing him back on his feet. Izuku couldn't help but admire how cute and kind she looked. Well, thanks, you saved me from making a fool of myself, he said, bowing slightly and smile at her. Same's Midoriya Izu, pleased to meet you. Ah, don't mention it, I'm Uraraka Achiko. The pleasure's mine, she said, bowing as well. When she clasped her hands together, Izuku suddenly felt his body weight return. Sorry for using my quirk on you just now. I just thought it'd be a bad omen if you tripped. He smiled and nodded, his cheeks a bit flushed. Yeah, I wasn't looking where I was going. Again, thank you. I understand, I'm also nervous too, but you are as well, she added in a warm, rural accent. Izuku paused to think. Yes, he was nervous. Even with two powers that could rival gods, deep down he felt as anxious as any other examinee. Yeah. I believe I am. She smiles and nodded before turning toward the building. Well then, good luck. Later. Sure thing, break a leg, he replied. The irony of that statement would follow them for years to come, though neither of them knew it yet. Tatooine Shopping District, 8:30 a.m. Still nothing? Louis asked as he entertained a group of children nearby. He was doing some tricks with his electric powers, playing dubstep-like rhythms with tiny sparks of electricity dancing from his fingertips. The kids watched in awe, cheering for him to keep going. Shut up. Right, children nearby. Stell caught herself before swearing, her tone filled with frustration. She'd been locked in digital combat with UA's 12 firewalls for over 2 hours and still refused to surrender to the school's stubborn countermeasures. This little rat, breaking through another security layer, only to immediately run into a brand new one. It keeps popping out firewalls. What kind of secrets this school have need this much security? She yelled in exasperation, her voice loud enough to make some bystanders look concerned, yet no one really cared to find out. The collar around Louis' neck began to warm from all the processing power Stell was using, a sure sign that she was getting a bit too intense. You are overheating the armor, you might want to stop before it shuts down, Louis said, now shaping little animals made of pure energy and making them dance. The toddlers laughed and clapped, amazed by the silly dances and how awesome the quirk of Louis is. Ugh! Stell let out a frustrated squeal before finally closing all her holographic panels. She let herself fall down on Louis' shoulder. You're right. Having fun. Louis smirked, glancing at the small hologram. Beep off. The sensor beep made Louis burst into laughter. Some of the older kids, who recognized what the sound meant, joined in, giggling uncontrollably. Yeah, laugh all you want, beephole. Stell grumbled. From now on, you'll be the one taking actual baths and paying laundry. Louis froze in terror. No, Stell, wait, I'm sorry. Forgive me, please. But it was too late, the AI faded back into the armor collar. Louis dropped to his knees, yelling dramatically at the sky. The kids around him laughed and pointed as their parents came to collect them. From the doorway of her bakery, Okada Yukimura sighed and shook her head. Yar. Today, in the Tatooine Shopping District, there was, unsurprisingly, nothing new to report. UA High School, Principal's Office. The principal of Japan's most prestigious hero school giggled sadistically as he stopped coding the firewalls. The attacker had finally given up trying to breach his systems. That'll teach you not to mess with my school, he muttered with a smug grin, dropping his small mouse onto the desk like a rapper dropping a mic. Satisfied with his victory, Nizu smirked, took a refined sip of tea, and walked out of his office. He had an exam to evaluate and a reputation to maintain. UA High School, Exam Orientation Room. Welcome one and all, to my live show. Everyone here say he. Yet no one follow the flow of the voice-type hero present mic, no one except a certain kid with the power to stop time. He-yae. Izuku screamed as loud as he could within the freeze dimension. After calming down from his fanboyish outburst, he resumed time, no need to distract anyone else. From there, Present Mike continued explaining the rules and structure of the practical exam. For Izuku, who had been studying inside his freeze dimension, the written portion had been a walk in the park. But now it was time to put all his training into practice. Then the voice of Bakugo that was beside him caught his attention. In other words, they won't let you work with your friends, huh? The explosive teen muttered, glancing at Midoriya's exam ticket. That seems to be the case, Midoriya replied as he casually looked at the ticket of his childhood friend exam ticket. Even though our examinee numbers are consecutive, is for the best, that way you don't need to worry about me getting in your way. Don't look at me or I'll dash. Midoriya cut him off with a quiet shoo. Then he warned his childhood friend, is better if we don't argue now, Kakin. Some people take the orientation way too serious, he whispered, noticing how Bakugo almost spoke up. Bakugo clicked his teeth and let out a low, annoyed nerd. Both teens focused back on Present Mix the explanation, but just as the hero finished describing the third villain type, someone suddenly raised his hand and voice. Excuse me, may I ask a question? A tall, serious-looking teen stood up from the middle row. Once given permission to speak, he began lecturing about the missing explanation for the fourth villain type, calling it irresponsible and unprofessional. Then, mid-rant, he turned and pointed straight at Bakugo and Izuku. Moreover, what's with you two? Yeah, you glowing-haired kid, and the spiky one next to you. Can't you two keep quiet for a second? It's distracting. His glare could have melted steel. If you two just came here to make a mockery of this exam, I suggest you leave immediately. Midoriya quickly placed a hand on his explosive childhood friend's shoulder, mostly to prevent Bakugo from accidentally killing an examinee then and there. The blonde boy was seconds away from shouting back but swallowed his pride instead. Sorry for distracting you, it wasn't our intention. Izuku said calmly, forcing a small smile to defuse the tension. Thankfully, Present Mike jumped in to smooth things over, continuing the explanation about the last villain type, the zero-pointer. As its name implied, it scored 0 points and existed only as an obstacle. When Present Mike finally finished his explanation, the serious teen finally thanked the pro hero and sat down. Bakugo shoved Izuku's hand off his shoulder, shooting a silent glare that the glowing-haired teen just nodded awkwardly. This was way beyond anything Lewis had ever taught him about handling difficult people. Finally, Present Mike ended with the school's motto, "Go beyond, plus ultra." With that, the examinees began filing out to the buses that would take them to their respective battle centers. Observation booth. The teachers began filing into a dimly lit room, illuminated only by a massive screen showing dozens of live video feeds. Rows of comfortable chairs lined the space, allowing for an ideal view of every exam ground. Where have you been? I was expecting you to be here before me, Power Loader said, turning to the small principal. Nizu simply giggled as he hopped into his seat. Oh, just dealing with the usual hacker trying to get into places they shouldn't. The support course teacher whipped around, startled. You? Personally? It was shocking enough that someone had managed to make Nizu take a cyber attack seriously. Was the hacker really that good? Oh, it was the most delicious challenge I've had in years, simply wonderful. I wonder who it could have been, the principal said, taking a delicate sip of tea. You don't know? Power Loader nearly lost his balance. It was bad enough that someone skilled enough to threaten UA's systems existed, but the fact that Nizu's countermeasures and tracking protocols had failed to identify them was even worse. Nope, Nizu replied cheerfully. The attacker's code was written in a language I couldn't decipher. It almost felt like I was fighting an alien invasion. The principal chuckled at his own joke, completely unaware of how right he actually was. Meanwhile, sitting quietly next to Nizu, All Might could only pinch the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Lewis, control your wife, please, he muttered under his breath, trying to act natural and keep the hacker's identity safe from Nizu. Hey All Might. Excited to see some of the kids you'll be teaching? They're so cute when they're all fired up, said the R-rated hero, Midnight, leaning casually toward him. Stop fooling around, Namuri, Eraserhead muttered, lifting his head from the chair where he'd just been napping. They're just a bunch of talentless fame seekers. None of them see the real danger beyond this point. He glanced at the number 1 hero with a skeptical look. And I'm guessing you accepted the job for a hidden reason. Tell me, have you even learned how to teach a class? Of course, I wouldn't have agreed to take the position if I didn't. If Yagi was honest, he can answer with confidence only because he had cheated a bit on the previous months till literally yesterday. While Lewis and Izuku trained in the freeze dimension, he joined them to take lessons from Stell on how to manage a classroom and organize lessons properly. Still, that didn't stop Aizawa's tired glare. We'll see. Just don't try to sugarcoat everything for them while you're at it. You are being too hard on the big guy, and so, the Present Mike interrupted as he entered the room. He seems honest enough. And remember who we're talking about, All Might's just a cool, gentle soul. Then he noticed the video fee on the screen. Kids should be ready to start, so let's not keep them waiting. Yamada ignored his best friend's annoyed stare and made his way up the stairs toward the rooftop. Battle trial, ground beta, entrance. Izuku could feel his heart beating with excitement, so he, like everyone else at the entrance, started to stretch. He couldn't do that in his freeze dimension, so better now than later. He saw Uraraka among the examinees and silently wished her good luck, but that caught the attention of the serious guy from before. Hey! The deep blue-haired guy walked in front of Midoriya, blocking his view of the brunette. What are you doing? Do you plan to target a fellow examinee? That's really inappropriate on your part. His voice drew the attention of everyone nearby, but Izuku remained calm. Isn't that the kid that was arguing with someone back in the orientation room? The glowing-haired teen could hear someone whisper behind him. You're assuming too much, buddy, and you know what people say about assuming. That earned a few chuckles, and the tension around them dissolved. Lewis had taught him that sometimes humor could break awkward moments. She just helped me this morning, that's all. The serious guy humphed and continued, still, you'd better not try to set a bad example to Dash. But before the taller teen could finish, the voice of Present Mike was boomed from the top of a tall building. And start. The moment Izuku heard those words, he stopped time. He looked around the frozen, surprised faces of the other examinees, took a deep breath, and then resumed time. The voice of Present Mike goes back on the background. What's wrong? There no kafit. That guy gets it. The examinees could see the back of Midoriya stormed ahead into ground beta, soon followed by the horde of aspiring heroes. Izuku used 5% on himself to sprint through the city. As he began to replay his training in his mind, Lewis' voice clear in his head. Listen closely, Midoriya boy. To be able to fight without relying on your OP power, you need to set 3 rules. First, stop time to make gear and equipment. Izuku punched a robot to smithereens, then stopped time to gather pieces from the wreck. Remembering his lessons of weapon manufacturing, he built a machine gun using the robot's arms. When he resumed time, it looked to everyone else as if he had just ripped off some parts from a one-pointer, but in truth, he had spent plenty of time repurposing the weapon to shoot properly. He mounted the gun on his back and kept moving. The second rule came to mind as he kept fighting fiercely. Second, if the life of someone else is at stake, save it. Even if they never find out who did it, it's the duty of every hero to prioritize lives above everything else. A boy with indigo-colored hair was struggling against a 2-pointer. Izuku rushed to help, but the robot's attack sent debris crashing down from a nearby building, fell rapidly onto the examinee. Without hesitation, he froze time, moved the other teen out of harm's way, and resumed time. You all right? Izuku whispered, as the robot scanned for its vanished target. Yeah, but really difficult to brainwash a Clanka, the teen muttered, frustrated that his quirk was useless against machines. Making this text really difficult to pass for the teen. Whoa, that's a really helpful power. Then Izuku remembered his last rule from his outer world mentor. Allies and brothers in arms are a necessity to win any battle, and a good friend is better than a spiteful rival. If they can't defend themselves, you must take the time to teach them how. Izuku grabbed the boy's shoulder and stopped time, bringing the other teen into his freeze dimension. Saying the guy was freaking out would be an understatement. The total silence, the lack of battle noise or movement from the examinees and robots alike, made the indigo-haired kid panic. What the hell happened? He shouted, looking around. The only one still moving was the teen who had just saved him. Hey, what did you do? I simply stopped time, Izuku said as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Then he realized the problem. He didn't warn or ask the kid before he takes the decision for him. Sorry, I forgot my manners. My name's Midoriya Izuku. My quirk can stop time. He raised his hand, waiting for a handshake. The boy stared at him surprised and unsure what to think, but eventually shook his hand. Shinso Hitoshi, then an idea popped into the tired-looking teen's mind. Wait, if you can stop time, why didn't you just destroy all the robots from the start? Because that would be mean to the others. We all want to be heroes, and honestly, it'd be too boring to fight like that, Izuku said while keeling down and sit before setting the machine gun on the ground. While we're here, let's make you some equipment for you to fight properly. But why are you even bothering to help another examinee? The guy asked, sitting down as well to calm his nerves. Because we'll be allies if we end up as classmates, if you pass the exam, of course. And your quirk is too cool to be wasted in the general education. Izuku started to dismantle the machine gun and laying its parts out neatly. Any preference? Power gauntlets, Shocker's fists, a regular rifle? He mentioned some of the things he can do with these parts. Well, I like how Eraserhead fight, Hitoshi admitted. Izuku lifted his head and smiled brightly. Me too. I'm a late bloomer, so I wanted to imitate him. He fights pretty much quirkless after all. As a fan of heroes, the teen knew a lot. So, a capture gear then, I can work something out. Go search some scattered pieces of broken robots while I assemble some gear. From there Izuku worked on getting a gear ready. For Hitoshi, the concept of time quickly became confusing. He could have sworn it's been a day already. Yet he wasn't tired. Even after hauling heavy chunks of destroyed robots to Midoriya, he never felt fatigued. Once the electric harpoon bracelets were finished and Hitoshi was wearing a bit of makeshift armor, Izuku began teaching him how to use it. They trained for what felt like hours until the indigo-haired teen could handle the gear properly. Well, you seem ready enough. Good luck, man. Izuku resumed time and dashed off from his new friend, leaving him alone with the two-pointer, which Hitoshi promptly destroyed. Observation booth. The live stream of the exam played across multiple windows on the screen for the teachers, and the strange anomaly involving two examinees hadn't gone unnoticed. Did the surveillance system glitch out? Midnight asked as she and the rest of teachers were focused on the green glowing harried boy and the examinee that he just saved, now fully equipped for battle. Power Loader shook his head. No. What kind of quirks do these boys have? He asked, turning toward the other teacher with the expedients on his personal tablet. Vlad King read aloud, Shinso Hitoshi and Midoriya Izuku. Brainwashing it. Hasten quirks. No much information is given on the later, but apparently the boy can put energy on one thing at the time. That's why he moves so fast and hits harder, but as fast to create in nanoseconds something that complex? Any idea, Nizu? The principal narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Difficult to say. The boy must have extensive knowledge of support gear to create something like that. Furthermore, he seems like a very promising candidate. How many points has he collected? Nizu looked back at Vlad King. Currently 67 points, and he's still going. It seems it's about time, right? Vlad looked at Power Loader. I guess so. Let their true test begin. Vlad King nodded and pressed the button that activated the 0 pointers in each battleground. Battle Trial, Ground Beta. Izuku was in the middle of destroying a 3-pointer when it happened. From the ground, a massive robot emerged before him and the rest of the nearby examinees. Whoa! Isn't that too overkill? Someone could get hurt. He stopped time just as the robot struck a nearby building, sending debris flying dangerously towards several other teens. Izuku jumped into action, punching each piece of rubble to dust. Once he is certain no one would be harmed, he walked to his original spot and resumed time. No one noticed the missing debris as all the examinees started to flee. Izuku also began to retreat, until he heard it, the sound of someone in pain. The kind girl from before was trapped under broken asphalt. The strike to the ground by the 0-pointer must have caught her off guard. Uraraka-san. He didn't remember to freeze time, nor did he notice himself running using more and more of OFA with each step. He jumped high up, flying at the speed of sound directly into the robot's head, and delivered a 100% OFA punch. Smash! The boy screamed with all his might as the titanic behemoth of a robot was reduced to scrap metal, its remains crashing down onto the nearby buildings. But then the teen started to fall fast toward the ground. To his shock, he felt a huge amount of pain coming from his legs and arm. They were broken, and he kept falling, unable to focus on his time manipulation. He could only struggle and panic on his way down as he realized how reckless he had been. He had failed to stop and think. He had just acted, like that time with the sludge villain. But this time, since he had better control over his chosen power, he didn't pop right into the freeze dimension. Before he hit the ground, he felt a slap on his face, and suddenly his gravity was nullified. He could see Uraraka on a floating piece of the robot, her fingertips joined as she muttered, "Release." Her voice sounded strained and pained, her leg probably still injured from before. Thank Yo Dash. Supporting himself on one arm, he lifted his head to thank his savior, but she was puking rainbows down toward the ground. The boy grew concerned. Are are you all right? Time's up. Izuku heard Present Mix's voice from afar, followed by the sound of a siren echoing around, marking the end of the test for everyone. The first to rush over and check on Izuku was Hitoshi, still wearing the gear he had built. Midoriya. Are you okay, man? What happened? The other teen, who knew how Izuku was pretty much invulnerable in his freeze dimension, was obviously surprised to see him like this. I guess I forgot to stop time. Not the preferable way to find out the limits of your power, is it? Midoriya joked, trying to ease the pain. How about you, any luck with your points? The indigo-haired teen nodded and showed a small smile. 43 points, pretty good for 4 minutes left, huh? Hitoshi crossed his arms, finally able to relax. We should take you to the nurse's office, those wounds don't look good. That won't be necessary, dear. The nurse is here, came a gentle voice. Both Hitoshi and Izuku turned to see the short, youthful heroine, Recovery Girl. Oh dear, you got this hurt by your own quirk? She asked, concerned. Izuku let out a pained giggle. Oh. I'm a late bloomer, so I just overdid it a bit. That made the whole crowd of examinees gasp in shock. A late bloomer this strong? Someone shouted. Is that even possible? Another added as more examinees joined the loud gossip. Izuku felt a bit shy. He might be more confident now, but that didn't stop him from feeling a little embarrassed by all the sudden attention. Not used to being the center of attention, are you? Stay still, Recovery Girl said gently before kissing the teen's forehead. Izuku instantly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Rest there, boy. You seem to have a lot of stamina, she added, handing him a small pack of gummy bears. Here, have some gummies. The young hero in training smiled weakly as she walked away to help Uraraka, who had suffered a broken leg. Tatooine Shopping District, 6:30 p.m. Okada Yukimura was selling her last stock to Louis. Thanks, ma'am, you don't know how much this helps, he said as he paid for some bread and pastries. He planned to visit the Midoriya household, and he couldn't show up empty-handed. Don't mention it, boy. Thanks to you, today was another peaceful day of work. In fact, you've brought in plenty of customers since the district stopped getting attacked by robbers and villains. Now go before it gets dark, she said, waving him goodbye. As Louis stepped out of the store, the cold February evening made his breath condense into small puffs of vapor. It's getting cold already, he muttered, touching the collar on his neck. His armor reshaped and covered his body in a smooth metallic flow. Much better. The automatic temperature regulator of his suit made the chill of winter far more bearable. Hey, I was thinking, maybe I should go to some hot springs next weekend? I'd die for a good day of doing nothing. That was one of the perks of not being a full-time hero. He could enjoy travel and relaxation in a semi-peaceful world. After all, the previous universe he'd visited had been filled with chaos gods and cosmic horrors, and his home universe wasn't that far from it. Being stranded here wasn't so bad after all. Stell came to life in her holographic form, hovering next to him as he walked. She had changed her avatar to one wearing a winter outfit. Lucky you, I can't feel any of that. Well, I can if I want, but it's not the same. Simulating it isn't like living it, she said, sulking as Louis entered the train. Better not to pull the same stunt from this morning. Some of the passengers looked curious at the floating hologram, but Stell paid them no mind. After all, no one on this planet could steal her from Louis, so there was no point in hiding her existence. Ah, don't be like that. Maybe we could find a way to give you a body. Would you like that? He asked, looking at her and waiting for a response. He was capable of finding a way to give her a real body, but they had already discussed this back in their original universe. Nah, that would mean getting tired, eating, working. No, that doesn't sound like something I want. But a robot body? That's another thing. I'd love to be able to kick butt, she said, making martial arts moves with her pixelated form before nodding proudly. Yeah, I want a robot body. You better start saving money, you already offered to do it. She smirked, and Louis just let out a sigh. You never change. Okay, I'll see what I can do, he said as he gave his seat to an elderly woman who had just entered the train from another station. Midoriya household. The knock on the door made Midoriya Inko startle. She walked over and opened it to see her son and Louis standing there. Good evening, Miss Midoriya. Hope we aren't late, Lewis said politely. Stell waved cheerfully from her holographic form. Hello again, Inko-san. How have you been? The AI asked. She and Inko had become good friends since their first meeting. Apparently, Stell's former mother, back when she was still known as Stella, resembled Izuku's mother in a lot of aspects. Welcome back, Izuku. Good evening to you too as well. I've been a bit nervous, Inko began, only to stop when Stell gave her a teasing glare. The older woman sighed and confessed, "All right, I was really anxious and scared that something bad might happen to my boy." She covered her flustered face with her hands. That's totally normal mom behavior, Stell said, and Lewis nodded in agreement. His own mother used to hate it whenever he got into trouble back when he was young. Izuku, feeling comforted, smiled and hugged his mother tightly. I'm back, Mom, Izuku said, enjoying the embrace of his mother. Stell murmured with a soft smile, and even Lewis felt warmth rise in his chest. Then, almost under their breath, the two shared a quiet moment. I miss my mom, Stell whispered. Me too, Lewis replied, his eyes dimming slightly. Sadly, even if his original self arrived to their home universe, his mom died a long time ago, making this scene carry a bittersweet calm. He sighed gently, then smiled again. Hey, I brought some of Okada's pastries for us to share. The mother and son brightened at the mention of the famous pastries from Tatooine. As the man and the boy take their shoes, the four of them moved to the dining room to enjoy a successful day. This chapter text. Lewis day off. Muzudafu City, Lewis Department 6:45 a.m. It had been 2 days since Izuku's exam, and today, Saturday, marked the start of Lewis's free weekend. He had booked a one-night stay online at a ryokan in the spring town of Shizenji Onsen, and by now, he should have been taking a taxi to Mishima Station. Instead, the 20-year-old war hero was still asleep on the couch after watching a marathon of popular hero movies to catch up on modern culture, and the beers he drank to survive the more tedious ones hadn't helped in the slightest. Wake up! Stell was singing Chop Suey at full volume while holding a holographic guitar. Wake up! Smaller holographic copies of her chimed in as chorus singers. Grab a brush and put a little makeup. Hide the scars to fade away the shake-up. Why'd you leave the keys upon the dash? The music stopped as Lewis finally lifted his head from the couch. I'm up, Lewis muttered lazily. He looked deplorable. You're too loud, Stell. His voice sounded slurred and tired, and the dark circles under his eyes didn't help his appearance. I'm glad I can't smell, the AI replied flatly. You look dead as hell. Now we have to go. It'll take us 3 hours to get to Shizenji, and you still need to at least shower. What? Oh. He glanced at the clock on the wall. The drowsiness began to fade as he yawned, stood up, and stumbled toward the bathroom. Seconds later, a loud scream echoed through the apartment. Stell, you forgot to turn on the water heater. Stell just smirked from the living room, hovering over the armor in its collar form. That'll wake him up. Lewis was forced to shower with cold water, and the fact that it was February didn't help. Once he got dressed and packed a few things into a backpack, he left his apartment and stepped out of the building. On his way to Mishima Station, he stopped by a 7-Eleven to buy something to eat for the trip. He picked up a yakisoba pan and, from a vending machine, a warm Boss coffee. The sugary drink and the delicious snack made him feel a little warmer than before. I can't believe you'd do something like that to me, Lewis muttered as they walked among the morning crowd. Some people still gave curious glances at the floating AI hologram. He had brought Stell along with him, dressed in casual clothes. The collar that contained his armor rested around his neck, allowing her to hover beside him. Are you going to cry? Serves you right after laughing at me the other day, she teased, crossing her arms and pouting. Also, you enjoyed that warm shower yesterday morning. Yeah, because it was freaking warm, he replied. With a frown. He was tired of her sassy side, but there wasn't much he could do about it, not until he found her a proper robot body. Hey, Stell, I've been searching online, he began. Apparently, there are some support companies that make cybernetic implants. Maybe we could use their tech to build you a body of your own. Yeah, I've seen them, she said flatly. Not the kind of body I have in mind, let me tell you. Then what type of body you oh so great Stell are you looking for? He asked, smirking. If she was going to be like this, he could play along, after all, they were the same age. Gundam, she said with a dreamy look in her eyes, clasping her hands together as she fantasized about having a mecha for a body. Gundam? Are you crazy? That would take us years to build, and we'd need at least the chronomium as a power source just to make the thing move, he said, raising his voice in disbelief. The subject triggered old memories. He remembered that, back in the war against Servik, an engineer from Pipe's team had built and piloted a mecha. She died in the suit. He had never met her. She died before Lewis even formed the Alpha NN. Then the flashbacks came, the smell of boiled blood, the grotesque abominations of flesh and metal that Servik had sent to crush troop morale, and the horrifying discovery that those same experiments had originated from M9 itself. He remembered the truth, Servik's real identity, an experiment created by his own father, a high-ranking M9 scientist. The time travel incident he and some of his squad go through. The betrayal of M9 in the future, turning on him and his friends. Lewis. Hey, you spaced out, Stell said, her tone suddenly worried. Your cardiac rate is high. Do you want to cancel the reservation? Lewis blinked, realizing his breathing had quickened and his heart was racing. He took a deep breath and shook his head. I was just remembering. About 2 years ago. We really do have some kind of curse to be this unlucky. The AI shook her head. It's not that bad. At least we have each other, and we've found friends here. I know they won't replace the ones we lost, but I'm sure everything will turn out fine. It was the first time in the 10 months he'd been here that Lewis had really stopped to reflect on his past life. By Earth's standards, he was an alien soldier, raised for war, molded to witness suffering across the galaxy, and even the destruction of entire planets. The war hero arrived at Mishima Station just as the train was pulling in. You know, now that I think about it, did Alpha get destroyed? Lewis asked as he stepped aboard. Stell's expression turned uneasy. Why do you ask that? She said softly, her tone tinged with sadness. It wasn't an unreasonable question, given what he'd lived through. That kid, Gemma's cousin, Purple Rose, or whatever her name was, he muttered, his voice lowering as old memories stirred. She said the core of Alpha was in danger right after I went to fight that stranger. He paused, remembering his young, bratty, hot-headed apprentice and her cousin. She was literally the planet itself, with her chosen power. The purple-haired teenage girl had the power to control plants. It was a basic ability at first, but when he met her for the first time, it had been one of her copies. As she grew from a child into a teen, she exiled her real body to the planet's core and lived through humanoid copies scattered across Alpha's forests. It had always been creepy watching her fuse into and emerge from trees. The day he finally met her true human form was the day the invasion began. The AI sighed and shook her head. I don't have a real answer to that. The probability is there, and it's high. But we don't know if the distress signal we sent to the pirate fleet ever reached them, or if that stranger even intended to destroy the planet. Stell looked out the window of the train, her expression unreadable. Yeah, no reason to dwell on that. I just hope Alant, Genma, and the rest are okay, Lewis said quietly. He wondered if his brother was searching for a way to bring the original Lewis back, or trying to find his parallel, genderbend, self first. Hey, don't you think it's weird that my brother dated himself? Stell turned to glare at him. Please elaborate. She hadn't been present when Lewis and Alant went to train Genma back on Alpha 2 years ago. At that time, she'd been helping Lokov develop the Haltron project. So, this whole selfist comment had come completely out of the blue. Well, you see, when he was brainwashed and fighting for Servik, he fell for this one girl. She also fell in love with him. They started dating, and months later Servik found out and separated them, telling them they were the same person from parallel universes. So, is it weird? He asked, having had plenty of time to think about it since he didn't have much else to do. Stell tilted her head, thinking it over. Well, do they have the same hair color? She asked, hoping he'd say no. No. She had white hair and silver eyes, and she was shorter than him, too. He remembered her appearance from the interrogation they'd conducted back before the time travel incident. Then no, it's not weird, Stell sighed in relief. You see, there are two parallel gender-bend universes for each gender, so she must be the evil version of your brother, not the exact same. That means she has the opposite blood type and genes, so they're not doing anything wrong by dating. It's weird as a concept, but since they're basically different people genetically, they could pass as a normal couple. Ah, thank God, Louis said with a sigh of relief. At least now I won't associate Alant with those weird mangas I saw a few weeks ago. What mangas? Stell asked, narrowing her eyes suspiciously as she caught the plural. Ah, well, oh look, we have to change lines. As they switched to the Aizu-Hakone Railway Suinzu line, Louis didn't try to keep the conversation going for the rest of the ride to Shizenji Station. The two enjoyed the change of scenery. The tall buildings and noisy screens filled with hero advertisements were long gone. In their place were small villages and rural houses, surrounded by green fields and frosty roads. Thankfully, the train had heating. The car they were in wasn't very crowded, so Louis could relax and quietly take in the beauty of the journey, listening to the gentle hum of the train gliding along the rails. Shizenji Onsen, Aizu Peninsula. Louis' mouth fell open in awe as he took in the sight of the town. Cozy and quiet compared to loud Mizudafu. It reminded him of home. Alpha had been just like this. Nature blending perfectly with technology, the ideal balance between civilization and the wild. Shizenji is said to be the oldest among the many hot spring resort towns in Aizu. Due to its nostalgic streets, it is also known as the Little Kyoto of Aizu. Stell read aloud from the online tourist guide. Louis listened as he walked along the stone-paved streets, heading toward the ryokan he had reserved. Little Kyoto. Maybe that could be our next destination on a day off, he thought, spotting his destination in the distance. Stell continued her narration. Shizenji Temple and the bamboo forest path, located in the heart of the town, are also must-see spots. After exploring the town during the cold winter, visitors can warm up and relax at the historic hot springs. She finished reading just as they arrived at the entrance to the ryokan. Here we are. Pardon the intrusion, Louis said as he stepped into the reception area. Good morning, I'm here for a reservation under the name Louis T. Chun. An elderly woman, seemingly in her 70s, lifted her head from the diary she was reading. Briara, welcome, youngster. You must be the gaijin who made the reservation the other day. I'm Sakai Yumi, and I'll be your host for tonight. The woman then began to hover slightly on a cloud of steam. She probably had a quirk related to it, very fitting for the place she ran. The larger bath is open until midnight, and the one on your balcony is, of course, private to you. Dinner and breakfast are on the house since it's your first time here, she said cheerfully. It sounded convenient. If Louis liked the food and accommodations, he'd definitely be coming back. That's so generous of you, Sakai-san. He still struggled a bit with Japanese honorifics, but he knew when to use them to show respect and manners. Say, is there anywhere nearby where I can get soba or udon? He was already getting hungry. The energy from his small breakfast hours ago had long worn off. I know a couple of places, she said with a warm, gentle smile. There's a soba shop right in front of my niece's candy store, near the bridge. You can't miss it. The local hero often goes there to help out some of the townsfolk. That caught Louis' attention. He had never thought about heroes who didn't want the attention of hundreds of thousands of people or the money that came with the job. But if someone went through hero school, passed the license exam, and still decided that protecting and helping a small town was the best course of action, that person had his respect. I can't wait to meet them. I'm going to leave my backpack in my room. Anything else I should know? Louis asked before heading off. Well, a gaijin like you should know by now, no cameras and no accessories in the baths. You have to shower before entering the water. Also, if you have any tattoos, people might look at you weird, she said, listing the most common reminders for tourists. Oh no, I don't have any tattoos, and I'll keep those in mind. Thank you again, Sakai-san. With that, Louis went to his room to get ready for a walk and a proper meal. He stepped into the traditional room. The tatami mats looked clean and soft, and the balcony's natural hot spring pool, its crystal-clear water gently steaming upward, already made him feel relaxed. Sakai-san seems like a nice woman. Makes me want to stay here longer, Stell commented as she took in the cozy atmosphere. Agreed. Definitely making myself a regular here, Louis said, setting his backpack on the floor next to the closet where the futon was stored. Well, I'm starving. Better go get some lunch. Louis breathed in the cold yet fresh air of the peninsula. Stell did the same, simulating the feeling from their home universe. The two of them watched the locals promoting their stores with clever signs and colorful advertisements aimed at tourists. Then Louis spotted the local hero, and his breath caught in his throat. Genma? He muttered under his breath as he stared at the young woman. The resemblance was uncanny. She was a red-headed hero, probably 2 years younger than him, a recent graduate, by the look of her, and clearly had sharp instincts, since she immediately noticed him watching. Hello there. A tourist, right? She asked with a friendly smile, her expression carrying that same chaotic energy his late student used to have. Well, aren't you full of self-control? You must really like what you see, she teased when he didn't answer right away. Sorry. You just remind me of someone I knew back in my home country, he said, almost slipping and saying planet. He was genuinely stunned by how much this heroine resembled Genma from his universe. I bet you say that to all the cute girls you meet, she smirked, and Stell, floating just behind him, had to hold back her laughter. That's not, she was a girl that dash, he paused, trying to find a way to explain it in this world's terms. A girl I used to tutor. You just look like her. Now that he noticed the costume properly, the heroine was wearing a skin-tight suit with a thermal-themed cape in blue and red. He instantly regretted giving her a full look. She had a very attractive figure. Sure, and you checking me out just now was totally wholesome tutor behavior, she said, laughing when he went red in the face. You're a funny guy. I like you, Oni-san. How can I help ya? She kept teasing him. She was exactly like his bratty, annoying student. Louis frowned, his deep red face betraying his embarrassment as he finally found his voice. Yeah, I was looking for a udon shop near a candy store. You must mean Sakai Nizen's store. It's right over here, she said, guiding him down the street. She kept her teasing tone as they walked. You don't seem like you're from Asia. Where are you from, Isen? I'm from Europe, he lied. He knew his ancestors had been pirates from Central Europe during the time of King Arthur, but after 2,000 years of an interplanetary gene pool, he had no idea how much of that bloodline was still left in him. Really? I never would have guessed. You look different from all the European tourists I've seen, she said, keeping the conversation casual, and if he weren't so socially awkward he might have noticed the flirty tone. To Stell, who was still hidden from the girl, this was pure gold. She would have endless teasing material from now on. Anyway, what's your name, Isen? Louis Tichunhi answered as they approached the bridge and the nearby candy shop. What does the stand for? She asked, giggling at the odd composition of his name. He knew he'd made a mistake not leaving the T out, but he'd already dug his own grave now he had to lie in it. It stands for, he admitted, embarrassed by his ridiculous family surname. He hated how names on this planet didn't work the same way they did back in space. The heroine burst into uncontrollable laughter. That's Dash. She had to hold her stomach to breathe, laughing harder with each second. So silly. She finally stopped when she realized she was drawing too much attention in the small town. Clearing her throat, she smiled innocently. That's a pretty good name, she lied, her tone playful. She then pointed toward a candy shop. That's Sakai Nizen's place. She has the best mochi in the peninsula. And over there, she said, gesturing to a soba restaurant, is Hachuo Basin's soba shop. Remember that the thermostat hero, Fahrenheit, helped you today. She winked and walked away, waving at the still flustered Louis. Hey, Romeo. Did seeing a cutie patootie make you shy or something? Stell hovered behind him with a devious smirk. God, you look even more stunned than you ever have with me, she giggled, secretly happy that he was finally capable of feeling something close to normal again. Shut up, Louis muttered, annoyed and already dreading the teasing he'd have to endure later from his AI companion. Unbeknownst to both of them, someone was watching from behind as they entered the restaurant. 12 minutes later. Louis had to admit, one thing he didn't miss from his universe was the lack of food variety. Here, he'd experienced all kinds of new flavors. There was something about Japanese food that made everything taste richer, and the number of ways to prepare the same dish amazed him. After trying Inko-san's katsudon, he understood perfectly why it was Izuku's favorite. "You seem pleased with yourself, brother," someone said casually, sitting down beside him. Stell, who had been using the armor's nanobots to scan the flavor of the udon, froze in shock at the sound of the newcomer's voice. "You betcha, Alant. This place has the best udon I've tasted in." Louis turned, locking eyes with the sharp, dark-haired man beside him. "Alant?" He immediately realized they were speaking in Alfarian. "Not only him, nephew," another familiar voice added, older, calm, and authoritative. He could never figure out how to make a time and space distortion dissipator without accidentally time-traveling in the process. "Professor Lokoff? What are you two doing here?" Louis asked, his shock deepening. Both of them looked far older than the last time he'd seen them, meaning they had arrived from a much later point in time. Did the original me come back?" he asked quietly, a knot forming in his chest. If they were here, it might mean the original Louis hadn't made it home, and they needed a replacement. "Nah," Alant said bluntly, waving a hand as he signaled the waiter for sake in Japanese. "He's happily married, ruling Alpha with 2 adopted kids, and 1 on the way." "Then, why are you here?" For the stranded variant, this didn't make sense. "We're helping all the variants Louis left behind," Lokoff explained as he also ordered some sake and gyoza. "I programmed the Haltron to mark every universe where a stranded variant ended, for this very reason." Louis nodded as he began to understand, and he had to admit, it was a clever idea. "So when you say, helping me, you mean?" The scientist took a sip of the alcoholic drink and bit into a piece of gyoza. "You see, this is so tasty." "Ah, right, it's to warn you about the implications of being here." That made Louis straighten up, wondering what his uncle meant by that. "Chosen ones have been appearing outside our universe," Lokoff said. That was something Louis already knew. After all, there was Izuku. "Yeah, a kid from here got access to my alpha-darnomium crystal, but it was just for a moment. After that, I put it back inside the armor," Louis explained, thinking that would be enough to prevent more chosen ones from appearing. "Louis, have you even read Chosen Theory?" Alant asked in disbelief. He turned to Stell. "Stell, have you explained to my idiot brother how the chosen process actually works?" Stell shook her head. "No." "Wait, you didn't know?" She looked at the blue-haired man, who only stared back, puzzled. "Oh God, he doesn't know. You see, we can use these crystals as batteries, but we can't contain their influence or their sentient behavior. When any of the 3 crystals exist within a universe, they generate a local pocket dimension and begin to choose their own champion." Louis' face paled. "That's no way." "And eventually," Lokoff continued, "they also start choosing weaker or limited chosen ones. But if there's already a green champion," he looked at Louis gravely, "then the red and blue ones are also among the people of this planet." On a certain hidden bar, a certain older teen sat playing video games. The tips of his hair glowed faintly red, and his eyes shimmered beneath the shadow of the hand that once belonged to his father. In a laboratory across the sea, a blonde-haired teenage girl adjusted her glasses, her hair glowing with a soft blue hue. With her newly awakened quirk, the pieces of metal around her floated and assembled themselves as she constructed something extraordinary. In a dark alley, a blonde girl with red glowing tips in her hair stood over her prey. Blood daggers hovered around her, pinning the terrified man against the wall. With a wicked grin, she used her new power to draw blood from the small cuts on his skin and drank it. In a locked room, a small girl held her hands up, summoning a transparent green barrier to delay the inevitable pain. The light in her hair dimmed as her secondary power failed, and she was dragged away by her abuser. In a quiet room, an orphaned boy looked at his hat and a photo of his late parents. His gaze drifted to the small tree outside his window, its branches trembling slightly, responding to his dread. His aunt believed it was simply an evolution of his quirk due to his trauma. Shizenji Onsen, Aizu Peninsula. Back at the restaurant, Louis grew serious as he processed everything. This is far worse than a simple chosen one with an overpowered ability, he muttered, more to himself than to the others. Anyway, it's your duty to find them, Lokov said calmly. Stop the ones who need to be stopped, and train the ones who deserve it. Here, this is for you. From his dimensional storage, the professor pulled out a developer box filled with nanobots and a few power crystals. Also, this is for you, Stel. He handed the AI a databank containing blueprints and an update for Louis Haltron. It's been great helping you. Louis stopped them before they could leave. Wait, can you tell me more about home? What about my little sister? He asked his brother. The last time he'd seen her, she'd been boarding an evac shuttle. Oh, she's getting married soon, Allant said, his face twisting into an oddly irritated expression. That's great. Wait, why are you angry? Louis asked, genuinely happy at first that his sister had found someone she loved. To Servik, Lokov said flatly. The sour look on Allant's face and the deadpan tone of Lokov made the reveal even more absurd. I beg your pardon? Was all Louis managed to say before every instinct in his body screamed overprotective big brother. He was already ready to tear through space and time to stop that wedding. But before he could act on it, the two visitors left, vanishing to their next destination, leaving Louis fuming in the middle of the restaurant. Louis managed to calm himself by walking through the town and buying some dango to eat while he tried to distract himself. Eventually, he ran into the heroine from earlier and chatted with her for a while before heading back to his ryokan. Ugh, I'm dead, Louis groaned, too tired to visit the open bath. Instead, he slipped into his private one and enjoyed the view of the evening sky from there. Tell me about it. I just finished installing the update. When your uncle makes one, it always means more terabytes than NASA's entire gallery, Stel said, sounding equally exhausted. She summoned a pixelated hologram of a hot tub and stepped into it. Way better, she sighed, sounding genuinely relaxed from the simulated sensation. The two stayed quiet, finally able to disconnect and rest, at least for now. Still, the thought lingered in Louis' mind, the possibility of a red chosen emerging. A chronomium chosen always meant death, and here he'd been thinking he had found a place of peace. Later, he enjoyed the dinner that Sakai-san had prepared for her guests and even chatted with a few other tourists, silently hoping these peaceful days would never end. The next day, Louis packed his things, ate breakfast, and left a generous tip before stepping out into the cold morning air. He walked back to the candy store from the day before. He wanted to bring some dango for tea time at his apartment. As he stepped out of the shop, a familiar redhead was waiting for him outside. Hey there, guy. You already heading back? She asked. She wasn't wearing her hero suit this time. Instead, she was dressed casually. Without the mask, he could see her face clearly. She really did look a lot like Genma, though her vibe was different. Her clothes made her look more cute than Cece, unlike her hero outfit. Again, just staring at me in silence? She teased with a giggle, and he noticed the faint blush on her cheeks. That's not Dash. She tilted her head to the side in a way that made her look even cuter, and he couldn't deny it. Yeah, what about it? I've got free will after all, he said, trying to sound confident, but his flustered face betrayed exactly how much her teasing got to him. You're right about that, she said before suddenly grabbing his phone. Before he could react, she handed it back to him with a grin. My civilian name is Naomi Nanami, though you can call me Nami-chan. She winked and skipped off down the street. Whoa, that girl's got a lot of riz to catch you off guard like that, Stel said, smirking. Louis ignored the comment and looked at his phone. In his contact list, the names Heartsuit, Nami Heartsuit glowed on the screen. His face turned bright red. She was bold, that was for sure. I like her, Stel said. I'm going to force you to call her daily. You need a girlfriend. Stel, shut up, Louis muttered, but deep down he couldn't hide his excitement at the thought of that phone call. Izuku part, Midoriya household. It's been a week since Izuku took the exam, and the lack of word from All Might was starting to put him on edge. Maybe they think my powers are too dangerous? Should I call him to make sure I'm still in? Do the other heroes think I did too much damage to the city? He thought while staring at his cooked fish. A whole week had passed, And still no letter from Yue. Sincerely, he was starting to feel like he did before gaining confidence from Lewis' training. Izuku, why are you smiling at your fish? His mother's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. You've been like that for a couple of minutes. Sorry, Ma. I'm okay, he said as he finished his dinner. Once done, he sat down on his couch, contemplating his options, and the possibility of not getting into the program, or worse, being banned from it entirely. Even if you don't get in, I'm really proud of the way you've used your gifts. Stell had forced All Might to tell his mother about the entire plan to make Izuku a great hero, the power he had awakened from the Alphadarnomium crystal and the one he inherited from All Might. But that didn't calm his nerves, which only grew with each passing day. Then, a knock on the door caught his attention. As his mother opened it, the familiar blue hair of Lewis appeared behind her. Izuku immediately stood up and walked toward him. Lewis-san, did something happen? He asked, surprised, since it was quite late, and Lewis hadn't said anything about visiting. Nothing that we can't talk about later. For now, I brought you this. Lewis held an envelope bearing the UA logo in his hands. Izuku's mother gasped, and the boy took the envelope with trembling hands. Go to your room, you'll want some privacy, Lewis said with a proud smile. Izuku hurried into his room, which was filled with hero memorabilia and a few gadgets he had developed inside his freeze dimension. He sat down at his desk, his nerves making him tear the envelope open more roughly than necessary. A small cylindrical device tumbled onto the desk. Ha! I am here on a screen. All Might's booming voice filled the room as his image appeared, smiling brightly in a yellow formal suit. I took some time to jump through some hoops and get this done. Sorry for not contacting you sooner, that's my bad. He gave a quick bow before continuing, as you already know, I'll be seeing you a lot more often from now on, as I've accepted a teaching position here at UA. Someone off-screen could be heard urging him to move things along, creating a brief, comical exchange that might have made Izuku laugh, if he weren't so tense. Now, about the results. All Might continued, his tone full of excitement. You absolutely aced the written exam and achieved 78 villain points in the practical. But what? Izuku's excitement faltered, replaced by worry. Was this where the bad news came? You must be nervous, aren't you? Don't worry, I'm an entertainer, so. All Might's grin widened as he pressed a button, and a recording from the day of the exam began to play. Izuku saw himself leaping high into the air, but the footage quickly shifted focus to Uraraka. What is this? He whispered. The silent recording showed the girl struggling through the pain, forcing herself to push away a slab of asphalt with her broken limb and using her quirk to lift a fallen piece of the destroyed robot. Izuku could see how much it hurt her, yet she had saved him just in time. If she wasn't there, I could have. The thought hit hard. He remembered Kaken's words from the day he first gained his time-stop power. The irony of almost dying exactly the way his childhood friend once implied was unsettling. In addition to having a quirk, All Might's voice broke through his thoughts, leaving the other power unsaid. Your heroic actions spurred others to act. Izuku blinked, a smile tugging at his lips as pride began to replace fear. The entrance exam the other day was not graded only on villain points. The video now showed him pulling Hitoshi out of danger. A hero is someone who prioritizes the lives of others even at the cost of their own. A new score appeared beside his 78 villain points, 90 rescue points. Rescue points given by the panel of judges of UA. Midoriya Izuku, your total is 168 points more than I scored when I first entered UA. And Uraraka Ochako, 45 points. You both pass. Izuku's vision blurred as heavy tears streamed down his face. He couldn't help it, he was too happy, overwhelmed by the joy of finally hearing those words. His dream had come true. Raise up, young Midoriya. All Might's booming voice filled the room. The boy straightened his back, lifting his head high with pride, his chest swelling with emotion. This is your hero academia. Yes, sir. Izuku shouted, wiping his face with both hands as laughter and tears mixed together. A few minutes later, he stepped out of his room. His mother flinched slightly at the sudden movement, while Lewis stood waiting with a knowing smile he didn't need to ask. He already knew the boy had achieved his dream. When Izuku smiled back, Inko couldn't hold back anymore. She rushed forward, hugging her son tightly and crying his name. The round of hugs didn't stop there. Louis followed, giving the boy a firm, brotherly embrace and a pat on the back, while Stell used the nanobots to ruffle his hair affectionately. It was a warm, heartfelt moment, one of pure happiness before the reason for Louis's visit resurfaced. Once everyone gathered in the living room, Louis asked Izuku to bring them into his freeze dimension. The teen agreed, still unsure why his mentor was being so cautious. Inko wasn't surprised. She'd been in this still, silent plane before and often used it to tidy up the house without wasting a second, so she took it all in stride. Okay, first of all, congratulations, Louis began with a proud grin. Never doubted you for a second. Secondly, he reached into the pocket dimension of his armor and pulled out a large metallic case. I brought you a gift. This is a developer box capable of creating anything. And I'm here to help you build your very own power armor. That made both Izuku and his mother look at each other in surprise. Isn't that a bit much? You've already done enough, Izuku began, but Louis interrupted him, his tone suddenly serious. The thing is, this will be necessary, he said, setting the metallic case on the floor. Izuku, I received a visit from people from my original universe. And there's bad news for the future of this world. The teen's expression hardened while his mother's smile faded. Chosen ones are starting to appear here, Louis continued grimly. And that could mean the beginning of a second dawn of quirks. The words hit like a thunderclap. Izuku froze and Inko went pale. The idea of something like that happening again, a global surge of powers, uncontrolled and chaotic, was terrifying. Are you sure? Izuku stuttered, slipping back into old habits. Yeah, Louis nodded, his face grave. I ran a scan across Japan. The radar showed 2 full-fledged champions, you, and another one. That means there's someone out there with power equal to yours. And it could be a red or blue chosen. He exhaled slowly, his shoulders tense. And there are 3 others with limited power yet not less dangerous. If time hadn't been frozen, Louis would have been drenched in sweat. The implications were that heavy. So yeah, he concluded, meeting Izuku's eyes. You'll need all the help you can get. He pressed a sequence on the box. It opened with a hiss, revealing a pool of liquid metal, thousands of dormant nanobots swirling like quicksilver, and several glowing power crystals stored in containment capsules. Izuku felt a cold chill crawl down his spine, but he clenched his fists. There was no room for fear now. If a new age of power was truly coming, then people would need heroes more than ever. Let's do it, he said firmly. Louis smiled, proud of the determination in the boy's eyes. Together, with Inko's careful hands assisting and Stell's voice guiding from within the armor, they began designing and developing Izuku's own Haltron power armor, combining the latest blueprints from Louis' world with Izuku's own designs of his hero suit, the one he once dreams of, what kind of hero he aspired to be. And the one he needs to become now that the Earth will need a symbol of hope for the future of humanity. This chapter text. Takoba Municipal Beach Park. Yagi was looking at the clean beach. The place was becoming a popular date and meeting spot. He could see some young adults taking photos or talking from afar. He then noticed 2 familiar glowing heads, one blue and one green. Good night, you two. Again, sorry, young Midoriya. The confidentiality contract was clear about any contact with the examinees, but you've done well, my boy. Izuku nodded but went back to his serious look. Oh. Takanori-san, Louis and I have something to discuss with you. Then the boy touched the arm of the number 1 hero, and as Louis placed a hand on Midoriya's shoulder, the 3 men entered the freeze dimension. If it's this serious that you went to these lengths, I guess it's not something small, All Might said as he looked at the worried expressions of his 2 younger friends. Go ahead. At this moment, I doubt there's something we couldn't resolve together. The hero knew that no matter what was happening, he would do all he could to help them. Louis nodded, and with a sigh he began to explain. This is going to be way greater than you might think. I received information that will change this world, on the same level as the dawn of quirks. The number 1 hero gasped. That sounded way too ominous. In Japan, 4 more chosen have appeared. That made Yagi cough blood. What? You mean like young Midoriya and you? That sounded even more serious than he expected. And not only that. The scan I made at a country level shows 4 chosen ones, that excludes Midoriya. And one of them could be a champion of Chronomium or Diaronomium. A champion can be chosen once per universe. In my universe that occurred hundreds of cycles ago. The original 3 became legends, myths, folklore, even religions back in my world. Lewis explained the repercussions and the influence their figures had. The first green chosen was called by many Infinity, capable of controlling all the powers that can or could exist across the multiverse, with unlimited power, just like Izuku. Now the reason behind Izuku's apparently limitless use of stop time made far more sense to all of them. The first blue chosen, the one who later married Infinity, was called by many Destiny or History. She was capable of writing and changing the script of any timeline. She became one with the concept of history, but she was impartial, never stopping disasters, just being a witness and sometimes writing the destiny of evil or good people. That made the blue champion naturally neutral-aligned, like time itself. And, lastly, the one that people came to know as the betrayer of humanity and the cursed one, was the first red champion. No one knows what his power was or what happened. But the one thing recorded in the books of history is that he was the brother of Infinity. As Lewis said that, Midoriya felt OFA acting up inside him for some reason. Some believe he was killed by history or sealed away in a pocket dimension. All might also notice the similarities with the origin of his late quirk, a tale as old as the dawn of quirks, but he had a doubt. Does the Chronomium make the chosen evil? He was asking because even to this day some people had reservations about villain quirks, and this could become another layer of discrimination if true. Not necessarily. I've met some red chosen ones back in my universe. Their powers sometimes involve deadly capabilities, but it all comes down to the person and their support circle. Obviously, if the person has been suffering or is filled with hate, the possibility of letting the power consume them grows. Even I could do evil things with my powers if I wanted. Lewis said this so they wouldn't judge the future red chosen the moment they appeared. As I can absorb any energy, I can easily absorb the electricity in a person's brain, or even the life energy of living bodies. But I don't, because I choose not to. The same applies to them. Both Earthlings understood and nodded to the facts the war hero gave them. And what do you suggest we do? All Might asked as he wondered what they could do with this new information. Lewis sighed and deflated a little as he continued. I need your help, Yagi. If this world has ended up like this, it's because of my presence here, so I need to take responsibility. That said, Lewis clenched his teeth. I need to get a hero license. Izuku gasped. Lewis had been very vocal about his displeasure with hero society in general, and his desire to live a peaceful life after a life of war. What, for real? You want to become a pro-hero? It's the only way we can stop some of them before you get your provisional license. I can track these chosen ones and defeat them if they're a menace, or train them to keep them hidden for now. Lewis was really uncomfortable with the idea of fighting again as he had in the past, but this was his fault in the first place. The number 1 hero agreed, nodding at what the war veteran was saying. Better to keep it that way. How many chosen ones are in your universe? Do they appear constantly? Now that you mention it, no. They consist of about 0.5% of the entire population of my universe, but they're born on different worlds and backgrounds. Here, humanity is all in one spot. If I had to guess, every 9 years, the number of newly born chosen is around 18 individuals. And even if one of them has a child later, it doesn't mean their kid will be born chosen. So yeah, this year the maximum number of chosen should be 6 in total, and next year more will appear. The data matched his earlier scans, which showed 5 chosen in Japan counting Izuku. Also, we have to keep this hidden from the commission. I don't trust them. Yagi frowned at that. Lewis knew something and never shared it with him. He had hinted at this idea many times but never explained. You're still not going to say why? Lewis sighed. Yagi, not now. They remind me of how M9 was, that's all. Same excuse every time. But the teens sensing the pressure intervened. All Might please drop it? He has his reasons not to share, and sometimes it's better to be in the dark. The good-hearted kid didn't want his two mentors fighting over unshared secrets. After all, they both had their own. Yagi nodded, calming down. You're right, young Midoriya? Then the skeletal man looked at Lewis and changed the topic. About your license dash. They kept talking and planning their next moves carefully. The future could look bleak, but the light of hope was still shining bright. Aldera Junior High. For Bakugo Katsuki, this was infuriating. The simple idea of someone he considered as weak as Izuku passing the exam, and even surpassing him, was maddening. I have to say, Midoriya, the fact you passed and surpassed Yu's record was miraculous, the bootlicker of an advisor said as he smiled the same way he used to smile at Bakugo. To the explosive teen, this was bizarre. That was really it, he, Izuku said with a modest smile. That action made Bakugo's skin crawl with fury. And Kaken was awesome as well. I'm glad we're both becoming heroes together. Glad you don't hold any grudge, young one. I expect great things from both of you. To Bakugo, that just sounded like an order, and if they did well as heroes, it would be a great publicity stunt for this cheap school. The two walked out, but as they approached a secluded part of the school grounds, the ash-blonde boy suddenly shoved Izuku into an alleyway between two school buildings. What dirty trick did you pull to surpass me, you shitty nerd? The explosive teen had to be honest. Holding his childhood friend was way harder than before. The other teen was heavier than he remembered. Are you seriously asking this? Izuku pushed Bakugo away while shifting into a defensive combat position. I've been training. Is that so hard to get? Don't make me laugh. You expect me to believe that sheet. But the posture of his childhood friend didn't lie. It wasn't sloppy. It was fierce and even professional. I was supposed to be the only one of he dash, but he was cut off by Izuku. Stop, Kaken. Izuku looked angry, frowning as he clenched his fists. We are not enemies. We're going to be heroes, defeat bad guys and save people. If we waste time fighting, all we're doing is giving real villains the advantage. Izuku was tired of this rival mentality. They aimed for the same thing. Bakugo was silent, still angry with his childhood friend, but the logic behind those words was irrefutable. Whatever. Just don't get in my way. He left, shoving his shoulder against Izuku's as he walked off. Tatooine Shopping District. Lewis was eating a dango while patrolling the market. He still had his part-time job as a security guard, even though he had finally managed to get his hero license. Thanks to All Might's agency, in only a couple of months, after some tests and a practical demonstration of his abilities, he managed to secure a way to legally fight using his powers. And for that, he had to choose a hero name for himself. He decided to use his old code name from the war, the energized hero, Tormenta. Now, during his part-time job, he could use his armor as a uniform. And if he had to point out one thing he didn't like about being a hero, it was how often people stopped him now. He was already kind of famous in the district, and now that he was a pro, his local popularity was only growing. Mr. Tormenta, please, can I take a photo with you and Stell? His hero identity had come to light, as well as his AI companion, who publicly went by the explanation of being a mere energy construct of his quirk, so as not to raise suspicion. Sure thing, kid. Even if he didn't like the attention, he was happy to make the younger kids, the ones he had watched over before, feel connected to a pro hero. Stell floated down to be within camera range, and the three took a photo. The little boy smiled and waved goodbye as he ran back to his mother. You know, this isn't half as bad as I thought, the AI said with a smile, hovering at Lewis' side. Yeah, well, at least my fans are the young kids I used to watch over. He still hadn't done any major debut feat, so he was basically an underground hero. Hey, how is the orbital scan? For a couple of months, he had been gathering and buying materials online and placing them in his pocket inventory. 3 days ago, he and Izuku had met to create a spaceship, or more precisely, an orbital vehicle that could stay off radar while scanning the country. It's still like before. The scanner shows two constant uses of chosen power. One is overdoing it, the other appears from time to time. Stell's words made Lewis tense. If a person, or worse, a child, was constantly using their power, it could only mean they were using it out of fear, or they were in great danger, possibly being tortured. The priority is the one in Osaka. They might be in serious danger. Agreed. At least we know the location. This week we're going for them. Louis just hoped the small chosen could endure a bit longer until he went to search for them. At this hour Izuku must be arriving at UA. Do you think his new AI will be of help? You know when he can use his suit on school. Hee, I know so. Inko-san was so happy to be able to help her son, Stell said, remembering how the woman had decided to scan her consciousness to create a smart AI for Izuku's Haltron 900 armor. The day Louis, Yagi, and Izuku reunited, Stell had stayed behind at the Midoriya house to copy the mind and consciousness of Midoriya Inko. And I have to say, having my friend be just like me couldn't make me happier. She is a good woman and a good AI. Practically, Izuku now had an AI mom and a real mom. U.A1A classroom. That's a huge door, Izuku said to himself as he looked at the large door in front of him. He opened it and walked inside. He could hear two familiar voices and noticed that it was the serious teen from the entrance exam and Bakugo in a heated argument. Then he noticed the way his childhood friend was sitting. Kaken, put your leg off your desk, Izuku said with a frown at how immature his childhood friend was acting. Shut the F up, Deku. Bakugo snapped back. This isn't Aldra anymore. You can't get away with that kind of thing. Izuku wasn't backing down, and his frown made Bakugo groan before he finally did as told. Thank you. Was that so hard to do? Also, good morning, Kaken. Go F yourself, shitty nerd, Bakugo snarled, keeping the furious look on his face. But he still complied with Izuku's suggestion because it made sense. Still, it didn't mean the explosive teen liked it. Then the serious teen snapped out of his stunned state. He had been trying to make Bakugo do just that, and the green-haired glowing teen had done it in seconds. Ah hey, it's you. Previously I was unfairly harsh with you, I must apologize for that. My name is Tenya Ida from Somei Junior High. Pleased to meet you. Izuku didn't hold any grudges. He was chill about that day. Hey, no worries, man. Everyone was nervous back then. My name is Midoriya Izuku. No need to stay in the past, man. Izuku patted the taller teen on the shoulder with a friendly smile. Then he noticed another familiar face behind Bakugo's desk. Glad to see you here, man. Yo, said the indigo-haired boy, raising a hand in greeting with a small smile. Ah, Midoriya-kun. Izuku turned around to see the kind girl who had saved him. Glad we ended up in the same class. Hello, Uraraka-san. Midoriya smiled at the brunette teen. Same here. I'm hoping we can work together to become great heroes. She giggled and nodded excitedly. Yeah, this year will be great. Hey, what kind of orientation do you think they'll give us? The whole campus is enormous. It'd take forever to explore it ourselves. But she was cut off by a giant cocoon resting on the floor of the hall. If you're searching for buddies, do that elsewhere, the head emerging from the cocoon said, a hand coming out with an energy drink. This is the heroics department. The head started slurping down the entire container. All the students in the room stayed quiet, staring at the weird sight at the entrance. Then the cocoon opened, and the man revealed his true form. You took 8 seconds to be quiet. Maybe you aren't that hopeless. Izuku focused on the man, trying to guess which hero this was. My name is Aizawa Shoyuda. Pleasure to meet you. I will be your homeroom teacher. The teacher pulled a bunch of PE uniforms out of the cocoon. At least they looked warm, some of the kids thought. Put these on and go to the PE grounds, he said before walking out of the classroom. What the F was that? Bakugo said among the shocked class. PE grounds. For the class, the concept of having a test right out of the gate was weird. Some of them even voiced their displeasure about it. After all, they didn't know anything about the school's facilities yet, so this seemed rather overkill for a first day at any school. If you want to be heroes, we don't have time to waste on meaningless necessities. And you'll find that UA has a reputation for giving freedom that also applies to us teachers too. Then the sleepless teacher began explaining all the activities they had done back in middle school, but this time they were expected to use their quirks. For a certain indigo-haired teen, that didn't sound very fair for those without a physical quirk, but the teacher continued explaining until he picked a student to make a demonstration, that student being Bakugo. Try using your quirk this time. As long as you don't exit the circle, anything you do is fine. Don't hold back. The explosive teen readied himself, and with a mighty blast the ball was sent far away. "Dai!" were the words screamed by the ash blonde. "Really, Kaken?" Izuku said with a deadpan expression. He sighed at how cringe that sounded. Sometimes his childhood friend tried too hard and ended up sounding edgy. "I heard that, shitty Deku," snarled the explosive teen, but Izuku didn't take his statement back. This was embarrassing, so he just stayed quiet to avoid aggravating the situation more. Aizawa ignored the frenemy dispute and continued with the class. Before any progress can be made, one must know their capabilities. This is a rational metric that will show how capable you are of being heroes. Izuku nodded as he watched the end of the exercise. It was a clever way for a teacher to know when and how they needed to help each student. But some of his classmates got too excited and treated the test as a game. It reminded him of the times he trained under Lewis. The man could be really kind and cool, but when something involved the lives of others, he could be terrifying. And if this teacher was the same, that meant one thing. You find this fun? So you plan to spend your 3 years here having fun and making good memories? Then, where does becoming a hero fit in? Everyone went dead silent as the teacher finished lecturing them. All right then. In that case, the one student who ranks last in total points will be immediately expelled from the hero course. Izuku could only shake his head. He suspected this would happen. And Shinso was going to be the one to take the fall if the exercise was purely physical. Midoriya walked near his friend and stopped time before placing a hand on Shinso's shoulder. "I'm done for, man," Shinso said helplessly. "What can I do?" Midoriya shook his head, not knowing an answer. The two sat on the floor and started an idea storm. "Oh, I know, how about you hypnotize some of the other students to help you?" That made a lot of sense. If he could pull it off, showing his quirk's capabilities would essentially save him, at least for now. That doesn't sound bad at all, but who? I don't want to end up as an outcast for using them. The two nodded and kept thinking until they looked at each other. Bro. Both teens had a bro moment as they realized the answer was right in front of them. "Okay, you control me each time it's your turn. Just remember to tell me to use 5% of my power. We don't want me ending up like I did at the end of the exam." "Agreed. Thanks again, Izuku." His friends smiled at him, and they both went back to normal, both smirking about the bruh moment that was about to happen. In fact, they were the only ones happy with this whole thing. All the other students were panicking about how unfair it was. To Izuku, though, it was really fair. If you aren't creative with your powers, you will die on the job. So, he kind of agreed with the monologue his teacher was giving. Teaching others how to overcome an obstacle was important, and if you needed to force a student to go through said obstacle in a secured environment, it was way better than letting them die by it in the field. And then, for the rest of the trials, Izuku and Shinso's classmates were surprised by an almost humorous display. Trial 1, the 50-meter dash. Izuku did it twice, once on his own, and another time with Shinso sitting on his back. Aizu 0 seconds, sure 3.56 seconds. Trial 2, strength test. Izuku again did one on his own and one under Shinso's brainwashing. For his own, he stopped time, went 100% on the machine, then resumed time. Aizu 999 tons, sure 300 kilos. Trial 3, standing long jump. Same deal, one by himself, one with Shinso on his back. Aizu 12 meters, sure 10 meters. Aizawa regretted telling them to use their quirks now. With each trial, he watched two problem children turn the whole exercise into a joke. Their logic was correct, yes, but it still annoyed him. Trial 5, the pitch. This one was straightforward. Some kids didn't get much distance, but the two troublemakers returned, much to the teacher's displeasure. Izuku held the ball in his hands, wondering what to do. As he thought of a good way to reach a high score, he remembered one of his trainings with Lewis, and a smile formed on his face. He casually tossed the ball up, and as it fell back down in front of him, he stopped time. He started punching at 100% power, increasing the ball's momentum until he thought it was enough. When he resumed time, a loud sonic boom blew everyone to the ground, all of them holding their ears. One of the girls screamed in pain, clutching her head. Aizawa was on the ground too, holding up the rational metric. The same score Uraraka got was displayed. Infinity. That was really reckless, kid, but good job, Aizawa admitted. It was exceptional, yet it didn't make sense to him. He was pretty sure he had erased Izuku's quirk for a second there, but maybe the kid did it faster than he could react. The problem child was still a mystery. DKU. You almost left me deaf. Bakugo screamed, louder than usual as his hearing slowly returned. Same for everyone else, except Shinso, who was smiling. He had probably guessed what his friend was about to do. The two muttered a quiet, bro, to each other. Then Izuku fell under Shinso's control again. All the other teens paled, already pressing their hands to their ears as they watched the duo walk toward the circle. Not again. Sensei, DOF something. Bakugo yelled, dreading what came next, and behold, Shinso did exactly the same thing, ordering Izuku to stop time and send the ball into space. The entire campus heard the second sonic boom. Teachers and students in orientation were confused and alarmed to hear another one. Nizu laughed manically in his office as he watched the live stream of the PE grounds. All Might just sighed from a hidden corner. Then came the revelation that the whole test was a logical ruse, to the class's collective outrage. Except Yaoyorozu Momo, who said it was obvious. Izuku didn't think so. The man had been dead serious earlier. And during previous school festivals, an entire hero class had gone missing. So, if Izuku had to guess, this wasn't a ruse, the teacher had absolutely meant it. From there came the results: Izuku in first place, and Shinso in sixth. Both friends gave each other a thumbs up. Among the other teens, some looked at them with mild annoyance or weariness, but others genuinely felt admiration for the pair. That was awesome, Midoriya-kun, Uraraka said as she approached him. How many aspects does your quirk have? It looks really useful. You also have a pretty useful quirk, she added, looking at Shinso. That was really manly. You two were like a dynamic duo or something. Also, how fast did you move on the first trial? I barely noticed you were at the goal, a spiky-haired teen said. The boy also had sharp teeth, and he was joined by a pink girl. Indeed, it was impressive. And hilarious too, the way you carried the other one like Luke carrying Yoda, she laughed, remembering the funny sight of one boy giving the other a piggyback ride. Then a girl with black hair and long earlobes walked up to them. Next time you do that, please warn us first. It wasn't a request, the girl was dead serious before walking off, and she looked really mad at them. She must have a hearing quirk. We should apologize to her, Izuku said to Shinso, but the latter shook his head. You should apologize. It was all you, bro, the indigo-haired teen said as he turned around and headed off to change his clothes. Traitor! Judas! Midoriya cried at his friend's betrayal. Hey, Midoriya-kun, where did you meet him? Uraraka asked, curious about the relationship between the two boys. We met at the entrance exam, Izuku responded. I saved him from a two-pointer and gave him a way to fight back. To the three other teens, the duo seemed really close for just one interaction to have sparked a friendship like that. Whoa, that's so manly, a brother-in-arms kinship. Pleased to meet you, Midobro. I'm Kirishima Eijiro. It's gonna be a great year, I can feel it, the overly hyped teen said, and Izuku could only smile at that. He didn't mind having more friends. Allies were essential if he wanted more people to survive what was coming. Count me in, you guys. This is going to be great. Ashido Mina, also a pleasure to meet you, Midori-kun, the pink girl said, excited to be friends with the dynamic duo group. I don't approve of the way you two took advantage of the system to succeed, but since Aizawa-sensei used deception like that, I see you two saw through it and displayed your abilities as best you could, Ida said as he joined the group on their way to the locker rooms. After the end of the day at school, Izuku was chatting with his new friends, plus Uraraka and Shinso, who he had already known from the entrance exam. As they walked and chatted, the brunette decided to ask, Hey, Midoriya-kun, Why does that Bakugo kid call you Deku? Izuku turned back and casually answered, well, he used it in a mean way, like useless or good for nothing. You see, I'm a late bloomer, so pretty much everyone back then called me that. Nowadays it really doesn't bother me anymore, though. After all, Lewis had been training him to deal with psychological issues, and his stuttering and self-deprecation had disappeared almost completely. So, it was an insult, Ida muttered to himself as he thought about it. Is that so? Uraraka felt a bit bad for bringing that up but kept going. It's just, I kinda like the nickname Deku for you. It gives me a sorta never give up vibe, Mina joined the chat. That's a very wholesome way to see a mean thing, the pink-haired girl said as she looked at the two with a weird expression. Why not? It can be the way Uraraka calls you. She smirked in a mysterious way. That's a really manly nickname, and true at that, after today, Kirishima said, agreeing with the change of meaning. Shinso just nodded, agreeing as well. Well, if you like it, you can call me that. So, do I call you Yura or Ochako? He said without thinking. The whole group stopped. Mina had sparkles in her eyes, and Shinso looked at him with a Pikachu face. Uraraka was red as a tomato as she shyly nodded. Sure, that will be fine. Lewis' teachings had been too successful, as Midoriya had become a little too straightforward to the point he forgot social cues. Then it will be a pleasure to work with you from now on, Ochako. The brunette had to force herself not to blush more, especially with the looks she was receiving from some of her new friends. The only ones who didn't get what was wrong were Ida, who was still thinking about the whole insult thing, Kirishima, who was just smiling at how manly his new friends were, and obviously Izuku, who didn't realize what he'd done until he arrived home. The young boy spent a whole day in his freeze dimension. Screaming into a pillow. Osaka airspace. Lewis had asked for a 3-day leave, excusing himself with a hero investigation job, but that was kinda a lie, because he didn't plan to do this legally. A hero can't wait for an incompetent system to act at least, that's his way of seeing things. Status report, Lewis asked as he looked down at the whole region from the ship's cargo bay. The signal came from this part of the city, the AI said, showing a holographic map to Lewis. Apparently it's below ground. Do you want me to send some recon drones? I think it's best. Better to know all we can if this is going to be a rescue mission. Lewis started getting his equipment ready, bullets stored in his digital inventory, his energy reserves fully charged, and his updated power armor in top condition. The reconnaissance will take a while. Better to stay calm. I'll be calm when they are saved. For some reason I have this feeling of familiarity, and I don't like it. His gut was saying that the faster he worked, the better. And he wasn't wrong, as the little kid down below was locked again in her cell after long hours of torture by the man who was experimenting on her. Osaka airspace hours later after the last chapter. Stell had been holding up the live stream recording from Lewis along with the information the drones had stolen from the installation and the data she herself had hacked. The things she saw made her wish she had a real stomach just so she could puke. The horrible and immoral experiments the Yakuza had been conducting were brutal enough to make her want to purge the planet, but the innocent people, the ones like Izuku and Inko, kept her from hacking the world's nuclear power and sending this place to hell. You seem tense, Lewis said to her holographic avatar on the spaceship projector. She tried to appear normal to have her cheerful tease self. You already know what is happening down there, don't you? He guessed as he stood up and walked to the panel to see what she was seeing. Lewis, this only will open an old wound. She didn't want him to see the recording, the torture of a young girl, so similar to a little girl close to Lewis back in their universe, at hands of AM9 scientists no less. When Lewis turned around, those words could only mean one thing to him. His eyes lost any brightness as he just asked one simple question, Lin. He waits for a response, a negative one. He pleads to all that is holy that Stell said no, but no response came. Lewis opens the files and his face says bloody murder. His hair starts to glow more and his eyes sparkle lightning, and he simply commands his helmet on, and storms to the bay exit, opening the door. The pressure of air makes the spaceship shake but stabilize it. Distract the whole regional communications, prepare the orbital cannon and make sure to send a signal of evacuation to the whole block around the compound. Lewis start to charge and the armor start to spark. Make it 3 blocks. Then Lewis jumps from orbit, falling fast, and he will reach the ground in 15 minutes. The record was 2 hours for Earthlings, but he doesn't plan to stop his momentum on his way down. Yuta Class 1A. From the whole morning, the classes had been pretty normal stuff, much to the surprise and displeasure of many students. For Izuku, it was rather relaxing and grounding. He'd also brought his suit today because All Might had texted him too. Through the small comm in his ear, he could hear his mom's voice. You know, Izuku, I always thought hero courses would be more. I don't know, dangerous, the gentle sound of his mother commented on the classes. He could only nod and shake his head to let her know what he thought. I'm making it known to my human self that she doesn't have to worry, he thought. He was glad to have a direct connection with his mom so she wouldn't stress. He'd made her worry enough all his life. Then he heard a familiar footstep pattern in the hallway. I'm here. The teen couldn't help but smile at the theatrics of his idol, and seeing him in his Silver Age costume was great fan service. Walking through the door like a normal person. That corny joke never got old for Izuku. Some classmates hyped up at All Might's presence, even more so when they realized he'd be their heroics teacher. As you might know, hero work involves a lot of aspects, but one of the most important in the field is knowing how to defend yourself and others. You must learn all of it by the end of the year. Izuku noticed that the lessons with Stell had helped All Might explain the class purpose better, and master it until graduation. But Yagi did a dramatic pause to hype the students. We will be having battle trials today. Classmates gasped and braced. Izuku could see Bakugo trembling with excitement in front of him. And to do that you will need these. Lockers with numbered costumes slid out of the wall and everyone cheered. Izuku smiled. It was finally time to show his suit. Yagi-san is really good with kids. I wonder if he wanted to be a father but his job and responsibilities prevented him from having a family, his mom's AI said in a curious, somewhat sad tone over the comm. Izuku didn't know how to answer that. Now go change, prepare yourselves, and then go to ground beta. Remember, from now on you are all officially heroes. If Izuku had to give a positive for the class so far, it was that his mentor knew how to hype a crowd. On the way to the locker rooms, Izuku placed his bracelets where he stored his suit, just as Lewis used a collar to store his when not in combat. He decided to change into the P uniform so he wouldn't wrinkle his school clothes. The suit had a clean system, but it didn't iron. Kirishima noticed his lack of costume. Midobro, where's your suit? He called, drawing the attention of the whole male locker room. Here it is, Izuku said, pointing at his metal bracelets. Some of the boys laughed. Bro, that's not even armor by RPG standards, Shinso said, wearing a costume that resembled eraser heads. He didn't carry capture weapons too expensive, but Izuku's harpoons were built into each wrist of his costume. You really think these are simple bracelets? Izuku asked, and a few jokes died down. Everyone had seen how unpredictable he could be, so they dropped the subject and waited for whatever nonsense would happen. Then one of the boys shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Hey guys, a meteorite strike has been alerted in Osaka. A blonde in an electric-themed costume showed his phone. The screen displayed an evacuation effort being led by Night Eye Agency and a blue light falling. A female anchor on the screen can be seen relating the news. The object is of unknown origin. Experts said it could be a quirk attack going wrong, as some think is space junk bringing down upon the Shai Hasaikai group that own a building. No statement or communication could have gone through. Some think this is due to a malfunction that is affecting at various parts of Osaka. We will inform the updates in the case as the incident gets under control. Izuku feel his throat getting dry. That was no meteorite, that was his other mentor. He must have found the missing chosen that he has been desperate to find. Shai Hasaikai compound, first floor, administration. Joy Iranaka was counting the budget and revenue from the sales of the prototype bullets they'd been pushing, along with the trigger deals. He was not happy with what he saw so far. Too many of their men had been captured due to incompetence and the increase in hero activity. Hari Kurono was also in the budget office, trying to figure out who among their ranks lacked ambition, as well as fix the systems that had been failing all afternoon. This is all the info we have? How are the servers doing? Hari asked through the walkie-talkie, addressing some of the guys in the private server room. Sorry boss, but the servers are overheating and stuttering due to some dust. We're trying to find a way to clean them off, but some components here have been severely damaged. We'll have to replace them, a voice on the other end answered. Joy screamed from his desk, Of course not. We don't have the money to replace those parts. Managing a private server was already difficult when companies were more focused on hero gear. Computer and technology companies were scarce and expensive, and with no competition, they could ask whatever price they wanted. So, fix it or I will dash, but he never finished the sentence. Everything happened in slow motion. The ceiling began to melt as Lewis tore through the building like a meteor. The heat from the impact, combined with the extra punch from the plasma shields, the same that allowed the war hero to land safely, vaporized everyone near ground zero in a blue mist. Those within 100 meters were struck by high-voltage lightning arcing off his armor, the bolts piercing their skin and burning their internal organs. The ones farther away, still inside the main structure, died in the collapse of the building and the shockwave that followed. The ones in the tunnels below were thrown into total darkness as the EMP released by the strike burned out every light in the underground network. Lewis stepped out of the crater he had made, his helmet hiding his uncaring expression. He spotted the only survivor in the main building, a large, tall, heavily muscular man wearing a plague mask. He drags himself out of the debris and noticed the armored warrior. Who the hell are you? The man roared as he stands up, his massive frame charged forward. Each step makes the floor tremble under his weight as he stormed forward like a rampaging rhino. He swung wide, first trying to grab Lewis' still frame. The war hero guessed the quirk required close contact to activate. Lewis didn't even try to take a defensive stance. His overall posture stayed relaxed, shoulders loose, uncaring, already knowing the outcome to this poorly attempt of a fight. The giant men froze mid-swing, instantly getting hit by the residual electricity of the armor had collected on the way down. The high-voltage charge stuns the muscles of the villain, twitching violently to his knees. His quirk never even had a chance to activate. The charge still makes his large frame move from the spasms. Lewis takes his gun out from his back holster. He places the barrel aimed on the head of the still conscious villain, and coldly said, "I'm the one who came to save an innocent girl." His high-caliber pistol rests on the man's forehead, and after a loud bang, gray matter and blood coated the remaining walls and floor. "And making sure you don't come back." He tossed a crematory grenade onto the body and walked away as it turned to ash. He wasn't here to play around, he had a child to save. The blue-haired hero began descending toward the hidden facility, but before heading down, he needed another distraction so no hero would stumble onto the bloodbath he was leaving behind. "Stell, fire the orbital cannons at all other exits to the tunnels." He heard an affirmative response. Moving through the darkness, the only light were the one that came from his helmet, and the map displayed on his HUD guide him through the tunnels. UA Ground Beta. All Might was waiting for the kids to arrive, and as soon as he saw the group appear he felt real joy at the creativity in their costumes. That's what I'm talking about. A costume just as unique as your own quirks. Then he noticed Midoriya standing there in the P uniform. "Young Midoriya, please wear your suit. We are about to start the trial." The students looked at Izuku with confusion at his lack of costume, though the boys were already eyeing the bracelets on his wrists. "Understood, All Might Sensei," the glowing-haired teen said. He clashed his bracelets together, and a strange liquid metal burst out, surrounding his entire body. A second later, Midoriya stood fully suited in a futuristic power armor. From the neck, shoulders, and arms he was covered in thick silver metal. His chest to pelvis was wrapped in black and green combat cloth. A silver belt with red compartments and a golden security logo circled his hips. His lower half matched the cloth materials with added armor plates, and he wore red metallic sneakers. His hands were covered by reinforced gauntlets, and his headgear consisted of a jaw protector projecting a solid plasma mask shaped like All Might's hair, complete with friendly green eyes. The collective gasp was loud. In an instant, Izuku was surrounded by classmates, all staring at the suit. "Where the F did you get that, Deku?" Bakugo snapped, angry, and definitely green with envy. The armor was too cool for his childhood friend to have. This is so manly. How do you store that whole thing inside just 2 bracelets? Kirishima asked, scanning every inch of the suit, finding no weakness. That we match. We're both wearing space-looking suits. Uraraka said, excited that their styles unintentionally synced. Whoa, you sure have a lot of money or free time to build that, Shinso said, not doubting for a second. That Izuku built the suit inside his freeze dimension. That's so cool. What support company made that suit? Mina asked, genuinely curious about the armor's protection levels. Ha! Someone here is showing off. All Might boomed, pulling their attention back to him. Now listen up. I know we're all excited about our costumes, but now it's time for the battle trial. And with that, the number 1 hero-turned-teacher began explaining the rules and gimmicks of the battle trials. Shai Hasaikai compound, underground tunnels. Lewis kept walking, staying on guard for anything, until he came across a group of 3 villains using handmade torches. They looked at him with surprise but immediately recognized the armored intruder as a threat once they saw his gun. Hey buddy, this is no place for you, a blond man wearing a long plague mask said, using his quirk to snatch Lewis' gun. He took aim at the war hero. Nothing personal dash. The moment he pulled the trigger, the weapon discharged a deadly electric shock through the handle. The shock travels up his arm, making every muscle experience excruciating pain, his spine arching backward and mask cracks as his jaw locks in a silent scream before he drops dead. His corpse hit the ground, spasming from the voltage that fried his nervous system. The gun unknowingly for the dead man can only be shot by a Hultron armor user. You be, yelled the bald villain, his shoulders bloom with jagged amethyst-like shards, his arms becoming brutal clubs. He rushed forward while the 3rd villain opened his mouth wide, sprinting faster than the bulky one. Lewis sidestepped the scarecrow-looking villain and kicked him away. Lewis dodged sideways the crystal brute's swing, moving inside the villain's guard, his HUD pointing the weak point on the man body, and in a quick move of his wrist energy blade, he drives the energy blade up under the ribcage, twisting it upward through his chest, doing massive damage. The solid electric blade cooked nerves and ruptured organs, and after a second the bald man dropped dead. Before he could reset his stance, the insane villain pounced on him. Lewis raised his blade to protect his face, only to watch the villain bite the solid energy apart, chewing like it was candy. His quirk let him eat anything solid, apparently. His jaw unhinges slightly, teeth grinding with a wet crack as he swallows glowing blade. You'll pay for that. The villain screeched, ready to attack again. Lewis didn't react. With a move sign, he recalled the energy back into his gauntlet. The blade reformed instantly, inside the man's torso, going back to him as raw energy. It burst out through his chest like a plasma bolt through butter. Bunch of lunatics, Lewis muttered. He piled the bodies together, tossed a cremator grenade, and reduced all evidence to ash. Then he moved deeper through the tunnels, closer and closer to the girl he came to rescue. The orbital strikes hit all exits, Stell reported through comms. She was still in the ship. Heroes arrived at the impact zones, but all the projectiles disintegrated on contact, no evidence left. You've got time. You're close to the girl's room, hurry. The leader is moving. Lewis shifted his body into pure energy, darting forward through the tunnels like a bolt of lightning. He stopped the moment his scanner detected movement ahead, reformed his physical body, knelt, and crept forward silently. 2 villains stood ahead, barely illuminated by a weak lighter as they tried to figure how they can exit the tunnels. Lewis didn't want delays. He approached them like an assassin from his old universe, drawing his second pistol so he could dual wield. In one quiet step, the cold barrels were pressed against the backs of their skulls. Before they could react, both guns fired, making clean holes straight through their heads. He incinerated their bodies with another cremator grenade and continued forward. Only one last push remained. I'm already there, kid, he whispered. UA ground beta. Izuku was doing some stretching while waiting for the 5 minutes to end. Ochako was following his steps as she also started stretching. We are really lucky to end up in the same team, Ochako-chan. Also, again, sorry for what happened yesterday. Midoriya had talked to her on the phone after yesterday's debacle. He'd asked her to forgive him for being so dense and rude by calling her without honorifics. After all, they were still getting to know each other. Hee, you don't have to worry, Deku-kun. I'm glad we get along so fast. Also, if you were so fast to drop the honorifics, that must mean you lick dash, she froze mid-sentence. You find me approachable, she blurted out faster than before, with a tiny stutter. I'm an idiot. What was I thinking? Girl, where is your chill? God dang ye, she panicked internally, mentally slapping herself for almost slipping up, for being this weak over a nice guy who just called her by her name once and already made her go crazy. But on the outside, she controlled her blushing down to just her small round cheek blush. Anyway, I can't believe we have All Might as a teacher. He's just the same as when he's on TV. She changed the subject. She'd noticed the way his helmet looked, so he had to be a fanboy of the hero. Yeah, he's great. Who could have guessed he knew how to teach? Izuku said, careful not to expose his relationship with All Might. Both teens had a secret on the line now, so Izuku decided to change the topic. Hey, we should plan a way to win this. They have the advantage for now. He thought quickly, trying to help her using his 3 rules. It's obvious that Kaken will target me, so I'll have that covered. Meanwhile, you have to search for the bomb. But, how do you feel about fighting Ida? If I had projectiles, I could have a chance, but without them, I'll need some help, Ochako said as she thought about her possibilities against the serious speedster. She didn't really have many options to defend herself. Hey, Ochako-chan, can you keep a secret? Izuku said, looking around. He saw the nearby cameras. He knew they didn't have mics, so it was safe to talk. I know a way you can fight him. She paid attention to him and nodded, agreeing to keep whatever secret her friend wanted to share. Any help is welcome, Deku-kun. The more ways we see. She stopped talking once Izuku got close to her and put a hand on her shoulder. Her heart skipped a beat. Wait. Too soon. Ah. She panicked internally, imagining multiple scenarios of where this might go, but the lack of background sound hadn't been on her list. She looked around. Something felt off. The clouds in the sky weren't moving, some birds were stuck midair, and then it hit her. Your quirk can stop time as well. She had never heard of a quirk this versatile. Yeah, pretty cool, right? For the brunette, something didn't add up, his strength for one, but she didn't comment on it. He clearly trusted her enough to share this revelation, so she didn't mind him keeping some things in the dark. Now that we're here, we can take as much time as we want to train. Here. He handed her a weird-looking firearm, and she backed away. I don't know if I should use that kind of stuff, she said. She wasn't a big fan of firearms. After all, she was aiming for a rescue hero career. He looked confused for a moment, then realized what she meant. This is not a gun, it's a tranquilizer beam. He fired it at a nearby wall, and a continuous beam of light came out of the tip, striking the wall harmlessly. See? It sends a shock beam that immobilizes whoever you shoot. Wait a sec, Mom. Can you turn off the security system of the tranquilizer beam? Ochako didn't understand why he had mentioned his mom out of nowhere, but then a voice was heard coming from Midoriya's armor. Sure. They're all safe. Also, nice to meet you, Uraraka-chan. I'm the AI of the suit, based on Midoriya Inko. Please take care of my son. The brunette flustered immediately, nervous and embarrassed that the entire conversation had been heard by Izuku's AI mom. She didn't know what to do with that information, but she answered politely. Yes, ma'am. I'm glad to be friends with your son. Does it still count as son if it's an AI based on his mom? She muttered, too confused by everything happening so fast. Can you give me some time to think, Deku-kun? He nodded and she sat on the ground, trying to swallow all the information dumped on her. Take all the time you want. Here, time doesn't matter anyway, he said with a smirk, starting to train his combat moves on his own as he focused on having a fun fight with Bakugo once time resumed. The two teens stayed in the freeze dimension for quite some time. As Ochako calmed down and digested all the information, she followed Izuku's suggestions. They trained her aim, triggered DS Pilin, reaction time, and finally some good old practical training. Izuku used 40% of OFA to simulate Ida's speed, moving across the streets so she had to shoot at him. She wasn't a good shot at first, but as the days inside the freeze dimension went on, she managed to read the movement patterns of a speedster and shoot where he was going to be, not where he was. She started hitting more and more until she felt confident enough with her skills. Yes, Ochako said as she managed to hit Izuku with the beam on training mode. That was a lot of fun, not gonna lie. I believe we're more than ready to start, Deku-kun. During their time there, she'd managed to ease up with him, even getting used to her internal teenage herm turmoil. I guess you're right. Give me the gun. We have to make the same pose we used before going back. They moved to their previous position, and she remembered the pose, and all of her chill died instantly. She had completely forgotten he was this close, holding her shoulder as if he were about to whisper something in her ear. Here we go, Izuku said as he resumed time, his face near hers as he pretended to say something to her so the ones watching the stream wouldn't suspect anything. But for the poor teenage girl, this looked like something that would absolutely, without a doubt, be taken out of context by the rest of their classmates. Observation booth. Mina was having a field day with this. Her shipper self was imagining so many things that could have been said right there, and she wasn't alone. A lot of the girls around the room were flustered in awe at how bold Midoriya was being, or at the fact that Ochako wasn't hiding her blush very well. Ah, the shoulder touch. Classic. Who would have guessed Midori-kun was that smooth? She commented, hyped by the possibilities of the first couple of the year. Kirishima, on her left, grinned wildly. That's Midobro for you. So manly, the shirtless teen said. He found the bold move admirable and cool, a real example of how a man should be, in his head. Shinso was doing his now common Shinso face, as he witnessed his friend's move. Bro, he sighed, because he noticed the slight shift to the left, the telltale sign they had just come back from the freeze dimension. You could be less oblivious of your actions, he whispered, knowing the class wouldn't let his friend forget this bold move on the same girl he was already calling by name. His friend could be so oblivious it was painful sometimes. And the rest of the class, excluding Todoroki, who was just glaring unimpressed, had the same reaction, calling the moment bold or cute, already starting to support the potential hero couple, since a lot of them saw the chemistry these two space-themed hero students had. All Might didn't comment on it with the rest of the students, but he had the same internal reaction as the indigo-haired boy in an Aizawa cosplay. He also noticed the slight move to the left. I have to step in with the lessons Lewis might have given to the boy. Young Midoriya can do things in the future that might be misunderstood by many, the number one hero thought to himself. Izuku was capable of having confidence and a cool personality thanks to Lewis' training, but the boy had also absorbed some of the war hero's social awkwardness by accident. By becoming confident, he had lost some common sense. Now, let's start the indoor person-to-person training with Team A and Team D. Shai Hasaikai compound, underground tunnels, near Aries' room. Lewis reshaped himself as he saw a bioluminescent wall around the tunnels, already knowing exactly who he was about to engage. Kai Chisaki, the war hero's voice sounded cold, as if he were staring at a bug or a piece of garbage. I came for the child, you degenerate freak. His armor sparked with light as he walked slowly forward, reloading his guns. A man wearing a long black cape, a black bowler hat, and the now common plague mask of the villain group stood between him and the leader of the villains. Who are you? Who sent you? Lewis felt something forcing him to answer, and the armored war veteran could only assume it was the man's quirk. I'm your soon-to-be murderer and nobody sent me. I just decided you all don't deserve to live, Lewis said instantly as he aimed at the two men in front of him. But a second later he felt violently nauseous. His armor stabilized his posture and immediately sensed the hidden villain above him. Aren't you a hero? Heroes don't kill, the man tried to shame Lewis. But Lewis responded with a bullet covered in plasma that tore straight through the man's chest. His skin, organs, and bone melted as the hot projectile hit. The man on the ceiling dropped down, trying to stab Lewis, but the war veteran simply lifted his hand and sent an immense burst of lightning that turned the man's body to ashes. The nausea stopped, And now, in the tunnel, only he and Overhaul remained. "I'm a hero, just not this world's standard kind of hero," Lewis said. The Yakuza leader stood still, analyzing his options. Talking his way into an advantageous position clearly didn't work for his subordinates, the same subordinates he could bring back at any moment after the fight. But Chisaki was curious about the intruder in his facility. "Who are you really? How did you find out about us?" The doctor walked around him while keeping his distance. The armored hero didn't seem hostile anymore, but that was only because he knew this was his last prey. And truthfully, Lewis didn't want him to die quickly. He wanted this man to suffer, to experience all the pain he had inflicted, tenfold. "My name is Lewis T. Chun." Lewis commanded his helmet to retract, revealing his face. The villain saw the murderous look in the hero's eyes. There was no hesitation, no attempt to apprehend him, just pure hate and killer intent. "I've been searching for that girl. I know what you've been doing to her." "And? That's all? If you know what I've been doing, then you must know why dash." But he was interrupted by the bang of the hero's gun, which blew off his left leg in one strike. Chisaki quickly reconstructed the missing limb as he noticed the hero approaching him slowly, the way a cat approaches a mouse. "Do not try playing the moral game here. You're just excusing the torture of a minor for a foolish dream," the man with glowing eyes and hair said, his voice cold as ice, his killer intent almost tangible. "It's not foolish. It's the sickness that ties this world to a rotten system. You must have seen it," the man yelled, slamming a hand onto the ground and turning the tunnel's walls and ceiling into spikes in an attempt to kill the hero. But the smile on Lewis' face told him he had made a fatal mistake. UA Ground Beta, Villain Lair. Once inside the hallway, Izuku and Ochako decided to stay silent as they walked stealthily, on guard for any attack from the villain team. Then Inko's voice came through the comms of both teens. "Katsuki incoming," the AI warned right before they reached a certain corner. Izuku jumped forward to intercept the attack before it happened, and Ochako jumped back to avoid getting caught in the blast radius. Bakugo, who had launched himself airborne, was shocked to see his childhood friend kicking him in the chest and sending him backwards like a ragdoll. But for the explosive teen, it was nothing. He landed on his feet after stabilizing himself with an explosion. "DKU. You shitty nerd." Both boys dropped into their fighting stances. "I'm going to enjoy kicking your butt to hell." Izuku just smiled, feeling his blood pumping with excitement. "I wouldn't expect less, Kaken. I've been waiting for this as well." His helmet reactivated, and the friendly eye hologram shifted into an angry frown. Bakugo rushed forward, aiming to deliver a blast as close as possible, wanting to see how much the armor could take at point-blank range. "I'm going to tear that stupid armor right off you." But as he swung his hand forward, Izuku sidestepped, grabbed his arm, and threw him against the wall, making him bounce off it before Izuku delivered another kick to the ash blonde's shoulder, sending Bakugo crashing right back into the same wall he'd just rebounded from. The explosive teen stood up and noticed Izuku had deactivated his helmet. The glowing-haired boy smiled at his middle school bully. "I'm not the same as before, Kaken. And I've been studying your combat style since we were kids, so try harder. I know you're going to be an amazing hero, but I'm not going to let you forget." Izuku started to spark lightly as he entered 5% OFA. "That I'm going to be someone who fights alongside you and all our classmates." Bakugo clicked his teeth. His old friend wasn't cowering, and he wasn't trying to make this a rivalry, he was creating common ground. "As my no longer means useless," Izuku said, making a "come on" gesture so the other boy would get serious. "Kaken. I'm the Deku that can and will become a hero." Izuku took a ready stance and tossed his partner the beam gun, nodding for her to get going while he handled his childhood friend. You are so dim and annoying." Bakugo braced himself, knowing he had to take this seriously, and unknowingly started smiling at the challenge. Then he charged at Midoriya, and the other team did exactly the same, engaging in an equal fight. Shinso face. "That's no meteorite." When Lewis find out what did Ares have been going through. The next chapter. Lewis armor. Shai Hasaikai compound, tunnels, outside Ares' room. Louis felt his power rising as a familiar barrier form around him, a reaction due to the spikes that were shot toward him. The air vibrates with static from his powers. Time seemed to slow down. The war hero can see clearly the look of panic on Chisaki's face, realizing his error. That expression, helpless, cornered, make himself remember the person he once was, the boy he used to be. A part of himself that he hates to this day. 15 years earlier, the day when he uses his powers for the first time, his parents requested his presence with the M9 ambassador, explaining them his identity as a chosen one must stay hidden, as it has been hidden for 400 years. And his parents have received orders to keep him under control. After all, a green chosen is destined to be a symbol of hope, a figure of goodness. His mother looked at him with gentle expectations. His father demanded perfect behavior. His younger twin became the true heir to the crown, stopped playing with him because them both had new responsibilities. All the pressure and expectations about his cosmic destiny made the boy despise what he was mean to be. Louis began to resent the crystal that chose him. He began to doing cruel things. To others, just to being noticed, to be seen as a normal teen and not by his future role. What started as a rebellion soon became a habit, and eventually with the pass of the years turned into something darker. He enjoys the power to inflict pain to others. As the time goes on, the harassment escalated, using his power subtly so adults and the public couldn't notice it. His desire to being seen as a normal kid were the excuse he chose to be cruel. His mother begged him to change for the good, aim for what he was destined to be, before it was too late. His fiancée, from his arranged marriage, plead him to stop abusing his gift. Then the special marine project from M9 came, artificial powers extracted from the crystals, that made him not hiding his powers. Even if he was enjoying using his powers to the fullest, it only makes him hurt others more. Alant was the perfect son, well-behaved, composed, admired. How much he hated him back then. The simple look he gave to him, a look of sad pity, had made young Louis wanted to scream. Then it came the way his father at the time treated him. He blames the king of Alpha the most for saying those words, "Act like a green chosen one for once in your life." No comfort, no guidance, just orders. That only made Louis react worse. His bully gets harsher on the M9 Academy. He hated himself for years due to that decision. Because of his reckless actions, he contributed to the chain of events that start the war against Servik. He shows all his powers on public, made the whole galaxy acknowledged of his unusual gifts, far greater than the weak imitations of M9. And by that he wasted every chance he had to love his mother more openly, all the chances to reconnect with his brother. He wasted the opportunity to make his father proud, to feel loved, to treasure all the moments of joy with Stella. Thanks to his actions, his selfish actions, he loses everything, and it was all his fault. Alone and exiled, he became a hero of war. His destiny finds a way to make him worthy of being a green chosen. He went all over the universe helping those in need. The war gives him a purpose, a path to redemption and healing. But Kai Chisaki? He had never learned anything, not even a single thing in all his years of life. And that's why Louis smiled. By hurting this man, someone far worse than he ever was, made this moment feel right. The second the spikes strike his armor, they shattered like fragile glass. As a reaction, Louis' hair glowed brighter, the kinetic energy imminently converted by his power, and more electricity danced around his suit. You know, Louis smirked as he stepped forward to the staggered Chisaki. Quirks are a funny gimmick. The war hero kick overhauls ribs with enough force to snap bones, launched the man backward on a storm of lightning. The Yakuza leader slammed into the wall, as he bounces off barely conscious, holding to life only because his quirk can repair his body. Simple and singular, Louis said, continuing his monologue. Some people get clever with them, that I must give credit, but you? The war hero aims his gun and fired at the villain left leg. The man screamed by the pain, immediately reconstructing his limbs in panic and agony. You are the worst example of what a quirk could have used for. The chance to do so much good, to save so many, but you. Louis sent a burst of lightning through the whole body of Chisaki. The voltage makes his skeleton be seeing through the skin. Wasted all that potential hurting others, so disappointing. Louis then turned on his electric blade, illuminating the face of the man that tormented an innocent little girl. UA Ground Beta, Villain Lair. The two childhood friends were exchanging blows around the halls, a blur of fists, kicks, and explosions. The explosive teen threw himself forward again and again, his palms detonating rapid bursts. But Izuku read his movement like an open book, tracked every movement with quick precision. Each time Bakugo was close to connected a strike, it was intercepted, redirected, or punished. Izuku seized the hits before they happen, and by twisting Bakugo's wrist, he launched him down the corridor in on smooth motion. "You'd stay still." Bakugo yelled, jumped and blasting his way forward, throwing a sharp left hook, but Izuku just slipped right under it, and in a fast counter he drove his fist up straight into Bakugo's ribs, leaving without air the other teen for a bit. "Coming the Kaken. You already know I spent years analyzing your fighting style," the glowing-haired teen said, getting back into stance ready for more. Staggering and out of breath, Bakugo clenched his teeth angry, but then he froze. Izuku wasn't the scare and pathetic kid from their childhood. No, in the face of his old friend there was no fear but a smile. "Why are you?" Then it hit him. This was someone different, just like that time back in Aldra. This time Izuku had a smile full of expectations, eager to see what Bakugo would come up with. "Hit me harder, man. I know you can," Izuku said while he gives his opponent time to catch his breath. "You asked for it, nerd." Bakugo exploded upward, rebounding off a wall, then the ceiling, then twisting midair with an aerial spin kick, using his blasts not for attack, but for pure mobility. Izuku raised his guard, but the kick cracked through it, sending him sliding back. Izuku let out a laugh. "That's it, Kaken. Now, let's see what you are made of." He reignite 5% OFE's green lightning surrounding his armor, and launched forward, matching Bakugo's speed in no time. His movements totally shifted into Lewis combat training. A blend of martial arts defensive capabilities and fast jabs, palm strikes, and vicious army CQC countbacks. On a swift move he trapped Bakugo's arm, holding it behind him, and trying to bring the other teen down by swept his legs, but the ash blonde blasted the floor and managed to break free, skidding backwards with a feral grin. "You're showing off, Dad. Those fancy moves won't save your butt forever." Their fists collided in an exchange of power, a loud boom make the building rumble, the shockwave ripple up both arms. Izuku's smirk ready to continue. "Try to keep up then, Kaken." Bakugo smirk back as he roars forward, and on the exact same moment, the two punches smashed into each other's faces, staggering the other back. Their faces swollen a bit by the force of their punches. But that didn't stop them. They are loving this moment, a way to bond over their mutual enjoyment for the fight, and so they go back to beat each other. Observation. All Might could have his problems with Lewis over some opinions, but one thing he had to give to the man was that he was a terrific fighter, and had trained young Midoriya into a skillful fighter. Seeing the exchange of power and the never-leaving smile on his successor's face made the #1 hero feel really proud of the kid. They're both really strong, Kirishima said in awe. "Kind of want to know what they're saying though." The surveillance footage had no audio, so none of the students around the observation booth could guess what was being said between the two teens. Teammates have wireless transceivers so they can communicate and plan their strategies. And also, before the trial started, both teams had access to a rough sketch of the building. All Might began to explain. "In the field you all will find small advantages against villains. The info you will have access to will be sparse and limited, so being creative and using all the resources you might have will be primordial to success." "Where did Midoriya get that gun?" Tsu Azui asked, because the moment Ochako parted ways with her teammate, Izuku had thrown her a futuristic-looking gun. "The armor that Izuku is wearing is a gift from a pro hero," the teacher said, making a lot of the students interested in that fact. The school received the blueprint and license for Izuku to own it and store it. About the capabilities of the armor, it is up to young Midoriya to share. A lot of the students made a mental note to ask the armorer teen about it later. Then they noticed that Uraraka had arrived at the location of the bomb. She snuck around with the gun aimed at the ground. "Whoa, like out of a video game," Kaminari Denki said as the gravity heroine managed to catch Ida by surprise. The beam hit the blue-haired teen on the left leg. All the other students reacted the same, because the serious teen fell to the ground holding his leg cramp, and in no time the brunette tied him with capture tape. That was harmless, right? That looked kind of painful, Yaoyorozu Momo asked, curious about the ammo of the gun Uraraka was using. Shinso nodded. Yeah, all the things Midoriya uses are harmless. He built these too, the indigo teen pointed at his wrist harpoons, so that must be like a taser at most. That calmed some of the more skeptical ones who weren't comfortable with weapon usage in hero work. Then they saw Uraraka touching the bomb, ending the test, and through the mic All Might announced, the hero team win. That made Izuku and Bakugo stop their brawl and fall to the ground. They seemed to start laughing. Both teams come to the observation booth for examination. A couple of drones carried Ida out because his leg was still stunned. Man, that was a great match, so manly and cool, Kirishima said, mimicking some of the moves Midoriya and Bakugo had done before. Well, we are about to find out who did better, Ishido said, looking at All Might doing some notes and looking very serious. Shai Hasaikai compound, tunnels, outside Aries' room. Louis was getting a bit tired of the same pacing, cut, pause, shoot, pause, kick, pause, etc. He let Overhaul heal himself before going again. The other man's body twisted from the electric energy running through him, and for his bad luck, Louis wasn't done. This is fun and all. Louis pierced the man's chest with his energy blade and waited for him to try attacking again while he healed himself, but to no avail. Every time the villain tried to form harder materials on the spikes, Louis absorbed the blow. But I'm getting bored, and there's a child that needs a new home, so let me show you something. Louis activated his armor's chest plate, and the 3 crystals floated inside an ethereal beam. These are cosmic crystals from far away. Some are benevolent, some filled with energy, and some dangerous. He grabbed the capsule containing the chronomium crystal and deactivated the protective glass. A red aura surrounded the tunnel with a crimson glow, and then pestilent dawn started to kick in. Overhaul's skin began to decompose at a rapid pace. The more he was exposed to the cosmic radiation, the faster the sickness spread. What are you doing to me? To the horror of the villain, the rotting skin could not be healed. The cosmic power made him vulnerable to the change. What in hell is even that? The man said, terrified of what was happening to his body. Pestilent dawn. You could call it space leprosy. It mutates the DNA, and it can't be healed by normal means, just by this little one. Louis pointed at the blue crystal on his chest. Normal humans are weak against this thing. It kills them slowly. But people like me or the child inside that room, chosen ones, we are immune. The sickness reached Chisaki's brain, and his eyes lost their brightness as he rotted to death, unable to heal what could not be healed. Say hello to the devil when you reach hell. Louis closed the red crystal container and placed it back inside his chest plate before sealing it. As with the rest of the villains, he incinerated Overhaul's body with a grenade. You will not be missed. Louis knocked on the door of the child's room. He heard a small yelp, and he felt like he hadn't tortured the villain enough. Who is there? The small voice of a child could be heard from the other side. Friend, I will not hurt you, little one. I'm going in. Louis pushed the door open slowly, making sure not to make sudden moves. His armor was lifted by the girl's power, a green transparent aura holding him in the air. Whoa, that's impressive control. He floated around and saw the child holding her arms toward him. I'm cursed, please leave me, the girl said with tears in her eyes. That's not true, sweetie. He used his powers to absorb the energy of the telekinetic field around him, landing gracefully on the ground. See? We both have abilities like these. You are just as special as any other little girl. He patted her head, being careful not to touch her horn. Now, how about we leave this place? I know a good place where you can stay. He lifted her and carried her in his arms. She held on to him, her arms surrounding his neck. He started to fly through the tunnels toward the exit, better to leave before the authorities and hero agencies tried to find out what happened here. Observation booth. And the MVP of the match was young Uraraka. All Might said. As you can guess, She had done all that was expected for you to do, used the equipment she had at her disposition, kept her calm, and took the villain by surprise. Well done there, young Uraraka. He gave her a thumbs up and looked at the other 3 boys and the other students. Where do you all think the rest did wrong? Yaoyorozu lifted her hand. Bakugo and Midoriya wasted time on an obvious personal grudge and forgot about the objective. Even if this was the plan of the hero team, it was reckless. That could endanger their partner in the long run. Overall, they put priority on their personal thrills. As for Ida, he got too into character and lacked the normal self-awareness to notice or be on guard the moment he was caught by surprise, the recommendation student said. That's right. Spot on, young Yaoyorozu. Yagi was glad he had those lessons with Stell. His mind was sharper to dissect a class test result and chat with the students more fluidly. You 3 have heard what you have to work on. He started pointing one after the other. Young Ida, you need to adapt to your roles without losing focus on your surroundings. Young Midoriya, I know that distracting a powerful opponent sometimes is the right choice, but you left too much responsibility to your partner. Young Bakugo, the same, but when you have to defend a point, the best approach is communication and position management. If you defended the entrance to the bomb room, your team could have won. The 3 boys had different reactions. Ida looked ashamed for being too into his role as a villain. I should have known better, I was sloppy. And even if he managed to take all the projectiles from the room, he wasn't counting on Uraraka bringing a support backup item. I will do better in the future, sir. Sorry for not seeing the bigger picture, All Might Sensei. I let myself get too into the fight with Kaken, and I forgot the objective of the exercise, Izuku said, bowing his head a bit ashamed. His face was a bit bruised since he didn't use his plasma hood during his fight with his childhood friend. His armor didn't have a scratch. Yeah, what the nerd said. Bakugo was as guilty of enjoying that fight as Midoriya. Neither of them tried to incapacitate the other or used a way to capture the other, and Bakugo had too much pride to say he was wrong. Since he didn't lose nor win the match with Izuku, he was already expecting a future rematch against Midoriya. And so, the trials kept going for the next hour, and with each new team going in, Bakugo started to feel less like the best and more like he had found equals, or stairs to climb up to greatness. But one thing was upsetting him. Seeing other strong individuals like Todoroki made him wonder if he could defeat him as he was now. One thing was clear. The positive feedback he was receiving from Izuku slowly made him less aggressive than before, and that could be noticed the moment he didn't use a swear word before saying nerd. The explosive teen was slowly changing. Ochako returned the gun to Izuku while the others did the rest of the trials. Thanks for the help, Deku-kun. It's a really useful tool. Izuku grabbed it and placed it back on his belt. The system turned the gun into data and it disappeared into the inventory of the suit. Yeah, I could help you get your own stun beam guns, to have more range capabilities. He thought he could borrow the developer box from Lewis to do some other gadgets for his friends. What are you both talking about? Mina asked beside them. The 2 space-themed hero students jumped at the sudden voice. You 2 are really cute out there. The brunette started to get flustered by the teasing of her pink-skinned classmate, but Izuku still hadn't figured out what Mina was referring to, so he just asked, what do you mean? Oh, well, the classic dash, but she was silenced by Uraraka holding a hand to the other girl's mouth. Nothing. She surely meant we have good teamwork, that's all. Uraraka had her cheeks red as she smiled. Shinso just shook his head at the sight. For him this looked so normie and cringe, but they were his friends, so he wasn't going to say anything. What is Ashido-san referring to? Ida asked the sleepless teen, and the latter just lifted his shoulder. This wasn't his problem. Kirishima patted Izuku on the back. Hey, Midobro, can you show me how you fight later? I want to learn some of those moves. And they kept talking among themselves as the trials kept going. Osaka Sky. Lewis was flying through the sky with the little girl in his arms. Hey, little lady, now that we're safe, mind telling me your name? He made sure to hold her firmly so she wouldn't fall. Eri, she said, looking down in awe, but she wasn't afraid. That was good. He didn't doubt that she would be able to fly thanks to her powers, and with her level of control, he guessed it wouldn't take long. That's a cute name. My name is Louis. Nice to meet you, Eri. Then he noticed the shape of his ship among the clouds, camouflaged against the background. Look, that's my vehicle. Wow, it's floating so high. He enjoyed how curious she was about the spaceship. The two entered through the cargo bay. The interior was a bit different. Stell had most probably used the developer box to change the shape of the inside to be more kid-friendly. The medic bay was gone, no needles or medical equipment in sight, and Louis was glad. Sit here, Eri, he said, leading her to a comfy couch in the central area of the ship. Then he picked a bowl and filled it with fruits from the food containers. Here, eat whatever you want. Stell decided not to introduce herself out of nowhere. Instead, the AI used small drones to take a blood sample from the little girl. The microscopic robots performed a painless extraction and began studying it to gather more information on her quirk and any meds she might need. As the girl relaxed on the couch eating fruits, Louis played some soft music on the ship stereo, and then he called a close friend he had been talking to for some months now. Hello, Dash. But as always, she interrupted him the moment he called. Hey, handsome. You didn't call yesterday. What's that? The voice of Naomi Nanami burst through the speaker of his regular phone. Nami-chan, please don't yell. That's exactly why I'm calling. You see, there's this kid I rescued, and she will need a place to stay, Louis explained as he walked to the panel where the results of the blood sample were appearing. She is a 6-year-old with a powerful quirk that can rewind organic material, and overstimuli could make her quirk activate by accident, so I want to take her to Shizenji. There she will be more at ease. Lookin', there's something you aren't telling me, the young hero said to her not-boyfriend. She is here with me. I don't want to explain some of the things she went through. I'm going to Izu right now, that we can talk more about it. He was nervous she would say no. He trusted her enough to share his secret, as well as being officially dating for a month now. Okay, but with one condition, you take me to a good sushi place for a date. He giggled. She could be a bit silly and just as much of a glutton. Sure, it's a date, he agreed, then took control of the ship and started the flight to the peninsula of Izu. Eri fell asleep, Stell said as the hologram appeared on the ship's central panel. I have already started developing the bracelet to help her not use her quirk on people. Each time her quirk activates, nanomachines are deployed to block the path of her quirk usage, working as a shield to other people. Good thinking. What about the other chosen using their powers? Yesterday night the scanner picked up the signal in Kafu City, and also near the location a man's body was found barely alive, with cuts all over and heavy blood loss. Stell showed the news article to her companion. So, you think it's the champion or a regular chosen? To say Louis suspected it belonged to the chronomium chosen was an understatement. If I had to guess, they are probably a normal one, because cuts alone don't seem like the type of power belonging to a champion type. Louis nodded at that. So, his new destiny would be patrolling Kafu's streets for the next chosen he needed to stop before the power consumed them forever. Either way, we don't know what their life has been. We need to dash. Louis looked back at Eri, who was now snoring quietly on the couch. What he needed to focus on now was the little girl. He could patrol at night. Contact me with Izuku. I need to introduce the two. This girl will need a strong support circle. He changed the course of the ship to stop in Mizudafu first. Stell responded with a nod. Connecting. Mizudafu, a McDonald's, after class. Sitting at a table eating some junk food, the group of Izuku plus Bakugo, who wanted to speak with his childhood friend about some future sparring, were gathered together. The explosive teen wasn't satisfied with the draw he had against Midoriya. Ida was eating a filet-o-fish after the cramp in his leg and said he needed the Omega. What kind of gun is the one you gave to Uraraka-san? The serious teen asked, taking a sip of the hot tea he had ordered with his sandwich. Izuku was eating with gusto, devouring a samurai mac. He had burned a lot of calories today, only pausing to respond to his friend. It's an energy weapon, focused on short-circuiting the nervous system where it's shot. Works like a laser gun. It penetrates armor and attacks the muscles. Ochako was eating a McShake with a Big Mac. She had been invited by Izuku because he wanted to thank her for her good job. Yeah, It was really fun to practice beforehand though. That made all the present teens turn to her with question marks over their heads. Only Shinso and Izuku looked at her alarmed. Kirishima dropped one of his fries as he looked curiously at the duo. What do you mean? You never did anything in the 5 minutes you were outside the building, just stretching. When did you train to handle the gun? That made the ones who didn't know about Izuku's other powers consider what was being implied, and the fact that Uraraka knew too well how to use a weird gun from the start. Bakugo stopped eating his spicy teriyaki McBurger and placed it down. Hey, nerd, you're hiding something, aren't you? You didn't use anything like that back then in our fight. He remembered the sludge villain incident, and how Midoriya had just appeared out of nowhere and he was suddenly safe. What are you talking about? Mina asked after swallowing her chicken McNuggets, looking at the explosive teen curiously. Bro, they're already onto you. Better explain it to them, Shinso said, enjoying his overly sugary hot coffee and hotcakes, not wanting to get involved in any of this. Midoriya scratched his head and nodded, not seeing a way out of this. Well, you see but he was interrupted by a hologram projecting from his bracelets, the face of Louis floating next to the silhouette of Stell. Izuku, good evening. How was class? The sudden appearance and voice of the man were heard by everyone sitting around. Oh, I see you have company. The hologram's eyes shifted, scanning the surroundings. Oh there, hope you enjoy your meal. He then continued talking to Izuku without minding the other teens. I'm almost at your location. I need you to meet someone. Now. The hologram stopped abruptly. A loud sound from something large approaching echoed in the distance. The teens looked outside in awe as a large metal object floated down and stopped, hovering over the street. What the F is that? Bakugo's eyes were wide open as he stared out the window. A man exited what looked like a sci-fi ship and flew down to the entrance of the McDonald's. He found them. Midoriya swallowed the rest of his burger in one go and stood up, running to the exit. The other teens watched him go, and only Uraraka and Shinso decided to follow him out to the street, the others still stunned by what was happening from inside the restaurant. Ah, you decided to bring friends along. Do they? Louis' question implied whether the other two teens knew about Izuku's stop-time capabilities. Izuku just nodded. Well, the more the merrier. A tractor beam lifted them up and pulled them into the ship's cargo bay. Once inside, the three teens could see the interior of the spaceship. Uraraka had stars in her eyes as they followed Louis to the common area of the ship. They could feel the ship start to move. This is Eri, Louis said quietly as the child was still sleeping. The teens gasped once they noticed the rags and bandages. What happened to her? Izuku asked, his voice starting to break a bit, hoping for the least harmful possibility, but he knew how this world was with some people, as no one is born equal. Louis didn't answer as he left them there with the child, unable to describe it to them. He walked into the pilot cabin. She was used by a bad man. Stell's voice echoed in the room as the adult frame hologram appeared next to the sleeping gray-haired child. Her quirk can rewind any organic matter, that includes a person to the moment quirk is given, so she was harvested for her blood. The hologram patted the head of the girl. The teens looked horrified at the girl's bandages, now knowing why there were so many. Poor girl, Ochako said with tears forming in her eyes. Shinso frowned at the idea of a little girl being used like that, and Izuku, the boy's eyes glowed as he clenched his fists in anger. What happens to the guys that did this? Izuku asked the AI. He wanted them to rot in prison for what they did. Torturing a small child like that made the teen feel sick. They are dead, the AI said without hesitation, like they deserve to be. The three teens looked surprised, and from what they could guess, the man who brought them aboard was the one who killed those villains. Do not act surprised, Izuku. You know Louis, he isn't your regular hero. The fact made them question the morality behind the act of violence, but the state of the girl resting on the couch brought them back to reality. Whoever did that to a child, did they deserve to keep living? The teens decided the best way to answer that was to ignore the fact. What's done is done, and the child is safe, the innocent is out of harm, and that's all that matters right now. Why did he choose that? But Izuku still wanted to ask anyway, afraid that Louis would easily kill his opponents without much thought. Don't get this wrong. This is not the first time he has dealt with this kind of grief, the AI said, looking at the other two teens. I'm sharing this with you too because you decided to come, but back in our home, a relative of Louis called Lin the Chun was abducted when she was 5. An evil scientist from M9. Izuku's eyes widened. He had heard about that organization a lot and how Louis compared it to the Hero Public Safety Commission. The teen paid more attention to what Stell was saying. And he started to experiment on her only because she had an immunity to an experimental serum that gives powers to people. The limit was normally 2 or 3. More than that, the body can't hold it and starts to get painful burns. When she was rescued years later, 97% of her body was synthetic, her skin, organs, etc. Louis couldn't manage to save her sooner, so this was too familiar for him to hold back. I don't judge his decision. It was saving the girl as fast as he could or wasting time sparing bad people that wouldn't change. The 3 teens understood. Sometimes you can't save everyone, and sometimes prioritizing the innocent is better than making excuses trying to save someone who doesn't deserve it. But still, everyone turned to see Louis as he returned to the room. That doesn't have to be the way you all decide in the future. What I did was a decision made out of anger. I will carry the people I killed today, but I hope you all could do better than me. Louis placed a cute bracelet on the left wrist of Eri, waking up the child. Hey, you sleep well, sweetie? The girl nodded and then hid behind the war hero as she noticed the others in the common area. Who? Let me introduce you to Midoriya Izuku. From there the travel to the Aizu Peninsula continued, the group caring for and trying to assure the girl's safety. Shizenji, Aizu Peninsula, train station. Louis and the rest of the teens, and the soul child, came out of the ship. It had landed in a clearing outside the village, and the teens could see the steam from the onsens rising around the place. Stell lifted the ship back up, taking it away so it wouldn't scare any civilian out for a late walk. Took you long enough lookin'? So who are the others? The young adult said as she looked at the teens standing next to definitely not her boyfriend. Good evening to you too, Nami-chan, Louis responded before starting the introductions. You know my apprentice Midoriya Izuku, and his friends Uraraka Ochako and Hitoshi Shinso, the war hero said, pointing at each of the teens. Then he set the child down. And this little lady is Eri. The little girl had been healed by nanobots so she wouldn't face any more psychological trauma, and now she was wearing a dress made of smart filaments with no bandages left on her. Hello, sweetie. Me and Louis are going to take care of you, Nanami said as she kneeled down. Louis then introduced his totally not girlfriend to the kids. This girl is my friend Naomi Nanami. She's also a local pro hero. The teens could notice that they were not simple friends, by the way the 2 young adults addressed each other and the look they shared. Follow us. We need to discuss some things in private. Louis held the hand of Eri and started walking towards the town. The 3 teens behind the duo started talking among themselves. Ochako was the first to speak up to her glowing-haired friend. So, he's the pro hero that gave you the armor? The brunette girl asked. Not like she was blind, but she wanted verbal confirmation. Yes. He taught me everything I know, like how to fight, build, and strategize. Izuku explained what exactly he had learned from the man. It also helped to explain his powers. And, well, he helped me comprehend my freeze dimension. That's why you and he had glowing hair. Do you have similar powers? Shinso asked as he looked at the man in front of them. But didn't he have electric powers? How did he even train you? Right? You have completely different powers. What do you mean by comprehend it? Ochako added, looking extremely curious. Let's follow them first. Once we're in private, I'll tell you 2 everything, he said, giving his friends a serious but kind smile. They seem like good kids. Why did you bring them, though? Nanami asked as she overheard the teens chatting behind them. I heard what happened in Osaka. She motioned to her phone, where a news website showed the headline, Osaka was hit by a meteorite. The article goes on about how the meteorite struck a building full of people, and the subsequent investigation by the Hero Public Safety Commission agents. Apparently there was a criminal organization operating there, so, did you? She was really smart when it came to deducing crimes. Yeah. But after I tell you all what happened, you will be on my side. Louis and her had been talking daily and going on dates for quite a while. And after some months getting to know each other, he can say without a doubt, the redhead had exactly the same mindset of his late student. Genma and Nanami were really violent against bad people. Their moral codes were extremely similar. Louis has zero tolerance for child killers or abusers, RPSTS of any kind, and people who refuse to take responsibility for hurting innocents. Nanami was pretty much the same, but she didn't want to end up being labeled a female endeavor or a villain killer. So she chose to come back to her hometown, where she could relax and keep doing hero work by helping her neighbors and tourists. If you say so, she responded after seeing that even if Eri was free and safe, the way the girl reacted to different things around her made it seem like she had forgotten what the outside world even looked like, and that broke the heroine's heart. So you're going to do your secret project, then? Louis nodded. He was going to work on the peninsula for some time, or leave the construction to Stell's drones, but the base was something he was going to need sooner rather than later. It seems I'll have to start living here from now on. Anyway, I can fly to Mizuta daily, no problem. The group arrived at Nanami's house. It was traditional, probably more than 100 years old, but the young heroine had been doing some renovations to keep the structure intact and loyal to the original architecture. She grabbed a metal pot of tea and, with her hands, elevated the temperature of the cold liquid inside, then served the group green matcha tea. That's a really useful quirk, Izuku said as he observed her hands. He spoke quietly, he hadn't muttered in almost a year. How is it called? Nanami smiled at the teen and pointed at her hair and hands. I can change the temperature of myself and anything I touch. I'm immune to it, so I can raise my body temperature as high as I want. Her hair lit up in fire but didn't burn to ashes, and then she lowered the temperature until the whole room felt chilled. Or I can lower it as cold as space. The name of my quirk is thermal modulation, yet not the nicest name. To the teens, it sounded pretty similar to the quirk of a certain stoic classmate. Louis waited for them to finish chit-chatting and drinking their tea before placing a cylindrical projector on the table. Now, let's get to what we came here for. First, Izuku, please tell your friends what they want to know about your powers. Don't leave anything out of the explanation. Everything except the thing about AFO, of course, that was left unsaid, since it wasn't their decision to reveal. Midoriya started telling his friends everything, and the projector showed visual examples and a timeline for the teens to follow. It covered some simplified lore about Louis' home universe, concepts like the sentiment crystals, and the possibility of a future second dawn of quirks because of them. Louis answered some of the questions Izuku couldn't. Overall, for the next half hour, the war hero and the teens focused on filling in the gaps in the narration of Izuku and Louis. Okay, you all seem to understand what's at stake here. I didn't complain about you being included in the secret because, in the future, Izuku and I are going to need a lot of help. And what exactly are we talking about here? Shinso asked, already aware that there's a loose chosen killer out there and sincerely wanting them captured and sent to prison. Some kind of hero job, or the incapacitation of the bad chosen ones? Yeah, what he said. If you two need help stopping them in the future, I'm here to help too. Uraraka, who after graduation wanted to be a rescue hero, knew that keeping an eye on these dangerous people would save a lot of lives. Glad to hear your determination to help, but not quite what I have in mind for the future. You see, Red Chosen don't necessarily are evil by nature. They can get corrupted by life experience and overusing their powers to cause harm, but they can be helped and saved from a worse destiny. Even the one that is assaulting people at night leaves survivors showing the corruption isn't fully achieved. He pressed the projector, and it displayed a hologram of what appeared to be an installation of massive size. What I want is true help, cutting the problem from the root. The project Snick 01? Izuku questioned. Months ago, when they had built the spaceship, Louis had shown interest in creating a massive floating hero agency ship, one that could move across Japan and help at any given moment, while also working as a training ground for chosen ones and a rehab center for highly corrupted Red Chosen. indeed is what we will need for the future children that will subsequently be born chosen by Chronomium. A place where they could have the mental support and away from discrimination, something common in this world for what I have seen. He explained the plan. And about the two that already have been given a power by the crystal, the facility will work to help them heal and not be corrupted by the power they received. But what about if one of them is too far gone? If they're filled with pure hate and resentment? Shinso asked. He was realistic and he knew how many people let their hatred win. Then I will act. In the war, I had to defeat many powerful chosen ones and warriors. It's my duty and responsibility to help this world during my time here. Lewis gave the idea a pause, then continued, and if that means killing one here, I won't hesitate. The life of one evil person isn't worth more than the lives of the people at risk. It's a difficult decision for many of you, but I was trained to kill, so I'll take that decision if no one else does when the time comes. And you'll need my help to build it? Izuku asked, returning to the construction of the massive floating facility. Lewis shook his head. That won't be necessary. I already have a place for the project to begin construction, and Stell has been investing in market stocks, so we have the money to give jobs to people. That made Uraraka's eyes widen, and what Lewis had implied was a really good opportunity for her family's business. Chun-san, sorry for asking, but have you already planned to hire a construction company? She knew she was being noisy, but she would always be like that when it came to her family. I have the materials and the blueprints for the project ready, but I don't have a company in mind. I was planning to hire small groups of people, even quirkless people, to have faithful and discreet manpower. He looked at her. You have a suggestion, young lady? Well, my parents have a small construction company. It's a family business, but we don't get much work lately because the massive companies monopolize the building market, she said, a bit ashamed and thinking. She might be acting out of personal interests. Well, I don't see why not hire them. Give me their numbers, I'll be glad to work with them. Lewis knew this planet was heavily focused on hero work, making most companies rely on contracts to rebuild hero-related damages, leaving less work for those without quirks or for small businesses. He was willing to help the ones in need, including people cast aside by society. Izuku smiles. The boy can see the hope Lewis was planning on giving, not just to people like him, but the ones that society had cast away due to their quirk status, and the ones that can't survive alone in the modern hero society. The teen can hear the voice of his mother AI speaking in his ear. Lewis-sen seems different from the man we met a year ago. He is changing his approach. Izuku had to agree. The war hero had apparently stopped being passive, and the little girl sitting next to Nanami and Lewis was probably the reason behind it. After all, her case was similar to one that had marked the war hero in the past. It seems the case of Eri has shown him what the worst of this world is like. It's a shame he had to see something like that, the AI added. Even in a country with a symbol of peace, atrocities were being done behind closed doors. The next day, UA front gate. Izuku had just arrived at the school with Shinso and Uraraka. The three teens had spent the night at Nanami's house, and Lewis had brought them back to Mizudafu by his ship. For the trio that was walking together at the school grounds, there was a strange sight waiting for them. A large group of journalists had surrounded some of the students heading to class. The trio could see Ida talking to a group of reporters, or better said, boring the newscast with his long monologue. Mina and Kirishima were hyping up the classes they'd had with all might yesterday, and Bakugo was storming inside the school after one reporter mentioned the sludge incident. Overall, the place was crowded. What a bunch of hungry muckrakers, Shinso said with a glare, not impressed in the slightest by the journalist's display. Shinso, bro, please. I feel the same way, but that's not an excuse to not be rude to them, Izuku said to his friend. After all, those people had families and had to be the first to report the hottest story. Yeah, but they shouldn't block the way in either, the indigo-haired teen replied, annoyed at being stopped by journalists. The trio was sure they'd be late if they didn't get past the crowd in front of them. Then Aizawa made a path for them using his capture weapon as a security line. Go inside, you three. The teens nodded and rushed in. As they looked back, the UA barrier closed just as one of the journalists tried to follow them. I'm sorry, Deku-kun, But they're really annoying, so I'm with Hitoshi-kun on this one, Uraraka said with a sigh. The brunette didn't want to be questioned by journalists. She wasn't sure she could answer anything without being awkward or lame. She was nervous and thankful to their teacher. The teens bow to Aizawa as they pass next to him. Then the voice of Inko's AI was heard in Izuku's ear. A chosen one has been detected in the crowd. Izuku turned around so fast it scared his friends. What's wrong? Are you okay, bro? Both friends asked at the same time as they saw Midoriya sweating and staring at the closed barrier, already running through every possibility in his head. None of them sounded good. From what Lewis had told him, there was a chance that the one in Kofu City was a red chosen, and most likely already a villain. Eri was safe, and they knew she was a green one. But there were still 2 others chosen somewhere in Japan, completely unknown. If one of them was outside these walls right now, it could mean something good, or something really, really bad. Seeing that he couldn't just go and check without risking innocence, he decided to let it slide for now, though he felt he might regret it later. But going after someone on his own would count as vigilantism, and that came with the risk of expulsion. But there's nothing. I just felt something weird, he said to calm his friends, even if inside he was far from certain. His mom's AI noticed his unease and acted on its own. I will notify Lewis and Stell about this development, and also send a message to Yagi-san, the synthetic voice said while compiling a report based on her scanners. The hero student could only wait and hope this wouldn't turn into something bad in the future. Mizudafu, Tatooine Shopping District. Lewis had decided to quit his job, but to keep the place safe he left a guard drone in his place. He also chose to make this a regular stop on his patrolling, not wanting to leave the people that know him and trust him in the dark. His project back on Aizu had also started. Stell had started hiring and buying materials to send to the building complex, and posted on Quirkless job forums the hiring announcement, and some independent construction businesses were also hired to help on the project. You look different, dearie. Did something happen? His ex-boss asked him as he swallowed his coffee and ate some dango. You could say, thanks for not getting angry yesterday. He had called to quit the job, and today he officially gave her his resignation letter. It's been a pleasure working here for almost a year. It was a great experience. Being a prince back in his world meant he didn't have to work a full-time job or a part-time one. No need to thank me. I'm glad you chose to be a pro hero. Your quirk was wasting its potential here anyway, Okada said as she smiled at the man. Nonsense, none of the time I had spent here was a waste. It was the most peaceful time I had experienced in my life, so I don't consider it that way. Lewis finished his coffee and dango, then he waved goodbye. Once outside the shop, he started to float with his powers and flew away. The elderly woman smiled, feeling proud of the young man. The crowd outside also cheered, seeing the hero flying high in the sky like a spark of lightning. Lewis flew high up across the city, the ship in orbit working as a satellite guided him where to go, as Stell monitored the hacked surveillance recordings across the city, so anytime low criminal activity was spotted, Lewis went on his way to stop them. In an alleyway, a man was selling trigger to some low-life criminals. The place was secluded enough to avoid being spotted by patrolling heroes, but as the deal was being made, Lewis dropped from the sky and dealt with them quickly. In no time, the group of criminals was electrocuted until they passed out. Stell, call the police to this location. He tied the criminals with capture tape he and Stell had reverse-engineered, and left a surveillance drone to keep them secured. On it. A villain attack is going on the main road. Go and you'll arrive in a minute, the AI said through the comms, a hologram appearing in front of Lewis and guiding him across the city. Also, the AI of Inko has alerted the presence of a chosen one in the vicinity of UA. I cannot point out who they might be though. There's a large crowd of people outside. Lewis frowned, thinking of reasons behind the presence of the chosen one there. That doesn't sound good. Bring the ship to Mizudafu airspace. This smells like a scouting attempt. Being the strategist that he is, he knows how the enemy could act, and the suspicion that this could be the other Red Chosen makes him keep his guard up. He arrived at the villain attack in progress. He saw other heroes fighting the criminal, but they were having problems dealing with his quirk. The man in question had an offensive quirk that allowed him to throw seeking crystals forming on his back and firing at the heroes. The projectiles had some kind of energy that made them explode if they landed close to each other. Only Kamui Woods was dealing with the projectile problem, making his arms catch any loose crystal fired around, making sure no civilian got hit. The other heroes were just standing by, probably not thinking in a way their quirk could help. It wasn't helping that a crowd of people was nearby cheering for the hero and recording the phones, or taking photos putting themselves at risk. "Get away from here!" Louis yelled as he landed next to Kamui, but the people ignored him. "Ugh, this is troublesome." Some crystals tried to hit Louis, but the war hero lifted an electric barrier to serve as a shield, making the projectiles bounce. He couldn't fight at his fullest because of the crowd. "Hey man, call them off. They're in danger by being here." This was one of the reasons he hated how hero society worked. People getting too close to dangerous situations even when heroes were at a disadvantage. "Hey, Sparkle, I don't need you taking the wood theme." Hero invented a nickname on the spot, but Louis interrupted him, already knowing how some heroes felt about credit and teamwork. "People can die. This isn't the time for silly rivalry. We need to get the civvies out of here. I can't knock the villain out with people around." Kamui listens quietly to the rant of Louis, but the latter continues. "You're the only one here immune to electricity, right?" Louis had fought alongside a wood-centered chosen one in the past, so he knew that as long as the wood was dry, it couldn't conduct a lot of power. "So get them out of here." The other pro-hero looked around and realized that people were way too close for comfort, and he agreed with the armored one. "Right, cover me." "Got it, bud." Louis nodded and lifted another electric shield to stop the crystals from hitting the nearby heroes and the civilians. "Please leave the area, you all are at risk." Kamui Woods pointed the crowd away from the scene. Some complained, but when a few ricocheted crystals fell close to each other, a large explosion went off, making the people back down and finally run away. As the crowd cleared, Louis got an idea. He looked at the other heroes and yelled, "You all, give me space." Seeing how Louis started to generate more electricity around himself, the rest of the heroes backed off. Then Louis yelled at Kamui Woods, "Hey bud, cover him in wood." The wood-themed hero nods and yells the name of his ultimate move, Lacquered Chain Prison. From his arms he shoots out branches of wood that soon surrounded the villain. Seeing this, Louis shot at a nearby fire hydrant, the water shooting up and soaking the street. The villain tried to free himself from the wooden prison, but then felt the shocking bolts of electricity Louis sent through the wood, knocking him out. Luckily for Kamui Woods, the electric attack only staggered him a bit, but the hero was surprised by the quick thinking of his fellow hero. "Well done, bud." Louis gave the other hero a thumbs up. "You can deal with the paperwork, see ya." The war hero then flew away to fight and help elsewhere, moving fast across the city, not caring about taking the credit for his work. He wasn't doing this for fame, helping others was always his main priority. Hero Public Safety Commission, Madam President Office. "And that's the report I have on the meteorite strike in Osaka," a male employee said to the president of the commission. The woman was reading the files in the dossier. "So it was an anomaly. Any clues left behind in the tunnels?" the middle-aged woman asked, looking serious. The commission had some information about what was happening inside the compound, but they had let Nitai's hero agency lead the investigation on Kai Chisaki. The abrupt and unexpected strike had taken them by surprise. "The tunnels were empty when our team went down," the agent said, "but we found some kind of residual radiation from an unknown source." He showed her some video recordings from inside the tunnels. In the footage, red crystals were growing out of the walls. "What is that?" the woman asked, frowning. "Our anomalous materials team has been monitoring these crystals. They gave weak radiation readings so far, and we decided to mine them and get them into a secluded lab. Our researchers think they're part of the meteorite. Also, there's been an incident with one member of the extraction team. A guy took off his security mask and, well, I can't describe it." He pressed the projector control, changed what was displayed. The photos of the man in a quarantine car were disturbing. The skin on his face was decomposing while the man was still conscious. Do we know if this can be healed by quirks?" Madam President asked. This had only happened yesterday, so any progress was expected to be minimal. We are still trying to keep this away from the public, to avoid causing panic, but the skin sample we cut from the man showed something alarming. He displayed the next image, and the results from the medical team appear on the projector. The man's human DNA was changing. A mutation? How bad is it? The woman asked as she kept reading and reviewing the results and theories on the files. Luckily, the mutation stopped, but it left him as you just saw. We think constant exposure to the crystal could aggravate the mutation, but no one in the lab wants to corroborate the hypothesis, the commission worker said, not entirely sure what would be the decision of Madam President. Keep it hidden. Try to heal the man. If it can't be healed, we might have to say a worker died in a landslide inside the tunnels. That made the male employee pale, but he nodded. Of course, ma'am, he didn't have any say in the decision anyway. Now, about our alien problem. Any correlation with what's happening in Osaka? The commission worker shook his head. Louis Stephen. Hero name, Tormented. The man searched through his tablet. We still haven't figured out his residence or any relevant info on him. He doesn't have any personal information on any database across the world. Our hackers discovered that his files appeared out of nowhere about a year ago. The image of Louis and the files records appeared on the office projector. Also, yesterday he was spotted in Mizutofu airspace, apparently flying in a spaceship. So, the theories about him being responsible for what happened in Osaka aren't unfounded. But no proof of his presence there was recorded or spotted due to the regional system failure that affected surveillance and radars. The middle-aged woman narrowed her eyes and clicked her teeth. She was certain the young hero wasn't from here, the technology and the obvious elephant in the room that was his powerful quirk, and the HPSC president was sure he came even beyond Earth limits. Keep looking for something, she said, dismissing the employee. But then another commission worker rushed into the office. Ma'am, see the service channel, a young female worker announced, out of breath. As the projector switched to the public TV broadcast, the president saw Louis being shown live, doing hero work all across Mizutofu and the nearby towns. That he hadn't been active before what happened? This was bad news for the middle-aged woman. The constant movement and growing public recognition of the hero would make the investigation a lot harder than when Louis was still working in one place. What is social media saying? She reached for her laptop and logged into the commission's media surveillance platform. In social media, some people were commenting and posted their shock by how fast the new pro-hero was solving problems around the city. Younger users on popular chat forums were already cheering for him, wanting merch of the new, cool, pro-hero. Other hero fans were also praising him on video blogs. Apparently in just one day he had collaborated with almost every other pro in the city, never took the credit, showed genuine camaraderie, and synchronized with any hero he fought beside. A lot of people were happy to see this much fan service displayed in the countless videos already posted on multiple Japanese websites and shockingly even some overseas hero news broadcasts. This is worse than I expected. The woman narrowed her eyes, wondering what she could do to keep an eye on Louis. Put Hawks on the case, give him access to the confidential files. If this alien has no problem working with other pros, we can take advantage of it. The two workers nodded and left the office. There was no time to waste. After lunchtime, the scared students finally calmed down after Ida informed them that the alarm had been set off by the press. Soon enough, the alumni dispersed and went back to their food or returned to their classrooms. As for Izuku, he was staring at the dusted wall from a secluded corner. This is the last place my radar detected the intruder, the voice of his mom's AI said in his ear. Possible teleportation power involved. Quirk or chosen power unknown. To Izuku, this was stressful, the fact that he didn't know what he was dealing with. Izuku stopped time to get back to his friends before they could suspect something. When he resumed time, he was already standing next to Uraraka. Hey, Ochako-chan, did the rest notice I was away? Some did, but after what happened, it wasn't weird for some of us to get lost, his friend answered as the two of them looked around as other students walked by. Did you find out something? Yeah. The press didn't get inside here alone, but we have to keep this to ourselves. Also, Ida did a pretty good job. Izuku could see the serious teen in the back helping some of the students who got hurt by the crowd. I don't believe I did a good job back then. The class will need someone like him when it comes to managing priorities, Izuku said, his mind still on the chosen situation rather than the possible problems the alumni could face. Yeah, he has a good battle mind. He was able to think fast and remain cool while everyone else was worried about other things. Uraraka agreed, and then another voice joined the conversation. Also, it was pretty funny seeing him up there, Shinso said with a grin. And I heard that a guy from general education was taken to the principal's office for taking advantage of the panic and sexually harassing some of the female students. I heard the BSTRD cry while some teacher dragged him away. Whoa, really? Izuku made a disgusted face. Hope UA doesn't get in trouble because of that side problem. What a creep, how did someone like that end up here to begin with? Uraraka asked rhetorically. The idea of someone like that being on campus was disturbing. Maybe the school should do psychological tests on examinees rather than just letting anyone take the exam, Shinso said as the three of them started walking toward their classroom. That day, Izuku passed the class presidency to Ida. The class agreed with the suggestion, and the serious teen accepted gladly. For the rest of the week, the news was filled with praises for the hero Tormenta, who was now moving not only through Muzutafu but also using his spaceship to help across the region and even handling some major incidents around Japan. He did this to keep the media's attention on him and away from the massive construction happening back in Aizu. The SNIC 01 project was already taking shape thanks to the combined efforts of multiple workers and the build drones, which provided tools and support to make the project a reality. The structure was colossal, the size of a small town, with technology far beyond anything on Earth. The media and public hadn't discovered it yet, the project was secret, and Lewis had the Aizu administration on his side after doing a few favors for them. So whenever tourists saw or asked about the construction, the local administration simply said it was a resort project. Any image posted online about the project was shadow banned by Stell to keep any conspiracy below the media reach and discourage any conspiracy theorist online due to the small reach they might have. Lewis had also left his apartment and started living with Nanami and Eri. As for the little girl, Stell was using mental health programs to help her, and the war hero was training her in using her chosen powers. The bracelets he had given her helped her energy last longer and prevented the headaches. The little girl started to sleep better and got attached to her guardians. She was still jumpy, but the two young adults were gentle and understanding, so the girl spent her time in the small onsen village. The slow-paced place was great for the child's mind. Nanami often took Eri to her hero job and showed her around the village. The girl loved the apple candies the young woman bought her, and the people around town were gentle and careful not to scare her. Overall, she was far better than she had ever been back with Overhaul. And so a week went by. Lewis and Izuku still had no luck identifying the other chosen ones, but the war hero remained on guard for any clue. The trail of the chosen in Kofu had gone silent, and that made him uneasy. But neither he, Yagi, nor Izuku was prepared for what was about to happen at UA that day. Tokyo, Shibuya, burger shop. The night covered the city. Some people were heading home after work while underground heroes began their patrols. But in one place, a small meeting had been set up. The local restaurant carried a calm mood as people came and went with their orders, and in one corner of the burger shop, a skinny man was enjoying a large burger and fries for the first time in a long while. You should eat slower, Yagi-san, Detective Naomasa Tsukachi said as he took a bite of his own burger, waiting for the third member of their meeting. Don't judge me, Tsukachi. It's been years since I ate these burgers, and my personal doctor said I could move to more solid foods, Yagi said, savoring the cheese and meat of the greasy fast food he had missed so much. Yeah, but I didn't say you could jump into eating that much. Stell's voice chimed close by. Both men looked up to see Lewis approaching the table, his AI perched on his shoulder. At least order the ones with more vegetables in them, Yagi, the AI scolded the number one hero. Ignore her, you can eat as much as you want. The procedure's finished, so your new stomach can deal with complex food, Lewis said as he scanned the QR code on the table to place his order. I see you brought Tsukachi. You could at least try trusting my word a little more. No can do. If you refuse to tell me some things, at least I need to know you're telling the truth, Yagi said, not angry or upset, just smiling as always. His slim form had a much healthier shape now, since he'd been able to eat for a month by now. Stel had injected nanobots into the hero after Lokoth gave them the developer kit, and those machines had 3D printed a functional stomach and lungs inside Yagi, using his own DNA to make the process less invasive for his immune system. Today he'd finally been given the green light to eat more normal food, so he was taking the opportunity. "So, let's get to business, Chun-san," the detective said as he looked at the man across the table. "Just call me Louis. And we agreed we should go over what's been happening this week so far." "Yagi." Louis looked at his friend. "Shoot your questions." "What really happened in Osaka?" Yagi asked, his smile dropping a bit. He'd been informed by Izuku that Louis was responsible for the strike on Osaka, but instead of fighting over the fact that Louis had killed a lot of people, he chose to set up this meeting. "Right to the gut, huh?" Naomasa gave him a glare, urging him to answer sincerely. "Well, a few hours before I invaded that place, Stel and I sent some surveillance drones down to spy on the installations and figure out what was going on there, since my equipment had detected residual chosen energy coming from the area." He explained, and the detective nodded. That part was true. The background chatter of the other customers faded into white noise, letting them speak naturally. Then hours later we found out. The rest you can imagine. "No need to go into details," Louis said, not wanting to openly describe how he'd massacred all the Yakuza inside the facility. "All you need to know is that I rescued an innocent girl who was being used as a guinea pig for their twisted experiments by a monster who's now rotting in hell." Yagi took a bite of his burger and looked silently at his detective friend, who was frowning but nodding. With a sigh, the skinny hero said, "Tsukachi, leave it. He has his reasons, and he's not going to change his worldview. Believe me, I tried." The officer kept his frown. "Couldn't you at least do this properly? Send the recordings to the police? Help us bring them to justice?" the detective asked. He wasn't a fan of excessive violence or bloodshed, no matter the crimes. Killing them just gives them an easy way out. "Agree to disagree." "And," Louis paused before whispering, "who said I gave the man responsible a quick death?" The subtle, cruel remark caught the other two off guard. He was torturing a minor since she was a toddler, harvesting her blood and reconstructing her body over and over again. He doesn't deserve redemption or mercy. My drones found his investigation log. And let me tell you, a man who doesn't learn at that point will never learn, no matter how much you try. The number one hero and the detective decided to drop the topic and move on. "Where is the child now?" Naomasa asked next. "Safe and away from anyone who would use her," Louis said, firm in not revealing the location of a girl with a quirk that could easily fall into the government's worst hands. "Louis, please, this isn't an official meeting. It's just for us to stay updated on future developments," Yagi said after taking a sip of his soda. The war hero nodded and sighed. "She's in the Aizu Peninsula. My friend and I are taking care of her. We don't want her targeted by the government or the commission. Her quirk is too dangerous to fall into the wrong hands." Naomasa nodded again and even smiled a bit. The answer was filled with care, and the detective could respect that. "If you two are worried about the legality, I signed her as adopted to Louis," Stel said as she used some nanobots to digitize the flavor profile of Yagi's burger. "You should eat less salty stuff. This isn't healthy," the AI added, simulating the taste. "Anyway, any discovery on the intruder?" Louis changed the subject before the meeting turned into a medical checkup. "Nope, nada. Not even the cameras caught anything of the villain. Nizu suspects the intruder used the help of an external hacker or an EMP quirk to hijack the systems," All Might said as he finished his burger. "Also, no fingerprints or clues were found around UA, so we're right back where we started in the investigation. Nothing else has happened since then." The detective and Louis nodded. It was already bad enough that Louis hadn't been able to capture the one in Kafu City. The idea that someone had been scouting his student's school was even worse. "So none of us are able to make any progress on our chosen cases? Tell me you've been staying at the school at all times." The number one hero nodded. "Yeah. Thanks to your help around Japan, I don't have that much work anymore. Good job, by the way." The fact that Lewis had to use a disguise to even come here said a lot about his increasing fame. I have to say, you're less aggressive than I thought, considering what you did in Osaka, Yagi added, referring to the war hero's past methods. I'm not used to it, but I can't just kill every villain I see. After all, Stell runs a background check on each one I fight, so the most dangerous ones get exposed online, meaning they won't see the light of day again. And she has a fascination with making sure the prison systems keep them locked, Lewis said, and the AI just smirked. I'm not going to comment on that. The detective wasn't sure whether to feel relieved that someone was making sure bad people stayed locked up, or disturbed that it took an alien for those criminals to finally be off the streets. Any other information you want to share? I have to say something. I've been spying on some groups and agencies, but it's difficult to expose the larger organizations, Lewis said. The group kept talking among themselves, far away from anyone who might be spying on them. The next day, class went to recess. Izuku was looking at his phone on the way to class. On the news, two broadcast hosts were discussing the fact that All Might had been less active lately, and theories online were running wild. Some trolls had been tagging hashtag lazy symbol of peace and hashtag All Might retired, while others were posting praises for the hero, saying he'd earned the right to focus on teaching the next generation. Oh, that is so unmanly. He's done so much for everyone already, he's earned his time to choose a new way to be manly. Kirishima said as he peeked at the live stream on Izuku's phone. What do you expect, lame hair? Bakugo said with a frown. Jealous losers say shit every chance they get. Put them in the same position during an incident and they'd FANG freeze. The ash blonde was said that anyone dared to talk trash online behind a screen. Bakugo-san, language please, Ida said, doing a karate chop gesture as he was still not used to the explosive teen's sailor mouth. I'm angry about this too, but we cannot reduce ourselves to their level. The explosive teen rolled his eyes. Whatever, Four Eyes. Bakugo ignored them and went back to his phone, firing off replies to some troll comments on a forum he was part of. Well, yeah, he has been less active, but he's been a really good teacher. I was surprised by how professional he's been so far, Ashido said, trying to lighten up the mood of their small group. Also, have you all seen the new sci-fi looking hero? The pink-haired girl grinned, grabbed her phone, and showed a video to Kirishima. The group watched the clip, Tormenta arriving to help some pro-heroes who were struggling with a villain that morning. Empty Lady and Kamui Woods were having trouble with a C-rank villain with a mutant quirk, and the electric hero shot in like lightning, rescuing the hostages at incredible speed and giving the other heroes time to deal with the villain in quick succession. He high-fived Kamui and waved at Empty Lady before flying away, ignoring the questions from paparazzi and the news crew on site. That's so manly, Kirishima shouted with pure hype. The way he grabbed the civilians right under the villain's nose, and then let the others shine. That's so cool. It was rare to see heroes work that smoothly together without being from the same agency. I know, right? He's so friendly with other pros, that online he's become really popular to ship with other heroes. Ashido's eyes sparkled as she scrolled. Some people have come up with great names for Kamui X Tormenta. The boys found that weird, but some of the girls in class looked interested. I like the pet name Woodspark the most. Izuku, Ochako, and Hitoshi just smiled, wondering what the war hero would think about the bromance the internet had created and what Nanami would say about it. After today, there'll be even more fanfics online, and I can't wait to read them all. Ashido said, jumping excitedly about her favorite pastime. Okay, sit down everyone, we don't have time to waste. Aizawa walked into the classroom. The group dispersed and headed to their desks. Alright, for today's class, we'll study a fundamentally important skill, and it's been decided that you'll be supervised by 3 teachers, me, All Might, and somebody else. The sleepless teacher continued explaining the lesson plan. Reactions were mixed once it was revealed it would be rescue trials. Uraraka was smiling brightly. Izuku guessed it was because she wanted to be a rescue hero. Izuku and the rest of the class changed into their costumes. He didn't need to go to the lockers. He could just summon his armor in one go, much to the envy of some of his classmates. The class then moved out of the main building to board the bus that would take them to the facility where they'd be tested. No matter how many times I see your costume, it's still impressive, Uraraka said, paying close attention to the details of his armor. Can you share some of that tech with your friends? Hitoshi asked. He knew the power armor gave a lot of versatility and strength to the user, and he still lacked both. Maybe, but you already know who to ask, the greenette teased back, fully aware that his friend felt a bit intimidated by Louis' true origin. I'm fine, the indigo-haired teen replied, not thrilled at the idea of approaching the alien hero. Their chat was cut short by Ida's voice. Okay everyone, enter the bus. Smoothly file in 2 lines, all according to your class number, please. The serious student had taken his class president role pretty well, and it made Izuku happy to see his friend enjoying the responsibility. But once they were inside the bus, the poor serious teen realized it wasn't a normal one. It had seats arranged across the aisle, so some students ended up sitting face to face. Izuku didn't judge him for not knowing. He was pretty sure the ones they used for the entrance exam were normal buses, so he couldn't blame Ida. Then Ajui's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Hey Midoriya. I always say what's on my mind. Oh. Well, I don't mind. If you're worried I'll be mad, Ajui-san, Izuku said. Call me Tsu, she said, then continued. Well, if you don't mind me saying it, your quirk reminds me of All Might's. Do you think so? Izuku stayed calm and kept his cool. She was probably saying that because he'd copied some elements from All Might's costume design, and the way he referenced the hero's fighting style. Well, I'm a fan, so maybe I just try to make it seem similar. And his hair doesn't light up like mine. Yeah, I noticed Midobro copies some of All Might's moves. I kinda envy enhancer-type quirks. You can do a lot with a flashy one like yours. My hardening isn't that versatile, Kirishima said as he activated his quirk. What are you talking about? I can think of tons of ways to use your quirk. It's awesome. My mentor told me that a great hero is someone who can think of ingenious ways to use what they have at hand. Midoriya remembered Louis' stories from the war. Back then, the war hero didn't have power armor, so he had to use his powers cleverly and deal with low-energy stages from time to time, especially on water planets or in space. So I know you'll be a great pro in the future. Aoyama tried to speak up, but Ishido interrupted him. You're right, Midori-kun. I'm sure you'll find a way to make your quirk as versatile as a pro hero's. She winked and smiled at Kirishima, giving him a thumbs up. Guys, thanks. The redhead was genuinely moved by their kind words. Your quirks are great too, like Bakugo's and Todoroki's. Those two are really manly. Sitting near the group, Bakugo just rolled his eyes at the conversation. Yeah, but Bakugo's personality won't make him really popular, Ajui said bluntly. What did you say, Frogbit Dash? But before he could finish his quirkest slur, Izuku appeared next to him with a hand over his childhood friend's mouth, not wanting his old friend to be labeled as a racist. Yeah, let's drop the subject please, Izuku said. The students around them stared at him, puzzled. How do you move that fast without making a sound? Jiro asked, narrowing her eyes at him from the seat next to Bakugo. She hadn't heard anything, not even the faint wind you'd expect from a speedster. Now that I think about it, the same thing happened during the quirk trials. Bakugo bit Izuku's glove, then immediately pulled back when he felt the metallic fiber of the armor. What's that for, Deku? She started it, the ash blonde snapped. Also, you used that speed out of nowhere, like that one time. Oh yeah, last week you were about to answer that before that ship. Wait. Ishido suddenly connected the dots. You know the energized hero, Tormenta? The pink girl's eyes lit up with fire. That day she'd been focused on the floating ship and hadn't paid attention to its owner. Now she remembered that fans had seen the same ship near the hero before. Aizawa emerged from his sleeping bag and said tiredly, Quiet now. We're almost there, so settle down already. The bus went silent, but Ishido kept her eyes on Midoriya for the rest of the ride. The massive dome facility came into view a few minutes later. As they went inside, they could see the different sections of the huge building. Whoa, and I thought the SNIC was huge, Uraraka said as she looked up at the ceiling. She'd seen photos her parents sent her of the secret project, but she had to admit UA wasn't shy about building things just as impressive. Same here. Oh, is that? Izuku spotted All Might and the other teacher who would be in charge today. It's the space hero, 13. She's my favorite heroine. Uraraka became just as enthusiastic as Izuku usually did about All Might. 13 was my inspiration to be a rescue hero. She does phenomenal work helping others in disasters. I was thinking only you were fanboyish, bro, Hitoshi said to Izuku, but he wasn't in any position to talk, considering he was a huge Eraserhead fan. Now all three of their idols were in the same place. Ha! Your hype is welcome, young students, but we are here for an important explanation from our host today. All Might said, pleased with their enthusiasm, though still focused on the lesson. Now, 13, please go ahead with the context for today's exercises. The heroine in the themed space suit began her explanation of the different parts of the complex, detailing the various accidents and disasters they might encounter on the job. Someone in the crowd commented that the place looked like Universal Studios Japan with how it was structured, and ironically, the installation's acronym was USJ. Izuku's group kept paying attention as the topic shifted to something more serious. But as you might be aware, my quirk allows me to form the suction of a black hole in my hands. She moved her gloved fingers so they could see the removable fingertips. The suction is so strong that not even light can escape, so anything that gets caught will turn to dust. Some of the students stared in awe at how powerful and useful that quirk sounded. But it's important to remember that just as easily as it can help, it can also kill. Most of the students stopped mumbling and chatting. The statement was true, and it hit hard. Powerful quirks were just as dangerous as they were helpful. The same applies to your quirks. In our society, our abilities are regulated because of the problems they can cause. During your classes with Aizawa, you've learned the max limits of your own quirks, and with All Might, you've learned how to apply and acknowledge the risks of power in combat. However, today's lesson is meant to teach you how to wield these abilities for the sake of anyone who might be in danger in the future, and to show you that no matter how dangerous your quirks may be, there are always ways to use them to help others. That's all. Thank you for listening. The students began to cheer and applaud the explanation from the teacher, but Aizawa, Yagi, and Izuku felt the mood shift. The main plaza fountain started to malfunction, and a black mist began flickering and expanding. Izuku instantly stopped time 3 times. First to approach All Might, second to bring him inside the freeze dimension, and a third time to bring Uraraka and Shinso in as well. This is bad. I guess that wasn't part of the exercise, Izuku said, looking down at the frozen villains below. It does not. So, do young Uraraka and young Hitoshi know about your... All Might was about to say more than necessary, but the greenette cut him off. Yes, they know about my alien powers. But the important thing is what we should do. Should I take everyone out of here with my freeze dimension? Izuku asked. He did not want to put his classmates or friends in danger. I think it is best if we do that, but, Shinso said as he looked at the villains, that will not solve the problem and we do not know what they are after. Chosen detected, chosen detected. The speakers on Izuku's armor blared with Inko AI's voice. That immediately made the teens pale, and the number 1 hero grew tense as they looked toward the group of villains. Among them must be the one that scouted the school. This is bad. Izuku summoned his energy hood to examine the crowd of villains. There. The signal came from that individual. The boy pointed toward the portal where a guy covered in hands was walking out. So this is not just as simple as leaving. Yagi had promised his alien friend to capture the next chosen they encountered, but not to engage if they did not know what power they might have. After all, the possibility that this one was the red champion was high. I will stay here with Aizawa-kun to stop the invaders. You, my boy, are going to take your class to safety. Resume time, young Midoriya. We need to know what we are against before we do anything else. If they brought him frozen in time and once resumed he turned out to have a highly dangerous power, it could harm a lot of people. Izuku did not like those odds, but he was ready to level them. Alright, if this is how they are going to be, then I'll say we don't have to hold back. From the red compartments of his suit, he took a Tesla energy rifle, the paralysis gun, and a capture crossbow. He handed them to Uraraka and Shinso. "We are all going to be okay." He waited for them to be in their previous positions before resuming time. "Attention students, huddle together and go to the entrance," All Might said as he took a defensive stance. "Do not worry. Those villains will not do anything to you, because I am here." The number one hero then jumped down to engage the villains. The teens and the other two teachers noticed the lack of alarms and the security system not turning on, and the way this might mean everything was planned. The only ones who had suspicions that this could happen were ready to deal with it. There must be a villain with an electrowave quirk among the invaders. The best way is going out to communicate with the main building. 13. Take the students to a safe dash. Aizawa paused as he was the first to notice the three-armed teens' place. "Do not try anything stupid." He gave one last look to his students before joining All Might to contain the villains. Down in the central plaza, All Might was stopped by a muscular individual with its brain exposed, and the other villains tried to harm the number one hero. They found themselves stopped by Eraserhead, who quickly began knocking them out one after another in quick succession. "You heard your teacher, let's go." 13 motioned to the students to follow her and run toward the front gate. Izuku stayed at the back, covering his classmates from any attempt against them. Uraraka stayed on the left side and Shinso on the right, alert for any attack. "Going so soon?" A black mist appeared in front of them, and without letting the villain speak, the three-armed teens shot at him immediately. "Hey! That's not Dash." His collar was hit with an electromagnetic volt from the Tesla rifle, making him twist in pain. The ammunition was set to stun, but that did not make it painless. "Ag!" Then Bakugo and Kirishima jumped in and struck the villain again on the collar, bending it. "Enough!" The villain threw his mist form around them. Izuku stopped time but wasn't fast enough, and he could see several of his friends and classmates already covered by the mist. From what he could guess, it had teleportation capabilities, so he couldn't just take them out without risking a volatile quirk reaction. He only pulled away the ones Ida was unable to reach in time, getting them out of the area safely. Uraraka realized she had been pulled out of the mist and saw Izuku holding her. The others who were saved also noticed the instant change in space. "Whoa! Kiri!" Ashido said as she noticed her friend had disappeared into the mist, and several others were caught as well. Izuku frowned and saw that Ida and Shinso had ended up sacrificing themselves to save others from the attack. That was enough for the teen, and he felt a rush of anger toward the mist villain. "Where did you take them, monster?" The normally composed teen asked with an uncharacteristic edge in his voice. "Do not worry, boy, I haven't killed them. I only placed them in different locations around the area. They will be hunted down by our forces. That way we will distract the symbol of peace and kill him, since he cannot be everywhere at once." The next second, the villain was struck by a powerful blow that sent him flying back, the collar embedding itself into the concrete wall. Izuku just used the same technique he had used in the quirk trials and punched the villain again and again with time stopped, targeting the collar to damage it and send it flying. "Thanks for the info." The greenette then turned around and, using 5% of OFA, sprinted toward the other sections of the facility to save his friends from the villains. Flood zone. Hitoshi Shinso came out of the portal and immediately panicked as he realized he was falling toward the water. As he dropped closer, he made sure to land feet first and held the crossbow tightly so he wouldn't lose it on impact. The cold water made the skinny teen flinch, but he had bigger problems as he noticed a shark villain rushing toward him. "Nothing personal, kid, sayonara," the villain said, probably thanks to his aquatic quirk. Shinso tried to speak, but only muffled sounds and bubbles came out. Unable to activate his brainwashing, he could only aim and hope he hit the attacker. Azui saved him at the last second, kicking the villain away. She was carrying Ida with difficulty, since the teen's armor weighed a lot underwater. Shinso was then lifted out of the water by Azui's tongue and placed on the yacht floating on the artificial lake. As soon as he hit the floor, he coughed up the water he had swallowed earlier. A second later, he heard a loud bang next to him as Ida landed on the deck. "Ouch," the tall teen said as he looked at Azui, who jumped onto the yacht. "I'm sorry, it wasn't my intention to touch your chest, Azui-san." The class president looked extremely embarrassed and ashamed of his accidental touch. Apology accepted. Now, what do we do? The girl looked down at the villains surrounding the yacht. Why are the villains even here? Shinso trusted them with the information he had. They were trapped in this together after all. I know a bit of what's going on. The indigo-haired teen said, do you remember the day the media trespassed the school? A pro suspects they could only enter thanks to another intruder, and Izuku thinks it might have been a villain after something. Maybe it was All Might's schedule. Shinso explained while forming his own theory. That would imply they think they have a chance against the #1 hero? Azui asked, her expression and tone unchanged. That's ridiculous. No villain has the kind of power needed to deal with All Might. Ida said, shaking his head with a frown. Then why come to a literal slaughterhouse? They cannot possibly defeat the symbol of peace just with numbers, especially with someone like Eraserhead present too, Shinso said as he laid out the points of his theory. That only made the other two teens more nervous, since they understood the logic behind the indigo-haired teen's theory. And, we are just bait to keep All Might distracted so they can kill him, the tall teen said, his voice shaking with the shock of realizing this was the most probable scenario. Hey, brats, come back here, a villain yelled from the water, and another added, it will be a quick death. The others giggled and laughed at the frightened students. We need to think. We cannot stay still here. They will attack at any moment, Shinso said as he checked his crossbow and the settings of the futuristic-looking weapon. The user interface showed he had 12 paralysis bolts left. Unless I have a clear shot, I can't waste what I have. He doesn't want to use his quirk on the villains and reveal the trick behind it so soon, so he had to have a plan. Any idea, you two? He looked at them so they could form a plan together. You know I can move fast thanks to my engines, but I cannot use them here. I will sink under the water if I try to run on the surface, Ida said, looking down and trying to think of a way to overcome the situation. I can jump very high, walk on walls, turn my stomach out and inflate it, and I can secrete a low poisonous mucus. Aside from those, I cannot do much against that many people, Azui said as she also looked down at the villains waiting below, slowly getting closer but keeping their distance. They must not know how our quirks work? Well, aside from the obvious. Shinso and Azui looked at the taller teen, since they knew his quirk use was too easy to guess. His armor and gear resembled Ingenium's a lot. I see your point, Ida said, as he also realized his costume was really similar in nature to the one his brother used. Then, what can we do? The three teens then heard a loud sonic boom in the distance. That must be Midoriya. This should have happened to others too. Shinso tried to think of ways to survive before his friend arrived. He then glanced over the yacht's equipment and spotted an inflatable lifeboat still packaged. Say, Tenya, can you use those gears as a boat motor? Landslide zone. Shoto was freezing the villains who tried to attack him and began interrogating one who was covered in ice. What are you doing here? You better answer honestly while you still can, because you're pretty close to necrosis setting in. Hagakure Toru was taking the jacket off a villain behind him. She was almost freezing from how cold the zone was, and she hoped she wouldn't be near the walking freezer again, not after the battle trials. She still remembered how she had needed a long warm shower afterward just to avoid getting a cold so early in the school year. Mountain Zone. Izuku had arrived a minute earlier to help the group trapped in the mountain area and was knocking down the larger villains with his Tesla rifle. The energy beam from the gun electrocuted the attackers, making them drop to the ground like flies. He made sure to stop time to reposition himself where he could fire better, giving the illusion that he was simply moving fast. Thanks for the support, Midoriya-kun, but aren't you supposed to obey sensei and not do something stupid? Yaoyorozu asked as she struck another villain with her bow staff. Yeah, but helping others isn't stupid, Izuku said, giving a sneaky villain an uppercut for trying to attack him from behind. Any luck, Kaminari? Nope. Communications are jammed. Probably someone interfering with the signals, the blonde teen said as he took cover behind the group, still trying to send a message so they could call for outside help. Then just go fight with the weapon Midoriya already gave you, idiot. Jiro said with an annoyed look, since she, Momo, and Izuku were the only ones actively fighting so far. Kaminari held up the long sword that had come out of Izuku's red belt. They were all weirded out by how the greenette could keep something that big inside a pocket, but none of them were going to question it. The large yet light sword was made entirely of a metallic material that could superconduct any electric power. Alright, I guess. The blonde teen swung the sword wildly in the general direction in front of him. To his surprise, the tip sent lightning bolts across his line of sight, shocking any villain who dodged the blunt blade. "Whoa, what is this thing even made of?" he said as he kept swinging the sword in front of him. "I can answer that later. Will you guys be alright?" Izuku knew he had to make sure each separated group had the means to defend themselves before heading to the main plaza. "Yeah, we can manage on our own. Keep going," Yaoyorozu said as she created more weapons for herself and Jiro. Not even a second later, Izuku stormed off, punching a few villains in the face on his way out. The entrance. 13 watched the way the greenette student had rushed off. She was worried he was in danger, but after he had effortlessly dealt with the mist villain, she couldn't really complain. "Is he unconscious?" she asked Hantasiro as he taped the villain's collar to the wall where it was embedded. "I think so, 13-sensei," the boy said, making sure the villain had no way to escape from his concrete prison. Now they had to cross the entrance. Once they stood before the huge door, the heroine began skinging the blast doors with her quirk. Since the systems were failing, this was the only way out. "Ashido-san, you are the fastest one here." 13 had studied the class's raw potential through Aizawa and Yagi's analysis, so she knew the girl could slide quickly using her acid. With Tenya not being an option, she was the best candidate to reach the school or at least find a place to call for help. "Here is my emergency direct communicator with UA. Once you have a signal, call for help." The heroine passed the student a small device to the pink student. Ashido looked nervous and worried about leaving her friends, but she ultimately nodded and began sliding out of the facility. Unbeknownst to them, the mist villain had warped out of his concrete hole, though he didn't engage or follow the escaping student. The teens had proven far more dangerous than he and the League expected them to be. Ruin Zone. Bakugo and Kirishima had dealt with the villains that tried to attack them. "Man, these guys SEK, not even a challenge," the angry teen said as he made sure the villains were knocked out by kicking them on the ground to double-check. "Come on, Bakugo. We don't have time to waste, we have to help others." Kirishima looked around for an exit from the destroyed building. "If we were sent here and villains were waiting for us, that means the rest are also in danger." The redhead was worried for his friends and hoped Mina hadn't been Seki into the mist too. Not that he doubted she could defend herself, but still, the situation and the way some villains were saying they came to kill All Might made him uneasy. "Dude, it's obvious they're bluffing. There's no way they can kill All Might, so calm the F down. Also, you heard the sonic boom earlier." As much as he hated to admit it, if Izuku wasn't holding back his weird quirk, these guys were cooked. "The nerd's taking care of gathering everyone, I'm sure." "Yeah, you're right." That calmed the shirtless teen a little. Then a villain attacked Bakugo from behind but was stopped by an effortless explosion from the ash blonde. "Oh, I didn't even see him. You have really manly reaction time." "This is nothing. It's just these scum are shitty as F-. Bakugo stomped the villain's head against the concrete floor, knocking him out. Then a wall exploded into rubble, and as the two teens got on guard through the dust, a familiar glowing head popped out. "Are you okay? Ah, whoa." Izuku looked around at the large number of unconscious villains. "Well, that answers my question. Midobro. How are the others? Did the mist villain get the others?" Kirishima asked, worried about the rest of their friends. "I already checked all the other zones. In the storm zone, Tokoyami and Koda were taking care of their own group of villains. I helped them with one by throwing a rock like I did during the entrance trial," Izuku said, remembering what he did before storming off to the next zone. "Yeah, we heard the sonic boom from here," Bakugo said, crossing his arms. "The flood zone is a mystery to me, since I didn't see anyone when I got there. Just the yacht sinking and a bunch of unconscious villains floating in the water. So if I have to guess, the ones who were there are safe. When I arrived at the conflagration zone, Ojiro was fighting alone. I helped him knock down the more difficult foes, then kept going and found Yaoyorozu, Jiro and Kaminari fighting in the mountain zone. Same thing there, I helped them out. I crossed paths with Todoroki and Hagakure outside the landslide zone, but he didn't let me help. And now I'm here, Izuku said, finally getting a moment to rest after running around the entire facility at 5%. So manly, Kirishima said with sparkles in his eyes. What about Four Eyes, the emo kid, round face and pinky? Bakugo asked next about the others who weren't mentioned. Ashido and Ochako-chan are at the entrance with the rest. I haven't found Ida, Hitoshi, Azui, and I didn't spot Aoyama either, Izuku said, mentioning the teens he couldn't track down. Maybe they're hiding, or maybe they're on their way back to the entrance. What are you going to do now? Isn't it obvious? We're going to kick some scumbutt. Bakugo said, excited to help All Might and Aizawa. Not really what they expect of us, but I agree, Izuku said with a nod. After seeing so many of his friends in danger, and knowing the villains might have the means to kill All Might, he also wanted to help. Let's go then. The three teens began running toward the central plaza, not ready for what was about to happen. Izuku War Hero Studies Log 1. Nitro Cervic. Former villain and war criminal. Age unknown, older than Lewis. Bio. The reason behind the origin of Tormenta as a hero comes from an experiment conducted by an M9 scientist. The hypothesis tested on Cervic proved that even a green chosen can become corrupted. A crystal of chronomium was embedded in the forehead of a young Cervic, piercing through the skull and corrupting the child's brain. He later escaped M9 captivity after killing his father and stole a large amount of technology, which he would use in his future campaign against M9. Chosen power. Similar to Lewis, he can absorb nearby energy to teleport to any place he wants, often using it in combat and retreat, apparently always running away if the battle wasn't possible to win. The crystal in his skull grants him unlimited energy for his abilities. Good strategist, ruthless adversary, coward, charismatically evil. Portrait. Based on the last time Lewis saw the villain. EA minutes before the previous chapter. Attention students, huddle together and go to the entrance. All Might said as he took a defensive stance. Do not worry. Those villains will not do anything to you, because I am here. The number one hero then jumped down to engage the villains. The moment Yagi reached the bottom of the stairs, he started to knock out villains on his way. He kept eye contact with the one covered in hands, ready to react to whatever cosmic power the villain might have, but as he was getting close, a tall, muscular individual with its brain exposed stopped him. All Might punched the man, trying to move the towering figure away, but the creature didn't move or react. So this is how it is going to be. Prepare yourself, villain. Yagi started to punch with more force, blocking any counterattack from his opponent. The more he fought, the more he realized how little damage he was doing. He quickly noticed the thing's composition wasn't natural, not even by mutant standards. It was fast, resilient, and just as strong as him. All Might shifted his footing mid-combo, twisting his torso as he redirected a punch that would have crushed even reinforced concrete. He followed with a rising strike meant to launch the creature skyward, but the Nomu grabbed his forearm mid-motion, stopping the attack entirely. The impact still sent shockwaves through the plaza, shattering the glass of the lampposts around and kicking up debris, yet the monster barely flinched. Yagi's eyes narrowed behind his grin. This thing wasn't reacting to force. It was absorbing it. You like it? My Nomu is made exclusively for you, All Might. It will be your executioner, so keep going while we deal with your students, the man covered in hands said with an evil grin. Several of the other villains began to rise again, preparing to attack from multiple directions. But as some of them activated their quirks, they suddenly malfunctioned. Aizawa arrived, kicking several villains down in quick succession, his capture weapon snapping through the air as he engaged those trying to flank All Might. Hey, what are you waiting for? Defeat that thing. Aizawa shouted, expecting the fight to have ended by now with the number one hero present. Nomu lunged forward, swinging both arms in a wide arc meant to crush everything in front of it. All Might crossed his arms just in time, the impact driving him backward across the stone floor and carving long grooves into the ground. He skidded to a halt, immediately pushing off with a burst of strength and slamming back into the creature with a shoulder check that echoed like a cannon blast. Nearby villains were thrown off their feet by the pressure alone. The smartest ones didn't try to get near the fight of titans. Ha! It seems the villains have been prepared for this, I'm afraid, the number one hero said, still wearing a smile, trusting that Izuku could keep the other students safe. The punches and movements between him and his opponent were fast and heavy. The ground around them trembled with every blow they exchanged, cracks spreading outward with each impact. Their clash became a blur of motion. Fists collided faster than the eye could track, each hit sounding like thunder rolling through the facility. All Might twisted, ducked, and countered, while the Nomu mirrored his movements with uncanny precision. Every time Yagi found an opening, the creature adapted, reinforcing the sense that this was no ordinary enemy. The air itself seemed to vibrate from the sustained force of their battle. The mist villain is missing. Yagi noticed and said out loud to his hero-teacher colleague. Noticed? Aizawa dodged a kick from a villain and delivered a counter-kick straight into the man's gut. The large criminal fell to the ground, clutching his stomach with a pale expression on his face. It must have gone after the children, Aizawa said, worried by the fact that he couldn't be in multiple places at once. He spun his capture weapon low, sweeping another villain off their feet before snapping the cloth back into his hand. Aizawa landed lightly, eyes already scanning the battlefield for openings. Don't worry about them, they are safe, I promise. All Might flinched as he took a punch directly to the spot of his old wound, the impact echoing through his body. For a split second his breath caught, but then he punched back even harder. That hit had been intentional. So you know about that, huh? All Might grew more serious, letting One for All give him more force. He could feel himself getting weaker the longer he used it, as he is not the host of the quirk anymore. He was thankful for the nanobot treatment, he wasn't coughing blood anymore, and his internal organs were stable. He shifted his stance, tightening his guard as he drove a heavy straight punch into the Nomu's chest, followed by a rapid uppercut meant to break its balance. The creature staggered half a step, heels grinding against the concrete, before snapping back into position. All Might clicked his tongue. Even with full power behind those blows, it still wasn't enough to put it down. The eyes of the hand-covered villain widened. The wound didn't reopen, and All Might's speed didn't drop. In fact, the number one hero looked angrier, stronger than before. What? Did I start the campaign too early? No, it's impossible. He's cheating, that must be it. Sensei would never lie to me, the red-eyed villain muttered to himself, scratching his neck, anxious and furious that the symbol of peace wasn't as weak as he had been promised. His breathing grew uneven as he watched the clash, fingers digging into his own skin. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Every report, every plan, every word he had been given said All Might was on his last legs. And yet there he was, standing tall, trading blows with something designed to kill him. The doubt crept in fast, sharp, and ugly. A sudden sonic boom erupted from the storm zone, making both villains and heroes turn toward the facility enclosed by a dome. What? Problem child. Aizawa took advantage of the distraction, punching a villain square in the face and knocking her out cold. He immediately turned his attention back to the situation at hand, trusting his students to defend themselves for now. Flood zone, the same moment. How are you going? Shinso asked Azui. The girl was coating the bottom of the lifeboat with her mucus, while Ida drank an energy drink they had found in the emergency first aid kit attached to the side of the boat. All ready, Azui said, pulling her stomach back inside and turning toward the taller teen. Ida-kun? The blue-haired teen nodded as he finished the can and crushed it in his hand before positioning himself behind the lifeboat. The other two hopped onto it and waited. Ida planted his feet firmly against the foredeck. His engine sputtered once, then steadied, steam rising faintly from his calves. Shinso tightened his grip on the edge of the boat, bracing himself, while Azui crouched low, her eyes locked on the water ahead. The moment the yacht was struck by a villain's quirk, Ida took off at full speed. The villains barely had time to react as the lifeboat flew over them. The instant it touched the water, it skimmed across the surface at high speed, surfing away from the group. Drops of mucus from the underside spread across the water, stunning the villains with poison as they surfaced. The others, confused and disoriented, lost sight of the teens almost immediately. Shouts echoed behind them, followed by splashes and panicked movements as villains tried to chase, only to slow down when the toxin took effect. The lifeboat bounced once, then stabilized, cutting a clean path through the water as Ida pushed harder, engines roaring. In seconds, the 3 students reached the shore, but the landing was anything but clean. The momentum launched them forward as the lifeboat hit sand and stopped abruptly. Shinso landed in a roll, just like he'd practiced during parkour drills, though he clipped a rock on the way and groaned. Ida landed face first in the sand, sliding a short distance before stopping. Azui landed gracefully on her hands and feet, barely disturbed. "We didn't plan that part," Ida said, coughing sand out of his mouth as he pushed himself up with some difficulty. Shinso sat up, rubbing his side with a sharp breath, while Azui glanced back toward the water, scanning for movement. The villains hadn't followed, at least not yet. The poison had done its job. Then Ida looked up and spotted someone running along the opposite side of the shore. "Hey, that's Midoriya-kun." The others watched as the green-haired teen scanned the area quickly before moving on. 13 must have given him the order to gather the others, Ida said, straightening his posture despite the sand stuck to his uniform. "We should move on to the entrance." "I heard you, but our teachers need help," Shinso said, finally standing up. "We can't escape while a possible All Might killer is risking their lives." The indigo-haired teen started walking toward the central plaza. He moved carefully, keeping low and using the elevated ground as cover. Quietly as his eyes scanned for movement, for any sign that a villain might be lurking nearby. I don't know if that's wise, but I agree. If things get too serious, Aizawa-sensei and All Might would need help for sure," Azui said in her usual neutral tone. But we should evacuate," Ida Tenya said. He knew that was what they had been ordered to do. His hand doing karate chops as the simple idea of disobeying rules mattered a lot to him. "Tell me, if your brother was in danger, would you turn around and not help?" Shinso asked as he continued sneaking toward the central plaza. Azui nodded. She would not doubt to help, especially if the people in danger were close to her. Yes, I would help in that case." He sighs and bent down to follow his friends. "Let's go," Ida said at last. As much as he disliked it, he had to agree. Their teachers were important to them, and it was also their responsibility to act if lives were at risk. That included their homeroom teacher and the #1 hero. The 3 students moved quietly, using the high ground near the plaza to stay out of sight. As they drew closer, the sounds of impact became clearer. Each blow echoed through the area like thunder. Soon they could see the fight clearly. All Might was locked in a brutal fistfight with a tall, muscular figure with its brain exposed. Calling the sight bizarre was an understatement. All Might kicked and punched the mass of black flesh again and again, but with no visible results. Every hit landed with terrifying force, sending shockwaves through the ground, yet the creature barely staggered. It absorbed the blows, muscles shifting unnaturally as it snapped back into place. Even from a distance, the students could tell something was very wrong. And Aizawa was not doing much better. Shinso could see that his teacher was surrounded by villains. Even if he could hold them back, the teen knew the hero needed moments to close his eyes and rest. Still, the underground hero was doing everything in his power, tying up villains with his support gear, knocking them down while maneuvering constantly, even jumping high by using the momentum generated by his capture scarf. The scarf snapped and coiled through the air like a living thing, yanking villains off their feet and slamming them into the ground. Aizawa never stopped moving, landing, pivoting, launching himself again before anyone could get a clean hit on him. Overall, both pros were doing great. But as Aizawa landed after kicking down another goon, the man covered in hands suddenly rushed toward him. "Oh no!" Shinso jumped over the border and onto the plaza. He knew that guy was far more dangerous than the others, and he had to do something to help his teacher. Azui and Ida shouted behind him to stop, but Shinso ignored them. He drew his crossbow while dropping to one knee, carefully taking aim so he would not risk stunning Aizawa. Still, all he could do was swear as he watched the two collide in close combat. The distance closed instantly. Shinso's finger hovered over the trigger, his breath held tight as his eyes tried to track every movement. There was no opening. Not a single clean shot. Aizawa tried to snare the man with his capture weapon, but the villain sidestepped before the scarf could even get close. When Aizawa followed with a punch to the stomach, the villain dodged again and slammed a knee into Aizawa's head. The teacher spun with the impact and tried to counter with an elbow, only for the man to grab it before it connected. With you fighting all over the place, you have tried to hide it, but there's an interval where your hair falls, like on a raid boss when the area of effect stops working. As he spoke, Aizawa's elbow began to decay. The fabric of his sleeve turned to dust first, then the skin followed, exposing muscle underneath. Shinso's blood ran cold as he watched it happen. It was slow, deliberate, like the villain wanted to humiliate the hero in front of everyone around. But your cooldown is getting longer every time you use your quirk, the man continued, smiling cruelly as he tightened his grip and did not let go. Aizawa, All Might screamed over the strain of his own battle with the behemoth villain. Aizawa lunged forward with a punch, activating his quirk to stop the decay before he lost his arm. To his surprise, the man dodged again, leaping back and kicking Aizawa square in the chest. The impact sent him stumbling, leaving him open as another goon rushed in to strike. He would have been hit if not for Shinso, who fired at the large villain with piranha-like mouths in his palms. The distraction bought Aizawa just enough time to dodge the other two attackers who tried to take advantage of the opening. "Goddamn it, kid! Get out of here!" Aizawa snarled, forced to prioritize his students' safety over finishing the fight. "No can do. We need to get you out of here too, sensei," Shinso said as he jumped back from his previous position. Another villain lunged at him, and Shinso reacted instantly, firing his wrist harpoons into the ground and letting the tension pull him forward. He skimmed across the plaza, stopping just long enough to fire his crossbow at the man covered in hands, hoping to slow him down. The line snapped taut and reeled him sideways as debris cracked under his boots. Shinso barely had time to steady his aim before moving again, his breathing sharp, movements rough but controlled. "Hitoshi-kun!" He heard his friends shouting his name just as the mist villain appeared in front of him. The projectile vanished midair, redirected to another part of the USJ. "That's very unheroic of you, young man," the mist villain said calmly. Shinso tensed. He could not see the villain's metallic collar clearly, which meant he did not have a clean shot. Worse, Azui and Ida had revealed their position, stepping out of cover. The man covered in hands was already rushing toward them, fast and focused. Aizawa was still engaged with other villains, unaware of the danger closing in on his students. Shinso's chest tightened as the distance between his friends and the psycho vanished. Every sound felt muted, like he was underwater. He tried to shout, to move, to do anything faster. Time felt like it was slowing down. He watched the man reach Azui's spot and placed his hand over her head. He saw Azui's face shift a bit as he can deduce was her terrified face. He knew he could not get there in time. He had no time to use his quirk. No time to fix his mistake. Azui was going to die, and it was his fault. Near the main plaza, at the same moment, Izuku stopped time. He let out a sigh as he realized he had arrived just in time. Bakugo and Kirishima, who were beside him, wore shocked expressions. They had almost seen Azui die. They had witnessed part of the fight while running here, so they already knew the man covered in hands had a decay power. Still, Izuku felt nervous. He could not tell if that ability was his chosen power or just a quirk. That had no chosen energy residue, Ayanko said as she analyzed the frozen scene, focused on the hand of the villain. Izuku moved closer, stepping carefully as he reached out to pull Azui out of danger. Then his mother's voice suddenly rang loudly in his ear. "Alert! Alert! Red chosen power detected." The armored teen froze. The man covered in hands began to move slowly. Izuku's heart skipped. The air around him felt heavy, like reality itself was resisting what he had done. Time was still freeze, but not to everyone around anymore. Wasting no time, Izuku used 100% of One for All and grabbed Azui, pulling her out of the way in a blur. The moment he cleared her from danger, the villain stumbled forward, then straightened himself as if nothing had changed. "This is weird," the villain muttered, looking around at the frozen scene. His Nomu was locked mid-strike against All Might. The kid who had shot at him earlier was staring blankly in his direction. Then his eyes narrowed as he noticed Izuku moving. "So you are the one that put pause?" His tone turned sharp, irritated by the frozen dimension around them. "How?" Izuku said, surprised, sweat forming beneath his suit. This was bad. Really bad. He had seen how this man had dominated Aizawa, a professional hero with years of experience, like it was nothing. The villain in front of him had a perfect way to counter any physical attack. And worse, against another chosen, he was immune to Izuku's time abilities. The man reached down and deliberately grabbed a nearby rock. His fingers tightened, and the stone crumbled into dust as decay spread through it. "So that still works," he said, clearly testing it. The dust did not fall. It simply hung there, frozen on mid-air, proof that decay itself was not stopped. The villain flexed his hand once, satisfied. The man suddenly lunged toward All Might. Izuku's blood ran cold. He reacted instantly, sprinting straight at him and throwing a punch. Just like before with Aizawa, the villain sidestepped effortlessly and grabbed Izuku by the shoulder. Izuku's armor reacted on instinct, generating spikes, but due to the nature of the freeze dimension, the villain took no damage. The countermeasures only delayed him for a second before he tried to decay Izuku's suit. As the villain started to use his quirk on him again, Izuku resumed time. The force of All Might's punch slammed into the muscular villain, and the shockwave ripped through the plaza, sending them both flying backward. Young Midoriya. All Might caught his successor as he was thrown back. At the same time, the Nomu grabbed the man covered in hands, stopping the clash for the moment. Izuku landed in All Might's arms, still stunned by his first real encounter with another chosen. This was far more dangerous than he had expected. "What happened?" Yagi asked, never taking his eyes off the black behemoth and the hand-covered villain. "He can nullify my power, and he can counter any physical attack," Izuku said as he looked at his shoulder. Part of his armor had decayed, but the nanobots were already repairing the smart material. "I can't use my freeze dimension near him. He can move as long as I stop time close to him, or if I approach him while it's active." Izuku stepped out of his mentor's arms. Then explosions echoed across the plaza. "Young Bakugo, and oh!" All Might screams as he sees what one of his students is going to do something really reckless. "Young Bakugo, and oh!" All Might shouted as he saw what one of his students was about to do. Bakugo launched himself forward, aiming straight at the man covered in hands and the tall black villain. "Die!" The explosive teen yanked the pin from his left gauntlet and released a massive blast, vaporizing everything around him. The shockwave tore through the air, scattering debris and dust across the plaza. The blast was strong enough to make even All Might brace himself. But as the smoke dissipated, they can see. The tall muscular villain had tanked all the damage. Its skin had been torn away, but the wounds were already closing, muscle knitting itself back together. "No, kill him," the man said calmly from behind the creature. The next second, the behemoth named Nomu moved, its speed terrifying as it locked onto a new target. Before the strike could land, All Might stepped in and blocked it with his body. "Young Bakugo, leave!" The number one hero shouted as he engaged the abomination again, forcing it back. This time, he positioned himself deliberately between Nomu and the explosive teen, aware that the feral villain was now fully focused on the explosive teen. All Might blocked and countered, driving it away step by step, refusing to let it get past him. Izuku grabbed the arm of his childhood friend and pulled him away, but he had to twist aside as the man covered in hands lunged at him, fingers snapping shut just short of his chest. "Going anywhere, cheater?" Izuku backed off, dodging the swings and grabs of the slim villain. Bakugo tried to blast him away, but before he could fire, the man sidestepped and kicked the explosive teen aside, sending him rolling across the ground. Izuku twisted his body at the last second, the fingers of the villain grazing the air where his head had been. You are going to pause the game again if you are still alive, so you are my main target for now, the man said as he kept chasing the teen in power armor. The tall, skinny villain moved surprisingly fast for someone with so little muscle on his body. The way he rushed across the plaza was creepy, almost feral, like he was hunting. His movements were sharp and direct, never wasting motion as he tried to catch the green-haired teen. Every step he took was precise. He leaned forward as he ran, hands twitching, eyes locked on Izuku like nothing else mattered. Aizawa tried to help his student, but every time he attempted to grab or strike the man, the villain dodged and continued the chase like it was nothing. At the same time, other goons were trying to land hits on the already wounded teacher, forcing him to split his focus. Bakugo tried to get back up, but Kirishima grabbed him and dragged him away. The Nomu kept struggling against All Might's hold, trying to break free and reach the explosive teen. The risk of Bakugo dying at the hands of the abomination was still very real. As for Shinso, Azui grabbed him with her tongue while Ida carried them both away from the mist villain that was closing in behind them. Shinso looked back trying to use his quirk on the mist villain, but this one was ignoring his attempts as he wasn't caring on responding. Izuku was getting anxious. He had not felt this way in almost a year. His mind raced, thinking and overthinking ways out of this situation, but nothing came. If he stopped time, the villain would also get the chance to kill All Might. If he attacked using more than 5% of One for All, he risked breaking his body like during the entrance exam. He regretted not training himself to handle more. Any attack in normal time was dodged or countered. Even Bakugo's explosions had failed, with the Nomu shielding its master. Overpowering attacks did not work. He was not fast enough. Izuku clenched his teeth beneath his hood as he ran, armor whirring softly as it adjusted to his movement. For the first time in a long while, he felt cornered. I'm not fast enough. I need to go faster. I need to attack faster than he can react. Izuku started to mumble beneath his plasma-shielded hood. He had not done that since he got comfortable with Lewis' teachings. How can I save everyone if I'm so slow? Lewis' voice echoed in his head when he was practicing Alpha Special Forces CQC techniques. You hesitate too much, kid. You had too many things on your mind. But the best of us go through that sometimes. The memory awoken something he didn't plan. Izuku kept running, and without noticing at first, everything around him started to look wrong. People were moving slowly. Too slowly. No. He will use my power if I... Then he noticed it. The man covered in hands was also moving in slow motion as he kept chasing him. What? Izuku noticed something else. A faint, almost transparent afterimage of himself follow him each time he moves in one direction. Another memory hit him hard. The first time he froze time, he just as now activated his powers without notice to save his friend, and now it happens again. He wants to save All Might and his friends, and that had made him do something great. Then it hits him, this was other thing entirely different than his freeze dimension. He was speeding up his own time, not the world, not others, just himself. A smile starts to form on the face of the teen below the hood. I can work with this, he said as he starts to move as fast as he can, and his speed-up form elevated the speed tenfold. Tamura only heard the teen say, in a high-pitched voice, I can work with this, before his body reacted on its own. An impact slammed into him from an angle he never saw. He could not deflect it. The tables turned instantly as he was thrown back, watching the teen he had tried to kill move in an unnatural way, afterimages trailing behind him as he crossed the space in a blink. Hey, stop activating cheat codes, the gamer villain shouted as he tried to block the flurry of punches aimed at his upper body. It barely helped. He managed to stop one or two blows for a second, but the attacks kept coming. They were not strong enough to break bones outright, but they kept him staggering and stunned, and the damage was not lethal enough to trigger Nomu's response. So your pet only attacks once you're at risk. Good to know. Again, the voice of the teen attacking him was sped up, sharp and annoying, like those annoying trending videos of squirrels online, and the teen just kept striking the villain's arms and abdomen again and again, each hit adding up. The hits burned. Not heavy, not crushing, just constant. No time to recover. No time to counter. The damage is small, but the DPS threshold is too much, Shigaraki thought as pain exploded through his arms. The skin felt like it was tearing from heat and friction, bones cracking under muscle strain. He has to retreat or his arms will literally fall off from the damage done to his muscles and bones. Kurogyri! Shigaraki shouted. A few seconds after he called his way out, black mist swallowed him, pulling him away from the armored teen. Once he was out of the main plaza, he could not spot him anymore. The cheater. Crippled my arms, Tamura hissed. Did you finish 13 at least? The mist villain narrowed his eyes and shook his head. No. This has been more challenging than expected, Shigaraki Tamura. Some of the students are real monsters. Tamura tried to scratch his neck in frustration, but his arms did not respond, hanging uselessly like overcooked noodles. At least we still have Nomo for our main. A deafening sonic boom erupted from the main plaza. The artificial abomination was launched through the ceiling like a high-velocity projectile, tearing straight through concrete and steel. Forget about it. Both villains watched as the remaining teachers flooded into the facility, engaging the leftover criminals they had brought with them. We should go, Kurogyri said as he surrounds Shigaraki with his mist. Teeth, bunch of cheaters, Tamura muttered as he stepped into the mist. The two disappeared before any other hero could spot them. Moments before, Izuku stopped time the moment he saw the Red Chosen escape. He looked around and spotted them in the distance, hiding near some trees. The green-haired student let out a more relaxed sigh now that he knew the man covered in hands needed to be at close distance to enter his freeze dimension. Around him, he could still see some of his friends struggling with their own villains, so he decided to use his new ability to help. He resumed time and accelerated his own again. Everything moved in slow motion as he ran across the main plaza. He kicked several villains in the head, knocking them out cleanly. His actions made it easier for Aizawa to move and fight, even with his wounded elbow. Izuku moved without stopping, changing direction sharply, striking once, then vanishing from their sight. Bodies fell before they could even react. He knocked out the ones trying to ambush his friends, clearing the path up the stairs so Ida could take Shinso and Azui to safety. He pushed Katsuki and Kirishima out of the way just before another attack from the still enraged Nomu could reach them. The ground cracked where the Nomu struck, missing them by a few meters. Izuku was already gone by the time the dust settled. Izuku realized this was taking too long. He placed a hand on All Might's back and stopped time. This has lasted long enough. Does he keep absorbing your punches? Izuku asked as he watched the number one hero visibly relax now that he no longer had to actively restrain the abomination. Yes, and each time I manage to damage it, the thing regenerates, Yagi said, frowning at the obviously lab-made monster in front of them. Einhassen, what is this thing even made of? He asked the AI integrated into his successor's armor. A small cluster of nanobots floated toward the Nomu's mouth. Seconds later, the AI responded. It is dead. The Nomu contains DNA from multiple individuals, as well as multiple quirks. Brain activity is null. It remains active only due to extensive modifications to its composition. It is incapable of decision-making due to the lack of neurological function. Additionally, its nervous system indicates it is in constant pain. The student and the teacher looked at each other. So, killing it would be an act of mercy, Midoriya said quietly, his expression sad and heavy. This was multiple people turned into a single twisted abomination against their will. At least he hoped it was against their will. Yagi frowned and placed a hand on his successor's shoulder. Young Midoriya, you don't have to feel bad about this. Evil people will do anything to force us into difficult decisions. The hero already knew who was behind this. Multiple quirks in a single body was a massive red flag. He had hoped he would never have to face that man ever again, but now it was crystal clear. You don't need to make this decision. It is too soon for you. I will take what you have shown me and go plus ultra. The number one hero flexed his muscles and positioned himself at a perfect angle for his next move. Once he was certain his aim was right, he started to punch the Nomu again and again in the chest, just like Izuku had done with the ball on the first day of school. With time stopped, the momentum stacked rapidly. Each impact pushed deeper than the last. The abomination, unable to activate any quirk, began to bend in on itself. With every punch, its body warped further, even lifting slightly off the ground from the sheer force alone. Each hit landed clean and direct. No wasted motion. The space around Nomu compressed with every strike, cracks spreading beneath its feet as the ground failed to hold. Izuku watched in awe as his mentor gave everything he had to each punch. That will be enough. Let's take everyone out of here. The green-haired teen nodded and helped All Might move the villains, Aizawa, and the rest of the heroes out of range of the massive sonic boom that would trigger once time resumed, along with the shockwave that would send everything flying. Izuku also noticed Todoroki sneaking into the main plaza from a blind spot, clearly trying to help. He was quickly grabbed and placed at a safe distance as well. This must be all, Izuku said as he turned to look at the main plaza from the stairs, now far from the danger zone. Well, here goes nothing. He shut his eyes and covered his ears as he resumed time. A violent sound erupted through the entire facility. The Nomu was launched upward like a rocket. The impact tore the roof open completely, melting steel from the friction as the abomination blasted through. 3 more sonic booms followed from outside, one after another, as its body was propelled higher and higher. It most likely reached space, finally killing it. Debris rained down slowly, metal creaking as the structure settled back into place. The air vibrated long after the impact was gone. A massive cloud of dust rose from the plaza, covering the lower floors entirely. Oh, maybe I overdid it, All Might said, slightly surprised by the speed and violence of the strike. He was glad the aerial space above the school was clear. Otherwise, he was sure he would have destroyed a few satellites or planes on the way up. As for the other villains who had been in the main plaza moments earlier, they soon realized all of them were tied up with capture tape and far away from their previous positions. Hey, what the heck? One of them shouted. Another tried to free himself using his quirk, only to realize it was not working. Don't even think it, Aizawa said as he used his erasure quirk on the criminals, still holding his wounded arm. It frowned as the villains made his dry eye worse, then looked at his students. Tape them properly. Bakugo and Kirishima nodded and started using the capture tape to bind the villains tightly. Shinso also came over to help with the others. One of the villains struggled harder, only to be slammed back to the ground by Bakugo as the tape tightened around his arms. Ida was still stunned by the fact that he had ended up in a completely different place out of nowhere. Azui was too, but she was more shaken by the villain's attempt on her life, so she sat down, focusing on calming herself as she heard the rest of the teachers entering the USJ. Along with them, Ashido ran toward the group. Kirishima! The pink-haired girl ran down the stairs, clearly relieved to see her friend safe and sound. Oh, thank God you're all right. She had been so worried about her friends who were teleported away that she had done her best to reach a place where she could call for help. Mina! The red-haired teen was also relieved and reached out to catch her when she almost collapsed from exhaustion. She looked completely drained. Are you okay? Yeah, just let me rest a bit here, okay? She giggled softly as she sighed, finally relaxing after overusing her quirk to rush back and forth. She rested in his arms, hugging him in the process. We are all right too, you know? Shinso said as he finished taping another villain. Izuku lightly smacked his friend on the back for interrupting the moment. Don't be like that, Shinso, leave them be, Izuku whispered softly. What? Don't tell me you get this, the indigo-haired teen whispered back. Because that would mean you are pretending to be clueless when it comes to Uraraka-san, Shinso continued, somehow managing to make Izuku blush. Izuku quickly turned away, moving to help Bakugo with another villain who had tried to slip free. He is right, though, his childhood friend said beside him. Nowadays you are really clueless sometimes, nerd. The explosive teen smirked, and that alone was enough to make Izuku turn red, not used to being teased about something so embarrassing. We just survived a villain attack. You almost died, for God's sake. And you, now of all times, decide to tease me? Izuku shouted, unable to believe that his ex-bully, his middle school tormentor, and childhood friend was acting this casual all of a sudden. Chill out, nerd. Bakugo punched Izuku's shoulder that was exposed, not as hard but painful enough to leave a sore pain. We are fine now, don't we? Izuku rubbed his shoulder as the armor continued repairing the decay damage. Yeah, you're right. He was not completely sure about that. No one was really safe with someone like that hand-covered psycho still out there. Whoever he was, he did not just have a dangerous quirk. He had the resources to create nightmarish villains, and worst of all, a cosmic power that could rival his own. Izuku's mind ignored everything that followed. The rest of the heroes capturing the remaining villains. The police interviewing the entire class. Each criminal being restrained and taken away by the authorities. His thoughts were stuck on what would come next. On what horrors that group could unleash on the world. He barely noticed how much time passed, only snapping back when he heard the voices of his friends calling out to him. Uraraka snapped him out of his thoughts, and he focused as he realized all his friends were looking at him while waiting outside the school. Are you all right? She knew what was on his mind, just like Hitoshi did. She had heard the bomb lore from a week back. Yeah, just processing this day, that's all, Izuku said as he gave his friends a gentle smile. I'm just a bit shaken by how close some of us got to being hurt. He knew that if he had not acquired a new level of power, he would most surely have ended up dead or badly injured. Yeah, but it was weird. I didn't know that All Might speed was at that level, to take all of us to a safe place in an instant, Ida said, still wondering how that could have happened. Yeah, weird. Isn't that weird, nerd? Bakugo said. He had seen it before firsthand, so he knew who had really done it. He just threw a curveball at his childhood friend. Yeah, weird, Izuku replied simply. He was still not sure about letting more people in on the secret just yet, but as he thought that, the bracelets storing his armor suddenly blared loudly with another voice that was not his mom's. Izuku! It's Louis, he is bleeding out. Stell's voice came out desperate and shaken. Izuku froze time and summoned his armor. Estelle-senpai has sent the location, AI Inko said as she displayed it on Izuku's HUD. The map showed a suburban area of Kofu City. The team used 100% OFA to run faster than ever before. Visit Izuku War Hero Studies Log 2. Louis the Chun. War Hero, elite soldier from Alpha Forces, code name, Tormenta, Prince. Age, 21, currently. Professional hero, energized hero, Tormenta. Bio. Firstborn of the Chun royal family of the planet Alpha, located in the Triangulum Galaxy and in another universe, his childhood was filled with high and heavy expectations from his family, turning him into a bully and an evil child. But destiny forced him to follow the path of a hero. By losing everything in his life, he became an important piece in the war against Servic. He rescued his brother when he was 18, but the rescue was ruined by the ship they used to escape, which sent them 20 years into the future. When they arrived, they discovered that M9 had taken over the galaxy, and all the information they found on the ship showed that all the war and the billions of deaths were M9's fault. His brother and he were exiled to live on Alpha and never leave. He trained a teenage girl named Genma for 2 years, then the invasion came and he was killed at the age of 20, but the armor he was wearing saved him. Chosen power. Electric manipulation. Simple at first, but he has found ways to use it beyond just shooting bolts from his hands. He developed a way to absorb energy from multiple sources during the war, as well as ingenious methods to apply it. He can solidify energy into blades, spears, or charging taser pistols, and fly using the electromagnetic field of planets. His control over his power is still evolving. He can create a giant energy version of himself, reaching 196 feet in height. Expert strategist, skillful warrior, combat savvy, socially awkward. Portrait. Based on Louis' casual clothes in Japan.